Welcome to MacroCode. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So today we are going to do something very interesting. So we are going to create a .NET MAUI SQLite app, an employee's mobile app on .NET MAUI. So we are going to create our sample app. So I'm using Visual Studio 2022 preview, which has .NET MAUI. So I'll just proceed and create. Then I'll choose .NET MAUI app. So this is a project for creating .NET MAUI application for iOS, Android, Mac, Catalyst, Windows UI, and Tizen. So I'll just select it. Then we can call it employee app. So that is my folder. Then I proceed. Then let's use Windows, .NET 7.0, which is the current version. So it will launch our application. So .NET MAUI. So if you are new to .NET MAUI, just to explain what is .NET MAUI, some of you guys might have developed app for using Xamarin. So .NET MAUI uses the latest technology for building native apps on Windows, macOS, iOS, and Android. So .NET MAUI now comes and replaces Xamarin. So it's actually the new .NET MAUI is the .NET multi-platform app UI currently on preview, but you can actually develop apps on .NET MAUI currently. So we'll be building our first app, that is employees mobile app, using .NET MAUI. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So .NET MAUI is open source and is the evolution of Xamarin Forms, extended from mobile to desktop scenarios with UI controls rebuilt from the ground up for performance and extensibility. So if you have previously used Xamarin Forms to build cross-platform user interface, you'll notice many similarities with .NET MAUI. However, there are some differences using .NET MAUI. You can create multi-platform apps using a single project. So as you can see on our repo that we have just created, we have a single project repo, but it is extended to different platforms: the Android, iOS, Mac, Catalyst, Tizen, and Windows. So .NET MAUI has been released now for developers who want to build cross-platform mobile apps. So we have created one of our apps, so we can just actually launch our app using Android emulator, so that we see how it looks. So this is our first app. Let's just launch. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our videos as we start this new journey of .NET MAUI. So we'll be creating mobile apps on .NET MAUI as well. So, and also for those who may want to know more about Xamarin Forms, you can comment down below in case you want us to also provide some content on Xamarin Forms. But this is now the latest technology for building mobile apps on Visual Studio 2022. So it's actually using .NET MAUI, which is a .NET multi-platform app UI, and is actually cross-platform framework for creating native mobile apps and desktop apps with C# and XAML. So it's taking time to launch. Let's just wait. Yeah, so our app is launching. So this is our first app on .NET MAUI. And you can see this is our application now on NETMAUI. Hello world, welcome to NETMAUI multi-platform app UI. So if you click here, you'll see that it has a counter. So this is our first app on NETMAUI. So we are going to create an employees management app on NETMAUI. So we have actually created our first application. So for us to begin with, we are going to install some nuggets. So if you don't know how to deal with nuggets, consider also watching our previous videos. So right click on your app, then manage nuggets. So we are going to install some nuggets that will help us to connect to SQLite database. So one of the nuggets is SQLite .net. SQLite net, we say SQLite net, then PCL. So search for that, then this is it with the 10 million downloads, then install it. Sure, it's installed. Yeah, it's installed. Then the next one is SQLite PCL row. Then .bundle underscore green. So this is it. Install that one as well. SQLite PCL row .bundle green. So it's installing. Then, so you can actually check on the installation of the nuggets on each of the dependents or on each of the apps. So you can see we have it installed here, and our first one is installed here. So the next one is SQLite PCL. Then we say ROCO. This is it. Also install that one. Ensure it is ticked. We have a green icon on it. Then you can see it is there. So that means it's installed. Then we have SQLite row provider. Then SQLite 3. Install that one as well. Ensure you can see a green icon just beside it. Yeah, that is it. Then we have SQLite provider dynamic CDCL. So that is one of the nuggets that we'll actually need. So once that is installed, you can actually find our nuggets on the dependencies packages under any of the platforms. You can see it supports Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, and Windows. So if you check on each of them, it will have our nuggets already installed. So that is it on how you actually install nuggets. So now, so what we need to do now after we have installed the nuggets, the next thing that we need to do is to create a class of employees. So let's create a folder called models. So on our models, let's create a folder called, let's create a class called employee. There we are. So this is a public. So this is our class, our entity. So it is here. So this one, let's now provide some attributes. Let's provide some fields. So we have these as our key. Then you can say first name, then you can say last name, then we can say you can actually provide middle name, that is it. You can also provide email address, the middle name. You can also do date of birth. So this is date of birth. You can do date of birth. So that is how you do. That is how you create it. Then we need to annotate this ID to be our primary key. So we do that. Then we say primary key, and we say the ID will be auto-incremental. So we can annotate that is that way. Then that's fine. So the next thing that we need to do is to create a view. So come to our project. We need to create a list on where we'll be able to see our employees. So let's right click, then add, then new item, then go to .NETMAUI here, then select the content, .NETMAUI content page XAML. So that is, we are creating a XAML page. Then we say employees list, then press enter. So it will create a XAML page. You can see here. So this is our page. So on this page, we need to now, so we can alter this to be our label. You can say text. Then we can say this is employee list. So then our title of the page, you can say this is employees list. So this is where we'll be having our list of employees. So we have created that. So then we need to create another folder for our view models. So we are using MVVM approach. So this is view models. Then we'll create another class for employees view models. So we'll do this employees view model. So this is our view model. So that is it. So this view model will be using it on our employees list. So here we can actually indicate that these will be using. So let's borrow these. You can say X. So we need to register our view model. So to register our view model, come to maui.program.cs. We need to register our view model here. So we will say just below here. So views, we need to register our views and also our view models. So come on the views, we say builder dot services dot add singleton. So also consider watching our videos about dependency injection methods. to get more understanding of what we are doing. So this one will do this. Then we can copy this view, then paste it here. So can need to add. So that is how we do it. So this is it. Then we do this. Then we need to register our view models as well. So that one will come down here to separate it for easy visibility. So we'll also copy this. So that is it. So this is where you register your views and the view models. So we now have our employee list. So what we need to do is also now to define on our employee list, we need to pass the view model that will be used. So this is it. We say view model. Then inside here we say passing. We say this dot binding context is equals to, it will be using this, so our data will be coming from this view model. So that is it. So when we come to employee list, so here we need to indicate that we'll be using that view model. So then you can say local. So we need to borrow the view model. Say CRL. Space. To borrow the and close this. So on our list, so you can see we have this fine. So we can actually leave it the way it is. So the next thing that we need to do is to include our page on our app shell. So here we can call it, we can refer it to our employees list. We just do this. So our page will be launching employees list page. Then the root. So if we just try to launch our app, let's launch our app. We should actually see our employees list, this one. So we have indicated it here. So this is the app shell where you actually specify the pages to your app. And we have our view model. We have registered our view model and the views and the view. Then we have the app shell. So let's see. So it's launching. Our app is launching. You can see we have now our employees list. So we can decorate our employees list. So if you can see there, you can specify the margin, the font. Just use the font keyword, font size, let's say 30. So if you see our app, then you can also put in some margin. Okay. So let's hit font reload. Let's see. Our app is launching. There you are. So you can see we have now our employees list. So this is where our list will be shown. So we need to create now some services to connect to our application. So remember we are doing connection to our SQLite database. So let's create a folder called services where we'll be having our interfaces. So here let's add one of the interfaces for adding students. So let's create an interface, then we call it iEmployees, iEmployee service. So then we can create another. So this is public. Can create another service that will implement our implementation service. So you can call it employee service, then add it. So this is public. So let's now define some of our interfaces that we need to. So here we need to get some list of employees task, then list of list of employee. So we provide our class there. So we are getting the list of employee. Then you can say get employees list. So this is one of the method. Then this method we need to our service. This is actually an implementation of iEmployee. So we are actually doing dependency injection iEmployee service. So it will be having an error. So if you just right click here and you say implement interface, it will borrow our get employees list. So that is it. So we can add another one. So this is to retrieve all the services. Then we can add another one to add task. So we expect to return boolean. Then these will be adding students, not adding. We can say add employee. So this is a function. We can add another one for delete employee. Then on delete we pass our model the employee that needs to be deleted. Then we can have another one to update. Update employee. that is it. So if you come to our implementation, you can see we have an error. So just click on it, then say implement interface. So it will add the rest. So you can see it has added add employee, delete employee, get employee list, and update employee. So that is it. So so this is how you specify. So we have our functions to add, delete, and get employee list. So we can actually provide a constructor here. So let's say public employee. So this is the constructor. Sorry. So that is it. So we want to connect to our database. So in this class we'll do public SQLite. So we are using SQLite. SQLite connection. SQLite connection. Yes, SQLite connection. Then we can use SQLite underscore DB connection. So that is our name. Then so inside our constructor we can say if our DB connection is equals to null, then we need to establish our connection. So string DB path is equals to path dot combine. So this is the location of our database dot get folder. Then inside there we say environment dot special folder dot local application database. Then we need to provide the name of the database. So you can call it, so it's actually a string. You can call it employee, then dot extension for SQLite DB3. So that is it. Then we close. So we have established our connections. Then we say here underscore DB connection is equals to new. So that is it. Then it will create. So we are actually creating our connection dot create tables. So these we are creating our employee table there. So create table. So you can actually use sync create table. So let's create another function here called private void. Then we say setup database. So this is our method. So we want to set up our database. So we can copy this here. We provide it down here. So DB connection. Then we can say create table async private task. So you can have that as asynchronous. Do this create table. So let's SQLite connection. You can use a sync connection so that we use a create table. So this one will be SQLite async connection, then we pass our DB, then here, yes, this is where we have the issue. Let's use async here, SQLite async connection. So here we'll have to use async, table async. So that is fine. Then here, if our connection is null, we can actually call our method here to set up. We can actually do this. So we can do this. Yeah. Then we can call that here. We are calling our function. So set up database on our constructor. Then if our DB connection is null, then it creates the database. So another good thing, we can use await. So we can use async. Then here we use await. So that is how we will create connection to SQLite database. So we need to now alter our list here, get employees list to give us the list of employees. So we'll say var employees list. Employees list is equals to our DB connection dot table. So we pass in our model employee. So this is the model that we need to pass. So here do this. Then you want a list to list async. So we want a list of employees. Then we need to return employees list. So we'll get our list here now. So then when adding our employee, we need to do DB connection dot insert async. Then this add will be coming with our model. So this will be employee, then employee. So here we'll be adding our employee. So here we'll be adding employee. So then we close that. So here our return type is Boolean. So we can actually change this to int, then come to our implementation int, then can have return this. That's fine. So if we come to delete also, we need something like that. So we'll delete async. Can also change this to int. Change it on our interface to int as well. Yes. Then we also do the same for update. So So this we change this to int, then this will be update async. Then on our interface, remember to change it to int, then that will be fine. So all our, so something is wrong somewhere. So all the interfaces, so this is fine. Get employee list. What does this say? Client interface, add employee. Which is okay, I've seen. So it expects our model. So remember we have changed, so on our, so this is it on our add as well. We expect our employee here. Yes. So our interface should be fine now. Yes. So we now have a correct interface. So I hope this is visible. Yeah, so this is our, so delete student. Let's see, we have implemented it. Delete student, delete employee, I mean. That is it. That's fine, that's fine. So we have created our CRUD operations on our mobile app and already connecting it to SQLite database. Our database name is employee. So the next thing that you need to do now is to perform CRUD operation. So what we need to do is to create a XAML interface for adding our employees. So right click on the app, then add new item, then select .NETMAUI, then .NETMAUI content page. So this one, select add employee. So that is it. So we have our, so the next thing that we need to have now is to create another view model for adding. So we'll call it add. Ensure that the view models and the view page has the same model, has the same naming convention. Add employee view model. So the page is add employee, then the view model should be add employee view model for easy understanding, so that you can be able to support your app going forward. So this is our view model and this is our page. So remember we need to register it on our app MAUI program.cs the way we did for employee list. So we'll copy this, then we add here, add employee. So this is the page and you also need to register our view model here. Add employee view model. So that is it. Then we also need to register our services. So this one we'll be using add transients. Remember, ensure that you understand these methods. So we'll register our service as employee service, then we provide employee, our implementation service here. So that is it. So ensure you have done this too. So the next thing that you need to do now, after we have registered our view model, add employee, our page, and our service, So we need to go back to our add employee page. Remember, we need to supply our add employee view model. View model, that's how you supply. We'll be using this. Then these dot binding context is equals to view model. Good. So on our add employee page, remember we have not provided any form. So this will be add employee. So we'll be using this to do even the update. So you can call it add or update employee. Then this one, we can have this as a stack layout with a margin over 10. So that is how you specify the top margin. So we need to specify our fields. So our label will be our first name, font size is equals to 16. So that is it. So instead of this, you can actually use this to close it. Then these are labeled the entry input. So we use this entry. Then we say placeholder is first name, and also close that. Good to close with this one. So this is our input. Then we can do middle name. We can call first name. Then this is middle name. This will be middle name. Our next one, we need to specify last name. This will be last name. Then the next one will be our email address. Email address. So this is our form. Let's ensure that our model, we have captured everything on our models. We have the first name, middle name, last name, then the date of birth. So we can add the date of birth here. Date of birth. Date of birth. Here we can have date of birth. So this is our adding form. So on our list form, we need to specify a command to open our form. So down here, you can provide a button. Then we call this button add employee. Then we can have it horizontal position to be at the end and expand. Then we close it. So can also have this as stack layout. Good. So on our employee list, remember this view model, employee list, employees view model. So we need to add another nugget that will help us. So let's add MVVM community. So come to nuggets, then add MVVM community. This one, install it as one of our nuggets. Accept, install. So it's installed. So the next thing that we need to do on our employees view model, then we need to have observable property, observable objects, called observable objects. So that is it. So this one will have to include, you will now be using this Microsoft.toolkit.mvvm. Then we now want to provide a command. So our command, public async void. So we want to add a command to open our new page of adding the employees. Add update employee. Remember the employee form. So this command will be opening our employee form. So to ensure that this command is readable, this is actually a button, we use irelay command. Relay, not irelay, it's called relay command. So we need to import something here. We can install another nugget called community toolkit. I think we installed the wrong one. Community toolkit MVVM. So we can do this. It is actually the community toolkit MVVM that needs to be installed. So if we come to our employee view model, we should be able to use this. Yes, you see, using community toolkit MVVM input. So that is it. So inside these, so we should do away with this one. Then here, ensure you have a partial. That's fine. So we need now to open our new page. App shell.current.goto async. Then you specify the name of our page. It was called add employee. So this is our page. So that is fine. So you also have to register this page on our root, our employee app shell, so that it is able to route to our page. So it's called routing.register root. Then we say name of, then we provide the name of the page, add employee. Then we say type of, then the name, add employee as well, add employee. So that is it. So we have registered our root so that this command will be able to get our page. So on our employee list now, come back to employees list. We need to specify the command now. When you hit this button, what should happen? You should actually go, so type in command, then binding, then you specify the add update employee and ensure you add something called command. So on our, if you see on our view model, it is actually add update employee, but when you're specifying the command on our update list, you should add a keyword command so that you're able to read that command. So then on here we need to add specify the view model. So here you can say view model, then we say is equals to CLR, the namespace, then we can specify employee app, then we say dot view models. So the data type that we are using here, that data type is equals to view models. So this is it. Copy this. Then we say dot colon, we say employees. So that is how we specify. So let's launch our app and see what happens. So if we hit this button, so you'll be seeing that command and also the form that we have created, this form. So let's wait for our app to launch. Our app is launching. So there you are. So you can see we have our employees list and we have the add button. So if we click this button, it's supposed to take us to our add form. So let's click it. There you are. So you can see we have our first name, middle name, last name, email address, and date of birth. So this is our form that we have created. So that is our first step on ensuring that we have the form and the list. So the next thing that we need to do is to add a button here for adding. So just come to the add form, then let's say add button, then the text of the button is we say save employee details. So if we just close this, and we can set the property of the fonts. So at the top of our screen, we can add the content page dot resources. So we want to set the font of our resource dictionary. We close this. Then here we say style. So this we're providing style for our page. Style. We close this as well. So here we are targeting. So you can actually target either the label in your styling. Then we provide now the setter. Then we can have the property as font size. So font size of our page, then the value will be 10. So this is our font size. So that is it. So if we relaunch our application again, we'll be able to find now our. So we can also do this. Specify the value of the text. So our app is launching. So yeah, you can see if we click, we have our button. You can see we have now our button. So we need to specify the styling of our text view, of our text editors, or the color, text color. We can have as a value should be light gray, and have it as light gray. We close this. Yeah, so that is our color for our. Can have it as gray, gray. Slate, call it slate gray. So we can also have these, so that we decorate our values on each of these one. Can have them under vertical layout. So you would press enter, you can copy these two, place it inside here. A vertical layout as well. We press these two inside here. Then our vertical layout as well. Vertical layout. Vertical layout. Vertical layout. That is it. So we have our page here, so we can launch our application. We see application is launching. There we are. If we click our page, you can see we have our thing. So we have just styled our, so the date. So remember we have added the date. So this is not entry, so we'll change this to date picker. Remove this. So this, if we launch this again, so we are able to see the dates. Application is launching. So if we add, yes, you can see now we have the date picker on our app. So we can select the date. So now let's proceed to our add view model. So add view model, add employee view model. So we'll also do this. We'll also have observable object. Observable object, which you can borrow these from using then this should be partial. Good. So the next thing that we need to do here, we need to specify the command. So this command will now be saving the data. So remember that command that we have provided. So this command will be relay command, and it will be public void add employee. So these will be saving our employee. So we want our fields here. Observable property. And we will have on our let's actually have our constructor first. That is it. So we need to specify our model. To update, we say employee, then we say employee details. So since we are using that, this should be small. So here we need to, on our constructor, we need to instantiate this employee is equals to new employee. So that is it. Employee detail, employee details. So we need to instantiate that is employee. That is it. So we are going to use these to pass our values. So if we take this and come to add employee on entry, so we need to provide the text that we capture the input from the user. So binding, so we use that binding dot, then we say first name, first name. Then this one also we say binding now text, say binding employee dot middle name. On our last name also we say text is equals to binding, do this, sorry, binding employee details dot last name. Then email address we say also text is to binding employee details dot email address. Then date of birth we say date. So the date to be selected here. That's date of birth. You'll be able to see that. So after we have done that, we will be capturing now data from our. Then remember we have our command now. So let's specify our command also. Command will be binding. Then we take the name of our command from our view model. So the name of our command is add employee. But remember what we said, the command should be add employee, then put in the next keyword command so that you're able to get the details. So the next thing now that we need to do is to inject our service that we created. So dependency injection, remember what we created previously, the employees service. So this is the service that we need. Then we will inject this to our constructor. So that is it. So here we can call it employee. So here we'll be having underscore employee is equals to employee. So that is it. So when we click add employee, we need to save the data. So variable.response is equals to I employee dot add employee. Then we need to pass. So to get the data, remember these employee details. So it will be coming with the data. So we will pass our employee details there. So these will now have all our data that we need to save. So the next thing that we need to see, if so here you can have a sync, then we have this as a wait. Then we say if response is greater than 0, then what do we do? We say await dot shell dot current dot display alert. So we want to display an alert. So we say record added. So this is the title. Then the main text, you provide it here. We say employee details successfully submitted. Then we need to provide the command keyword OK to be clicked. Else, if this is not true, else what do we say? We copy this and we say not added. So you can say not added. Then we say here something went wrong with the employees details. So we should actually close this, and we should close this as well. So we can actually now launch our app. We see what will happen. Then we can put in some breakpoint here. We see if it will come with the details. So if we just add something is wrong somewhere. So let me see the initializer through. Okay, let's see our add a service. So this is it. So we have done that. So let's try again. Our app is launching. There we are. So we can add employee. You can say Jose Karanja Opio. Then email. Then you can choose the date. Save. Yeah, you see the record added, employee details successfully submitted. Okay, so we now want to get a list of employees that we have added. So what we need to do, we need to come to our, let's stop this, come to our employees view. So here we can create our constructor. So here we need an observable collection where we will be storing our employees. Observable collection here. Then here we will be having our employee, then employees, get set. Then let's import our view model. So this one will be empty. New collection, observable collection, employee. Sorry, employee. That is it. So we can import this. Let's minimize these. So we can use using employee models. That is fine. So we need a method here to get our list of employees. So private void get employees list. That is it. So we need to inject our I employee public read only I employee service underscore employee. That is it. Then this one we need to have it here. Then we can say underscore employee. Sorry, this one should be like this. This one should be here. Is equals to employee. And then we should come to our get employees list. We say val employees equals to underscore employee dot get. Remember, this is a list. Then we close that. We say if employee dot count is greater than 0. This should be nullable. Count set list. These are lists. Let's do this. Say, let's see our employees. Actually a list. So this one should have as a sync, then a wait. So we close this. We have this that way. Then we say we want to look for each save employee. Sorry, employee in employees, this one. Then we want to add to our collection. So we say employees.add employee. So that is it. So we'll be having our list of employees retrieved from our database. So this get employee list will now give us a list of employees. So what we need to do, we need to go to our employees list XAML page. Then we need to pre-populate this. So what we need is say protected override, then void on appearing. So on appearing, we need to define something here. So on this one, we want to define our view model. Public. What is it? Let me say underscore view model. Let me say underscore view model is equals to view model. That is great. Then what we need to do here, we need to bind our list to ensure that it is actually automatically pre-populated when our page is loaded. So remember, this get list that we have here is actually a command. So you can have this as a command, and you can have these as public so that you can access it. Then on our list, we will say underscore view model dot get. So we populate our list of data. So get list command. Then we execute. Then we pass null. So that is it. So this one will now pre-populate all our students' data and actually assign it to our collection. So on our employee list, we need now to see the data. So inside our Stack Overflow, I mean a Stack layout, we have collection view, then one now to view our data, collection view dot iTemplates collection view dot iTemplates item template. So this one, we need to indicate the source of our data, which is binding. Then on our view model, we are getting data from employees. So we'll provide that as our source of data. Then inside our item view, we have the data template. So this data template will say we need to indicate the data type. The data type will be models. Will be models, and even employee. Then here you can specify stack layout. Then you need to specify our values in horizontal layout. Then the labels, you can have them as labels. So this one you can close it this way. So here you can have the text binding first name. You can also do this, you copy these, you have a middle name. You can have email address, last name. You can have email address, and you can have date of birth. So all our values will be shown here. You can actually leave this, you can remove this. So if we launch our app, we expect to get those data. So let's we have an error. So we can actually remove this. Yes. So our app is launching. Yeah, you can see we have some values here. So we need to actually make it look good. So on our list, when we are adding data, before we add students here, we can actually clear anything that is here before we add anything. So we need to style our page. So we come here to list, then we say on our stack layout you can have the margin to be 10, then horizontals we can have the spacing to be 15. Then on each of these one you can have the font size to be 10, or let's say 18. You can have these here, this one here, this one here, this one here. So you can have the first name and mid. This one you can have another horizontal layout. You can just have these two, email address to be down, then first name and middle name to be horizontal. So we can launch our app. So can have this in a frame. Can have this in a frame. And then you can close this inside the frame. So spacing. Font attribute. Now can actually bold it. Bold it. We can launch. We can have this margin on our frame. Then we can have padding to 0. Okay. Do this. So you can add an employee, say Jacob, say James, Caleb, then test at gmail.com, provide our age here, then we save. So we come to our lists. Need to see why our list is not populating. I can space this to 5. Spacing issue. Also limit this to 10. 10. This to 10. This to 10. Okay, let's see, we are getting any data here, and put in a breakpoint, then we can relaunch. How many records? You have 3 records. So oh, it's clearing. That's what I see. We are doing something wrong here. So you should clear our collection, not our list. You can see we have our data. I can add another one. But here, James Opio Kimani. Then we can have the date, then you save. So if we go back, you can see we have our records. So this is how you create a CRUD operation in that is a CRUD operation in NETMAUI. So assuming we want to edit our data, so what we need to do, we need to provide something here. So we have our add. So we need to provide a function to edit or get. So I want us also to redirect when adding. So let's provide an action. Call it display action. So this is a command. And us to do something here. We do this. Say await app shell current display alert provide select option, and say provide some text. Okay, we provide provide this edit. And say delete. So this we want to prompt an action. Select option. Okay. Now edit display. So this one will be display action sheet. Then this will be our response. So this one is when we want to. So we want now to redirect whether to edit or delete a record. So if response is equals to edit, we need to do something else. If again response equals to delete, say delete, so I need to do something. So when delete is selected, we want to delete that record. Employee service dot delete. So on our delete action, we need to pass the employee. So that is the employee that we'll supply here. So this one, we need to say while delete response equals to this. So if delete response is greater than 0, so if it has deleted, what do? We need to fetch our records. Get employees. We need to, if the record is deleted, we get our employees list. What was it? Employees. Do we have it here? So this one should actually do this on our, not the add, but sorry, we should do this on our employee view section, not on add. So just copy that to our employee view section. So we need now to get that employee list. Yes. So we need to fetch this. So once it's deleted, it gets our list. So this function is here. It actually gets our list of employees. So once this is, what if this is edit? So if it's edit, we need to open the form with data. Go to async, then name of, we pass our add employee page. Then we need to pass some values. because you are editing, so we need to pass data. So we need to supply it with our employee record. So let's say value param. We need a parameter now. The navigation now param is equals to new dictionary. Save now param dot add. So we need to add our page here, and we need to supply this with our model. We say employee, then this param we need to pass it somewhere here. So this one should be object. So it will do that. Then we can close this here. So that is how you do the editing. So on our add view model, we need to get the data on our control. So it will supply us with our parameters. So on top of our, we need to get that value, that model. So if we use query property, then inside here we need to have observable property, then we pass, I think we had already defined our model, so this is the model, so we'll assign it a value. So here we'll say namespace name of, then we need to provide add employee, then we need to get the model. So this one here. So after we have done this, what you need to do, so after you have defined this, you need to add an edit gesture on our gesture, that is inside here. You need to provide a gesture recognizer. You can close that. So if it is tapped, we open the display action. So here we say command. So we can actually do this. So gesture command, we binding expose We say type. So open this, we say X type should be view models, then the employee view model. So if we do that, then you specify the path. Specify the path. Our path is here, which is this one. You can come here, specify that, and you say command. Then parameter, you need to specify the parameter. The command parameter equals to binding dot. So that is it. We'll press enter here. It's fine. So we can try launching our app. Yeah, you can see we have our data. So if we try to tap one of the record, it will give us edit or delete. So if we say edit, it should take us to this page. It should take us to now the add or update employee page. But if we say delete, so let's get back. So if we say delete, it should actually delete our record. You see, we don't have any record. So if we do that, it deletes our record. So that is it. So now when we tap our record, it doesn't give us our value. So we need to have the values pre-filled here. So let's see what is not happening. So on our add view model, so we'll come here. We have this one. So let's see these. Have it here. So on our view, we have specified our add employee on our view. On our action, we need to specify these, then our model. And if we add, we need to pass the parameters. So on our view, we need to get our view model. So that should be fine. So if we do this, see we have a list, so we can add our employee, Jared, Juma, Karanja. Test at gmail.com. Then you save. If you go back, you'll find your list. So if you edit, you can remove. So that is it. We are going to learn about switching pages in .NETMAUI. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous video about creating .NETMAUI application. So today we'll be doing a simple demonstration on how to navigate from one page to another in .NETMAUI. So let's create a new page. So if you don't know how we have arrived to this application, you can consider watching our previous video on creating CRUD operation on .NETMAUI using SQLite. So on our application, we'll just click on our app, then new, then a new item, then we'll choose .NETMAUI, then .NETMAUI content page XAML. So you can say this is a students list page. So then add. So this is our students list page. So it says welcome to .NETMAUI. So you can add another label down here. Then you can say this is students list. This is students list. Then we can create another page now. We call it students details. Call it students details page. Details page. That is it. So we can have this as a students details page. Students details page. That is it. So let's register our pages on AppShell. So come to AppShell, then appshell.xaml.cs. Then we need to add our root. So we will be adding these two pages. So we'll copy that, then here, then add these, then also copy these and add the other page for the students list page. So we'll add these also. Then we will also register these pages on our MAUI program.cs file. So this is our pages, our views. So we'll need to register them here. So we'll also register details. Okay. So we are going to use MVVM technique. So let's create a view model for list page. So I have a folder for view model. So create new, then new class. So I like having the view page, then add the view model in front of the view page so that it is easier for you to maintain the app. So this is it, public. So that is our view model for list page. We can also create another view model for details page. So come here, then create details page. Details page, then add view model. So have this as public. So that is it. So we have our two models for the list page and the details page. These models as well, we need to register them under program MAUI program.cs. So I have a section for view models. So I'll just copy these, then add these here, copy these as well, then add the one for details. You can copy that, then add them there. So that is it. So our next thing, come to the details, students details page. Then we can have our students view model here. You can call students list view model. Then we say view model. You can use this. Then we can have here as this dot we can bind, then is equals to view model. So we can also do this to our details page. So we can have students details page, then we can have the view model, then we can bind this dot binding context, then we can tap. So that is it. So on our students details page, we don't have anything. So we need to add buttons on our pages. When you click that button, it takes you to the next page. So on our students page, so first thing that we need to do, let's first run our app so that you are able to see how it is. So come to app shell, then change the list here. We have the students list. This to be our first landing page. So if we launch our app, we should be able to see students list page. So it's launching. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. Put down below some comments to encourage us in posting more videos. Also, let's give topics in case you need something that you need to actually demonstrate on our next video. Like, share, and even subscribe. So app is launching. It's taking time. Great. So our app is launching. So you can see. So great. So you can see we have a students list page. Then this is a students list. So when we come to our students list page, you can actually change the title. You can call students list. So this is the title. Then here we can actually put in some padding. You can say 10. So if you just open your app, we can reload the app. We see the app is reloading. Great, you can see students list. So we can also put in some styles. So let's say font. Say font size. Can have it as 16. Can also have these as 16. Great, can relaunch our app. You'll see the changes. Great, so we have our students list. So what we need to do now, let's have a button. So we can have another button here. Button, say text. Button text should be, you can call it next page. Then you can close. So this is our button. So if we launch our app, we should be able to see this button. So that is how you define buttons in NETMAUI. You can see our button, next page. So when we click this button, it takes us to the students details page. So when we open our students details page, we can change the title, students details page. Then we can have we can also add some padding, which is 10, then some font size, let's say 16. Then we can also copy that and have it here. So the next thing that we need to do, we are going to use on our students list page. Let's go to the definition. So we need to define button here. So you need to define a button when you a command. Actually, when you click that command, it takes you to the next page. So what we need to do, let's go straight to what we. So let's create our constructor here. Public list page. So that is it. So that is our constructor. So let's define our button. Let's say private async, then void, then we call next page command. Then we do that. Then we do that. Then at the top here, we annotate with I command. So that is it. So when we click this button, this command, what it should happen, let's continue editing. What it should happen, it should take us to the next page. So which is the details page. So let's do this. So you can say await shell, then we say current, then you can say go to async. Then here we can now define, we do this, we can define our link. That is the page that we want to navigate to. So you do that. Then here you say name. Sorry, here we need to do this. Yes. Then you say name of. Then you specify the page. So you can say students details page. Then we close here. So that is it. So this command, copy that command. So copy this command. Let's go to students list. Then on our command button, we need to define the event. So when it is clicked, we need to trigger our command. So we use command. Then you say, put that, you say binding. Then put this next page command. So that is it. So when we run our project, when we clicked on students list page, it should now take us to students. Let's go to our students. Yeah, so this is the students. So let's on our details page, we have defined that. So let's launch our app. We can actually have a breakpoint here. Then we will see if we will hit our view model. So let's do this. Put in a breakpoint. Then we can launch. So it seems like we have an error. So let's see what is it. It says namespace view already contains definition of students page view model. So let's see. There's an error somewhere. Is it our constructor? Let's see. Not really. Our constructor is fine. So let's try to see. Do you have two namespace employee view already considered definition of students list page view model? Let's see. Okay. I get it. So let's see if we can use on our command here. Let's do this. Remove this. Then here, let's see if we can use relay command. Relay command. It's not, so we can just use. So for the current version, you can actually use relay command. So I'll show you on our next video. We can use that. For now, let me use I command. Then what happens to I command? It actually adds some text here called command in front of our so that is so there is something. Oh, we have a warning here. We need to see what is happening. Namespace view model already contains namespace students view model. You see our command? It is actually next page command. So you need to put in just next page and it will add the keyword command in front of the. So let's build this. There's something not going on well. Solve this error. What you need to do, come to students list, page view model. Then we need to add something called observable object. Observable object, then these will be, and now these are spatial. So these are students, these are controller. Then we have our next page, I command. So this will be next page command. Then when we click it, it should navigate to students details page. So if we come to students list, this should be next page command. So that is fine. So let's launch our app. We see if it will take us to the next page. So it is launching. So if we click here, great. So you can see it has taken us to our details page. So if we click at the top here, it will take us back. Great. So you can actually navigate to the next page. So let's assume we want to add a button on the details page to take us back. So you can copy the students list button, then come to details page. Then here we can call this previous page. Then on our students details page, come to the view model, students details view model. So we can have this as partial. Then you can add observable object so that we don't have the same error. Observable object. Great. Then we can have our controller here. Constructor, I mean. Can have our constructor. Then you can call this students details view model. Then here we can now have a button. So you can copy our previous code for navigation to the next page. Then on the details page, you paste here. Then you change the command. You say this is previous page command. Then it will take us to the details page. So you can copy this and we change this to details page. Then we'll change our command to, on the details page, we change our command to previous page, then we add command. So if we launch our app, it is launching. So this is the next page. This is our initial page, the students list. So if we click next, it will take us to the students details page. So to navigate back, we can use the top button or even this one that we have customized. So if we click it, previous page, it will take us back to the students list. So that is how you navigate between pages in NETMAUI. So you're able to create a simple application to add employee using SQLite. So you are able to create a simple CRUD app using SQLite. So if you're new to this video, consider watching our previous video on how to add an employee using SQLite database in .MAUI. So for today's video, we will be focusing more on tab in .NETMAUI. So you can see I have a simple project where I have my models here for employees model. Then I have my view models. I have my view models here. Then I also have my app shell employee list where we were able to populate employees data. I have my MAUI program.cs file where I add some services, views, and my view model. Then students details page to populate the details of the students, and the list page for the students. So if you open the app shell section, you'll be able to see that we have shell content with it. So what we need to do, we need to have our app shell. So what I'll do is we'll comment this. Just comment this. So this is our simple app that we were creating previously. So I'll just stop it. So on this app shell, so on this app shell, I just have my tab bar. Then I'll give it a name. Which is students. Let's call it employees tabs. Then inside here we'll have our tab. Then on this tab, so this is our first tab, so you can have the title. You can call it home. So I have my tab. So inside this tab, we need to have a page. So inside here we'll do a shell content. So just do this. So inside here I need to specify some properties on what I'm using. So one of it is the content template, then data template, then local, then here I need to have my view. So we'll have main page. So that is one of our tabs. So we can add our root. So we'll have our root there. So on our root, we can specify the main page. So you can relaunch our app. We see what will happen. So our app is launching. So this is our tab. So let's provide a list here. Let's stop this. Then we can replace this with employee list. You see. So if we just launch this, we'll be able to see only a single page with employees list. Yes, you can see we have an employees list, and you can actually add an employee. A new test@gmail.com. Then you can choose the calendar. Then you can save. Then you will be able to see our list of employees here. So that is our first tab. So you can not be able to see the tab. So if you see down here, we don't have tabs. The reason being is we only have one tab, so that is why you cannot see the tab. So to add another tab, you can add 2 tabs. So we have can call it search. Then you can have another section. We call it account. So it's same. So if we relaunch our app, so our app is launching. You can see now we have our home, which is our list of employees. We also have our tab here, which is also employee list, and an account, which is also an employee list. So if we replace these with new pages, so we can actually create a search page on our app. So we do this, then new item, then .NETMAUI content page, then we call this search page, then add. So when it's add, we can say welcome to search page. So we can actually use this now on our app shell. You can replace the search page here. Then you can create another one for account page. Add new item, content page, then account page. Then if you add that, you can say welcome to account page. So you can copy this, then app shell, then you can replace this here. So if we relaunch our app again, so you can see we have our home search. You can see now our page is welcome to search page, account. It is going to account page. So we have the different pages and the tabs. So that is how you have the tabs in your app shell. So another thing that you need to know is you can actually have icons. So you can just use icon, then you provide the name of the icon. So let's see if we have some icons. So I think I don't have any. Let me just, I think I don't have any, but you can actually add icons on your app shell. So another thing that you need to know is within the app shell, for example, this one, we can add these pages. Let's assume we add another page inside this content. our first tab. So if we do that and we relaunch our application, we see what will happen. So we have 3 shell content inside the first tab, which is home. So our application is launching. There you are. So you can see we have under the home page, at the top here, we seem to have some tabs. If you click it, you'll be able to see that it is actually moving. So within the home page, because we have under the home page, we have 3 shell content. So you can be able to see at the top here, we have some tabs. But now you cannot know. So we can actually provide some labels. We can actually provide some text. So to do that, we come to shell content, then you say title, then you say home, then on this one you also say title, then you say search, then on this one also you say title, then you say account. So if we do that, let's relaunch our app. So our app is launching. You can see we have the home, search, and account at the bottom here. But when we go to home, we are able to see we have 3 pages: the home, search, and account within under home. So that is how you work with tabs in .NETMAUI. So our under the services folder, we have the employee service. So this is where we were creating the database. So I'm going to create another folder. Then we can call this data store, or we can call this data DB context. So we can call it DB context. So under the DB context, let's create a class called application database context. So application database, or we can say app DB context. You can call this application DB context. So let's just call it application DB context. So this is a public class. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to our services folder. Then I'm going to copy some of the files, some of the things here. So let me copy this. So on our application here, I'm going to, let's have a constructor, or we can just have it as it is. Let's have a constructor. You can call it just do that. Then you can close it here. So there's some. Then so we need our DB connection. So let's go to app service. Then let's copy the SQLite connection. Then you can have it here at the top. So this is supposed to be that way. Then we need to do away with that. So this is that. Then you can do that. Then you can also close. So we need to import our employee table using models. So you can see we now have, so this one you can just remove a weight so that we have it that way. So let's do something. We can actually delete, or we can just leave it. So I'll show you how you can do that. So this is our employee table. So let's create another table. We had employees. So these are some of the fields that were there. Employee primary key, which was the primary key, is the ID, first name, middle name, last name, email address, and date of birth. So assuming we want another, let's create, we want a list of countries. So we can say country. So this is our class of countries. So this is public. So then we can, let's borrow some things. So we can have our primary key as the ID. Then you can say public string. We can say code. So we have the country code and the name. So you'll have the country code, then you can have the country name. So here we can say the name. So that is fine. Then we can have, so for a case, so I'll create something called constituency. So then I'll do the same here. So I'll have the primary key. So this is my table. So you can actually create your own tables, guys. So this is my tables. So I'll create public. So this is a constituency, that will be the ID, then code, then name. Then what I need to do, I also need a foreign key. So I'll say country ID. So I'll provide it there. Then I can create another table called location. So I'll copy the same primary key. So under location, I'll say public. Then here, that is my primary key. Then I'll have my location code. So I'll say here the location code. Then I can provide the name, location name. Then I'll need to provide a foreign key. So I'll provide, this will be constituency ID. Then I can do sublocation. So these are some of my tables. So you can actually be creating yours. So this is sublocation public. So I'll showcase how we are creating multiple tables. Then sublocation, I'll do that. Then I can copy some of the items here. Then I'll paste them here. Then I can also have my foreign key for the location. So these are related. So this will be location ID. Then I can also say I want to record up to the village. So this is the village. So public. Then I'll say that. Then I can copy some of my fields. Then under village, I'll say sublocation ID, location ID, then village code and the village name. Then I need to have my primary key should be auto incremental. So I'll have it here. So these are some of my tables, guys. So I have the village sublocation. This one is the product, so I'm not using that one. Location, employee, country, then constituency. So what I need to do, I'll come to my application DB context. Remember, our database is called main database. So we'll say main database, then DB3. So to create our tables, so I'll do this. So I'll add that. Then I'll copy my country name. I'll paste it here. Then my constituency, I'll paste it here. Then my location, I'll paste it here. Then my sublocation, I'll paste it here. So what is wrong with this? It is ambiguous. So let's see what's wrong with it. Okay, let's see. Yes, that name is ambiguous. It's actually being used. So let's say we can call these locations. So we can rename our location to locations. So that will be fine. So if you come to application DB context, this should be locations, then sublocations. So these are actually our tables. So the app should be able to create these tables. So we need to replace something. So on our MAUI program.cs file, we need to actually have to register our application DB context. So I'll just do that. Then have our application DB context here. Then we can actually import. So that is fine. So on our application DB context, we need to have it under app shell. So app shell is fine. Then under app. So on the app, what I need you guys to do is under app, we need to create our database once the app launches. So how we do that? Come here. So we'll say public. Then we do that. Then you can say database, then get. Then we need to import this one. Yes. So after it has done that, so we will say our database. So we need to initialize it. So we'll say our database is equals to new. Remember, we have our constructor on our app.db context. So we'll say new. Then we can as well do that. So this should be fine. So on our application DB context, you can see, guys, we have the employee, country, constituency, and the location and sublocation. Then we have a village. I had forgotten that. So we can add the village. So you can add the village. So these are actually our tables. So we'll say table 1. So this is our table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, table 5, and table. So we have 5 tables. So let's build our project. We see in case we've introduced any kind of errors. So our application is building. So if you're new to this channel, guys, consider subscribing, like our video so that we can be able to reach more people and even recommend us to your colleagues. So in case you have any suggestions that you feel we need to do, then feel free to comment down below and we'll be quick to respond with the video or even to your comment. So we have, so our project is done building. So what we need to do, it's actually almost done. So let's just wait. So let's see how our app looks like. So this is how our app looks like. So we have the form. If you click the form, you'll be able to see this form. So we had already done this form on our previous video, so consider watching. So we want to show a list of these items. So what we are going to do, we are going to activate our navigation drawer. So let's go to our app shell. Then there's this shell layout behavior disabled. So if we just get away with this one, we remain with that. So let's try to launch. So you should be able to get only one item on our page. Missing. So what you need to do, okay, so let's do this, guys. So I'm going to have a list of flyout items. So what I need to do, I'll say flyout items. So flyout item, then I'll close that. So inside the flyout item, I will provide the name, which is, let's say, so this should be this way. So we'll say home. So then we need to say the title of the flyout item. So we'll say title. So we'll provide the title of this. So the title will be, so we'll say employees. So we'll call this employees list. Then we can also now provide the shell. So this one, our shell content, we'll have it here. So we'll have our shell content there. Then this one should now navigate to the list of employees. So we'll have it as a flyout item. So if we just launch the app, we should be able to get one item. Sorry, so there's something not. So we'll say that and that should be fine. Yeah, so it should not actually include this one. So we should get, so what I'm supposed to do here, I'm supposed to close this one here to be that way. So if we launch our app, it should be okay. So our app is launching. Let's see how it will appear. So sorry. So it's launching. Let's see. So we are using flyout item, guys. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. So you can see we have now this navigation. So you can be able to navigate. You can see we have the employees list and we have the list here. So you can also add the rest. So you can copy all this. Then we'll have, we'll say country. Then we'll say country list. Then you'll say constituency. Then you say constituency list. Then you can also say here locations. Then you'll say locations list. These are flyout items. These are actually, so we can call these, that is, we can have sub locations. Can call sub locations list. Then we'll have our finally villages. So this one will be villages list. So the title here will be villages. So we'll just copy this, say here list. I mean, this should be sublocation list. Then this should be location list. Then this should be constituency list. Then we can have a countries list. So let's try and launch. You see what will happen. So let's wait and see. Yes, you can see you have the employees list, county list, constituency list, location list, sublocations list, and the villages list. So if we click any of these guys, it is taking us to the employees list page. So we need to have each of them to have an individual list. So we are going to create a list. So let's close these ones, try to remove some unnecessary files. So I'm going to remove some files here that are not part of our videos. So I'll just remove, because we'll be building on this app, guys, so that you'll be able to see how it comes up. So I'll just remove that. So I'm going to, so under program.cs, I'm sure there are some things that will not be quite okay. So I'll remove some. Then under, I'm sure it is fine. Then under app, it's fine. Then app shell, we remove these ones. So I'm going to create a list of countries. So we'll add a new page. So let's right click, then new item, then .NETMAUI, then .NETMAUI content page. So you're going to use content page XAML file. So we'll say countries list. So this is countries list, then add. That will be our list. So title will say countries list. Then we'll need another one for constituency list. So this is constituency lists. So that is fine. Then we'll add another one for locations list. So it is there. So we have it here. Then we can add another one for sublocations list. Do that. So sublocations list. Then I'll add another one for villages, village lists. Then we'll have these lists here. So after you have done that, guys, what you need to do is to register these pages on our MAUI program.cs file. Remember that. So we'll come to our MAUI.program. So under views, so I want to register all these pages. So I'll copy that. I'll register for the countries. Then I'll do for the constituencies. Then I'll do for the locations. Then I'll do for the sublocations. Then I'll do for the villages. So I'll copy the one for the villages. Then after we have done that, so we can now tie our navigation under the app shell with the correct views. So the first one was employees. The second one was country. So you can add the country, and this is the root. Then constituency, you can copy constituency. Then you can have it here, then there. Then locations, you can copy the locations. You can have it here, then here. Can sublocations, copy the name. Ensure the name matches. The name, then villages, we can have our villages. Then here, then here. So after you have done that, if we launch the app, it should take us to the individual navigation pages for what we have done. So sorry, this remember the files that we deleted. There are some items that are missing. So I'll just get rid of the students view models as well. So we'll be building on our employees app. Let's see this if there is an issue. Nothing. Yeah, so there are some items on this other end. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing to get to know how this video started or how we created our employee app. Then watch our description down below. There is a link. We are tying the link there so that you can be able to watch from the initial video. But if you watch our previous video, then this is a continuation of some of your concerns, guys. So we are going to proceed with this video, and we'll be able to create a complete app on .NET MAUI. So if you like this video, subscribe and like the video. Comment down below in case you have any suggestion or how we do our video for any improvements. So as you can see on our lists, now we can have the employees list as our main page, then the counties. It is taking us to the countries page. Then we have the constituencies, then we have the locations, then we have the sub-locations, then we have the villages. So for today's video, guys, we are going to leave it at that point. So we had created some database on our previous video. So if you're new to this channel, consider watching the link below so that you can be able to watch and understand our previous video. So we have a database: employees, country, constituency, locations, sub-locations, and village. So these are some of our tables. Then we have our database is called main database. So we had created some pages on constituencies list, country list, locations, sub-locations, and villages. So we are going to create a CRUD app on .NET MAUI using SQLite. So previously I had created constituencies list, then we have the countries list, then we have the locations list, sub-locations list, and the villages. So what I've done, so if you watched our previous video, I've actually segregated these into folders. As you can see, I've been able to group them. So under constituencies, we'll be having all the pages for constituencies, then countries will be having all the pages for countries, then locations, same thing, then sub-locations, same thing, then villages, the same thing. So you can actually have them in folders so that we don't have a very huge list with some of the pages maybe alternating, or it is difficult to actually maintain the app. Then after that, under app shell, you need to actually borrow some of those pages. As you can see, we had only local. This is the namespace. For now, we have introduced country, then it will give us the link for the countries, then constituencies. Ensure that you have done this so that you can be able to use them on app shell. So on the app shell, under layout item, we will be going now to, in case you want to, for the data template, to specify the root, that is the countries list. So it is actually found under country, which is under views, then country. So you need to specify those so that you don't get an error. So I ensure that you have done this. And for each of the constituencies, you ensure you give it the correct name so that you can be able to navigate to those pages. Then another thing, under the MAUI program.cs file, so you'll see that for these pages, it is now under views, then countries, then country list. And the same for the constituencies location. So you'll actually borrow all the folders that it has. So I think that is all for what we had done before. So the next thing that we are going to do is to now create the list. So the list pages had an empty label. We had no data for the list. So countries, you can see we have nothing. Then location list, we have nothing. Then sub-locations and the villages. So we are going to create a collection view that will hold our data. So the first thing that we need to do, we are going to create the view models for each of these pages. So under the view models, we are going to create the countries. So I'll create the view model based on the pages. So I'll recommend you do that so that you don't confuse the view models and the pages, so that every page has its equivalent view model. So I'll just create a new class. Then I'll say this countries. So ensure the names are the same, countries list, then add view model. So I'll do that for the first one. So this is our countries view model. So I'll do public. Then for the constituency, I'll also do the same. I'll create another constituency. So constituency list, then view models. So this is the view model for constituencies lists. Then I'll do the same for locations. So I'll say location list, then view model. So I'll do the same for the sublocation. So ensure you have created every page with its view model. So under constituencies, I'll do the same. This is public. Then, so I'll try to zoom so that you can be able to understand and see them. Then I'll create sublocation. So this will be sublocation list view model. So that is it. Then this is public. Then I'll do the villages. So I'll say villages list view model. Then this is public. So I've created the view models that resembles my views. So ensure you have all the view models that resembles the views. So under each of the pages, I'm going now to bind our views, our view model to the views. So for example, under the list, under the countries list, I'm going to say here, I'll do private. So I'll say private countries list view model. Then I'll say this is view model. Then inside this constructor, so I can close this. So I'll say this dot bind context. Then I'll give it my view model. So I can actually say this, then I'll say is equals to, or I can do countries. I'll do this countries. I'll show why we actually have done this at the top. So don't worry, I'll show you why. So you can actually inject it here. Then you say is equals to model. So you can do that. So I'll do that for each of these pages. So under constituency, I'll do the same. Private constituency view model. Then I'll say view model. So you can actually follow our video and create your own app based on what we are demonstrating. So if you are new to this channel, please consider subscribing so that you can be able to reach more people. Bind, and you can also comment down below what you will want us to be doing. So I'll say that, then I'll say is equals to, say view model, view model, then I'll say is equals to that. So after that, I'll proceed with the location. So I'll say private, then I'll say location view model, then model, then I will say this dot bind context is equals to view model, then I'll say is equals to model. That is it. Then I'll do the same for the locations. So guys, those who are asking the source codes, will be providing the source code, but only to the subscribers. So if you want to get the source code of this project, then please subscribe. We'll be sharing the source code to our members. So for the sublocations, so I'll say sublocations view model, then I'll say view model. So I want to give a shout out to Yasmina. So a big up. So we are doing this video so that based on your recommendation. So this is a view model. Then we'll say, so Yasmina, if you're watching, please comment down below. Then I'll say this model. So that is it. So I'll do the same for the villages. So I'll do private village list. Then I'll say view model. Then I'll come here and also inject this here. I'll say model, then I'll say this dot bind. I'll do that, then I'll say view model is equals to that. So after I've done that, we can try to launch our app. I don't know why it's taking too long. So our app is taking too long. So I'll cancel. Then I'll try to clean. I'll clean the app so that you're able to see what is going on. So after we have done those, added the view model. So the next thing I want you to do, guys, I want you to come to my program.cs. Then every view model that we have created, we need to actually register them. So I'll come here. So ensure you have registered every view model that you have created. So I'll start with the countries. So I'll say here, countries, view model, constituency, view model, then locations, view model. Then I'll also add sublocations, view model. Then I'll do locations list. I mean, yeah, that is the villages. Sorry, villages view model. So we have done that. So we have registered also the pages are already registered, you can see. So we have it here. So we have our view models there as well. So everything is should be fine. So for those who haven't subscribed and the returning subscribers, welcome back and remember to subscribe. So let's our app is taking long. I don't know why. So let me try to clean. It is done, then we can rebuild. So it's rebuilding. So if you have any suggestion or comment, you can comment down below, then we will do a video based on your comment. So for those who are new, so we have our tables. We had created our tables, and to just give you a highlight on how the tables looks like, for example, the countries, we have the ID, which is auto incremental, then the code and the name. So we have our tables under models. So we have the village, which is also as the ID. We have the sublocation ID, code, and the name. Then locations, we have the location ID, code, and the name. And this is a primary key. We have locations, sublocations. So these are our tables. So we have so this is how we are creating our database. So you can actually register the database service on so you can see we have done it here. So we have it here. So this is has been registered here. Then under program, you can also relaunch it under when you are launching the app, so that it is able to create. The first thing to do is to create the database and the tables before you actually start the app. So you can actually register these here, then you can initiate it. So it will actually now come to the constructor, and it will actually do all this before you actually launch your app. So another thing to do is you can actually do wait. So you ensure that you wait for it to create the tables. So you can do wait async. So you can do wait. Let's do wait. Then also this one, wait, when you are now initializing the tables, you can also do here wait. So we can also do a wait. You can also do a wait. Then you can also do another wait here. So this is how you should do. So we have our tables here. So we'll be enhancing this as we progress. So our app has launched. So you can see we have the navigation, the countries list, the constituencies, the locations, sub-locations, and the villages. So as you can see, it is actually empty. So to begin with, we are going to create a collection view. So I'm going to copy something we have done for the countries. So this is our collection view. Sorry. So I'm going to create this. So I'm going to copy this. So I'll copy under the countries list. I'm going to replace it with what I've copied. So this is how it looks like. So you can actually use it. So something that I'm going to do is to actually now bind. So I'll go to the employees view model. So I'm going to copy one of the things here. So I'm going to copy, let's see. So under the countries list, we have the collection item source. So it is getting from employees. So we are going to copy the observable collection. So just come here, then we're going to paste this under countries view model. So we'll have a constructor, public countries. So let me just copy that here. Then I'll copy this. Then we do this. So this is our constructor. I'll copy that. So I'll do this. So this is our constructor. So here we are going to use the country model. Country, then we'll do a country model here again. Then here we'll say countries. So our item source will be now the countries. You can say countries list. So come to countries, then our item source will be countries list. Then the binding, here we are going to display only the code, then we can display the name. Then you can actually remove this, and you can also remove this. So that is how it should work. So the others, view model, we can specify the view model that we are using. So we can also have our title. I'll say title, we'll say countries list. So you can actually remove this gesture. We just leave that as it is. So this is our collection view for the countries. So we'll add a button under our countries. So we'll copy this, paste it here. So we can have here, we can say observable object. So we'll do that. Then here you can say add new country. So then the navigation tool, we are going to navigate to our, so we need to add a country page. So come to the country folder, then add a new page. So this will be new page. So we'll say add new country page. So that is add a new country page. So this is our new country page. So under the countries view model, so we'll add that here. So we'll specify add the namespace. Then we can actually add the page on our MAUI program.cs file. So we can register the view. So we'll do that. Then we'll say page. So under countries, so we'll have that. Then under the page, that is fine. So if we go here, we have the add new country. So this will be add new country command under the list page. So we'll add this, then we say command, then we'll say the name is add country. So I'll show you guys. In fact, we can actually add this as a tooltip so that when you add a new country, we don't affect, we can have it at the top of our page. So to do that, we can actually have here, come at the top here, then you say content. So you can say content page. So we'll say content page tooltip, toolbar. We'll say toolbar items. So we'll say content page toolbar items. Then we can close it. So here we can now have our toolbar item. So you'll say toolbar item, then we say text, say new country, then we'll have a command. So you can copy this, we have it here, then we can close it. Then we can remove this command. So if we launch our app, everything should be fine. So let's see. There it is. So it's launching. So you can see we have a button here. So when you come to countries, you see we don't have a list of countries, but at the top you can see the difference between the employees list. You have the button here, but for us we are having a tool by item. So this is also a button. So if you click this, it will take us to a page. But now you can see it is unable to figure the route because we didn't register this page. So to register it, come to myprogram.cs. We had added it, but now we need to register it under the app XAML, not really under the app shell. So you'll do that. So you'll copy the name, then you can have the route here. So you can add the page here, then it should be able to work. So what you need to know is every page that you need to navigate to should be registered under appshell.xaml. So if we just run the app, our app is launching, then the new country button should launch and give us the add new country page from the list. So that is what we are expecting to see from our button. So let's see. So this is the employees. So country. Then if you add new country, you'll see add new country page. It has actually navigated to the new country page. So if you click the back button, it will take you to the countries list. So we can do the same for the constituencies locations. So I'll just be copying this country list. So you can see this is our list. So I'll copy this. So you'll say the countries list. That is fine. So you can copy this to the constituencies. Then we can give the title. So you'll say title, say constituency list. Then this is add a new constituency. Then so we need to bind to our view model. So there's something not going on well. So this is content page. So that is it. Okay. So under the constituencies, we can navigate to our controller. You can say this is partial. Then we can copy the one under the countries. So So you can just copy these, then we'll replace our constructor. So we'll do this, we replace it here. Then here we can say constituency. Then that is our model, the table actually. Then we can add this as observable object. Then here we need to add another page, so we'll say add new constituency. So under the constituencies, you can add another page that will be adding our constituencies. We can say add a new constituency page, then add. So that is our page. Then we need to register this page, remember. So under MAUI program, add it here. Then you can do that. Then app shell. Then you can also register that. Then do that. Then we can copy the same here. So then we need to add the namespace. So that is fine. So under the view model for constituencies, we need now to add the page, and you can borrow the view model. So everything is now fine. So this button should represent what is there under the constituencies list. So should be there, then add the command. So everything should be fine. So countries list we are now getting from the constituencies list. So we will say constituencies list. So this is the list that we should be having, we should be borrowing from. Then code and name should be fine. So if we run the app, everything should be fine. So I want you to do the same for all the pages that you have. Something is not going on right. So it's saying, so we have tampered with something. So I'll try to clean. Let's rebuild. So that is under constituencies page. It's failing, says. So we have something, yeah, I think we didn't close the content page here. Content page, that's why it's bringing some issues. So that is fine. Be careful when copying copying code, can actually cause some bugs. So that is how it should work. So I want you guys to copy to do the same for all the list pages that you have. We are using the collection view. Then we'll now see how you can add and retrieve data from SQLite. So this is the progress of our video based on NETMAUI, SQLite database, and view models. So we are using view models to bind data to our XAML pages. So let's see. So let's see how our app looks. So there it is launching. So if we come to constituencies, you can see we have the list. So if we click our button, it is taking us to the add new constituency. So I want you guys to do the same for all the pages that you have. So on our next video, we are going to see how to retrieve the list of records from the countries. So you'll see how to add and retrieve a list of countries from what we add on our add new page. So we'll see how to create the form and add a country. We'll just open the countries view model. So you can see we have an observable collection of all the countries. Then we have our add new country. So we are using that is the community toolkit MVVM. So we are using the community toolkit. That's why you can see we have the relay command here. So we actually decorate it with this. So I'll show you how you can actually do it if you don't want to decorate it or use the community toolkit. So comment down below if you actually have some recommendations that we can actually do. So this is the button now. Add new country button is the one that you are seeing on our countries list. We have it here. So this is the button that we have actually added, and it is actually a toolbar item. So we are having this as a toolbar item. So if we just come to our add new country page, this page is actually empty. So we can actually change the title of the page. We can say add new country. Then on our page, you see we don't have any records. So we can copy some of the fields for employees page that we had created. So this is how our employees page looks like. So we can actually copy this. So I'll just copy, can allow me. So we can actually copy that. Then under countries, we can have it here. So you can see this is the so you can have these, or you can get rid of this. You can have it as a stack layout. So this is the first field. So you can say this is a country. You can have it as country code. Then you can say this will be country. Then you can have it as a code. Remember that this should actually represent the actual field in our model. So if you come to our model under country, it should actually be the exact naming as we have done here. So if you go back to country, this is the country code. Then you can say the placeholder will be the country code. Then this will be the country name. Then you can have this as a country. And one thing to note, I'm using country. Remember, this is not the model. So we can actually change this. We can call this country details so that you don't confuse this with the model. I'll show you how we will define these country details. So just say country details, then this is the name. Then you can say here country name. So we can do away with the rest because we don't need them. So here we can now have, this is the button. So we'll say add country command. So I'll show you how we define that command. So then you can have can say save country. So this is how our form will look like. So come to our add new country. So we need to bind this to our add new country view model. Another thing that you need to remember is ensure that you name your pages the same name as the view model so that you don't get confused. So as you can see, our add new country page doesn't have a view model. So we are going to create a view model here. So I'll just copy the same name of our page, then create a new class. Then I'll name this add new country page view model. So this is actually now our view model for the country page. Then I'll do public. So if I come to our add new country page, I'll now define our view model. So I'll say view model. So I need to import this. Remember, it is under. So I'll just do this and say use app views. That is app view models. Then I can actually now do this. I can inject this here. Then I'll say model. Then I can say this. Those binding context is equals to view model, and I can also assign it to this. So after you have done that, what you need to do, remember, you need to register that view model under MAUI program CS. And for those who are new, remember we are doing a registration here for our services, our views, and also our view models. So our add new country page is already registered here. So we need to register the view model. So we'll say services, then you can copy our add new country view model. So remember, when we click on the add on our countries list, if we click on add new country, this button, what it will do, it will now navigate to our new country page model page for us to add a new country. So if you come to countries list, so you can see it is navigating to add new country page. So if you come to add new country page, we don't have anything already defined on our add new country page. So this is how it looks. So what we need to do here, you can have so let me just borrow something from employees model. So I need us to do something. So first, I need us to define if you come to our countries, you see these countries details under the add new country page. We need to define it under our model. So I'll come to add new country page. Then I'm going to define so what I need to do here first, I'll say observable object. So this is property. Then I'll say this is our model now, which is country. So I'll import this first so that we don't get the error. That is good. So I'll say this is partial. That is fine. So this one, we need to use the same name as we had done on our add new country. We remember these country details, but now it will be small letters. So we'll do this, then we'll say country. Then this is where will be our country. That is how it looks. So that is how you define that is how you define the view model. So these now will be used to bind the data that we are going to create. But now we can have our constructor here. So we'll do public. Then you can do this. So create a constructor there. So then we can do that. So we can actually leave this. Can actually do that, just define it as it is, then you leave it as it is. Then these countries is the one that we are using here. So country code and the country name, then add a new country. So let me copy something for our employees. So this is the button that you are going to use. So this is the button that you are going to use under add new country. So I'll just paste it here. So I'll say add new country button. So I'll say add, or this is now saving. Say save new country. We're saying add, you can just use add new country. So this is our button. So one thing that I need you guys to do, we had created an employee service that we were using to save data. So you can see this is a service. We were actually saving data to the employee. But now, assuming we don't want to create, for every section we create a service to save data. So what I'm going to do, guys, on our, I think you need to concentrate here now, because we are going to change our app so that it saves data depending on the kind of information that you give. So on our employee service, we are using this as employee service. But now I don't want to use this. I want to migrate to come to data store, our application context here. So we are going to use our application context. So under our application context, just outside the constructor, I'm going to say public virtual void. So I'm going to define the add button. So we'll say we can call it create. This is to create new record to our table. So we are going to use a T entity. So we'll supply any model there. So this will be generic. Then T entity. Then I say where entity is class, then I'll say, so do this, then we'll say, so we are going to use our DB connection. So what we'll do here, we'll say we'll copy the DB connection here, then we say dot insert async. So we can do dot insert async, then we are going to use the entity, then we can actually wait. So we are going to use this, so we can call this create async. So we are going to use this now to save our record. So we are not going to use an employee service that we have created here. So I'm going to use a generic. So I'm going to use a generic insertion. So if you come to our application, so this is it. So let's go back to our add new country page. So here I'm not going to use this. I'm going to use our created generic insertion. So how we are going to do that? So we are going to, so I'm going to remember this model. So to define now, I'm going to check to register something here. I'll say variable country data is equals to this dot this one. So I'm going to use this. So this should be country. So that is how it should. So define it that way. So because we are using this, we can actually, so this is the model here. So this is the country data. So we are expecting these country details to come with data from our form, which was this one. Remember, we have actually binded it here. So it will give us the data. So on our add new country, so we are saying country data is equals to this one. So then we need to add our data. So we need to create our data. So we can say app dot. So I don't know if we defined our, so come to app here. You see app context database. So this is the database of our app. So if we just come to our view model, remember, ensure you have defined this here. So come to add new country. So you'll say app.database. So you'll say app.current.database. So I think it's private. So we need to ensure that this is visible. So I'll need to define. So this we need to say this is public static. Then we can say get. Then we can have this as a private set. So we can have that. Then we can have as a database is equals to application DB context. So we can define it that way. Then on our application DB context, we can come to our application DB context here. So this is it. Then this is fine. So we should be able to access this here. So this is fine as well. So come to our add new country. So you can say app dot current dot. So let's see, database. I think that is fine. Then we can do dot create async. Then we need to pass in our country data. So let's see here. What is the issue? The issue gone. Let's try to build. application. So this is the issue. So you can actually, this one we are not returning any data, so it should be that way. So let's see. You can actually use database. Yeah, then we say create, so that is fine. So we are not returning anything. So we can actually try to see, we can try to have our, can try to return this as integer. So then you can say you can borrow something from here. So we can return this one to give us an int. So that is it. So this should be that way. So modify this to be DB connection, then dot create. Let me just, yeah, it was insert. So that is fine. So return this dot insert. Then we can do away with the wait. So our return, it should be that way. So let's see if we have defined it. You can have this as task. You can have it this way. Let me copy this so that we go faster. So public async task int, then create, then return. So you can say wait. So you can do that. So it's refusing. I think that's fine. You can just do this because of what we have done here. So this is how it looks. So if we come to our, so we can now have a variable response so that we check if everything went well. So if our response is greater than 0, because you are expecting to return, so you can say country saved. So this is so we'll say country details successfully submitted. Else you can display an alert. You can say not country not saved. So something went wrong while saving with the country details. So this is our button. Let's ensure we have our button. So the next thing that we need to do here, we need to actually initiate our model here, because we want to be using it to save data. So because this is a new record, so what we'll need to do, come to our constructor here, then we need to, so here we can say country details here is equals to new. You can initiate it here, say new country, that is it. So here we can actually say country, this is public. Can actually do away with this. Then we can do country, then we can say get set. You can also do that. You can do away with that. Then we can use these as country details. So then we say country is equals to new country. So if we try to launch our app, let's try to build and see if everything works well. Our app is building. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous video. So our app has successfully built, so we can launch our app. We see how it looks like. So our app is launching. So let's see. There we are. So we can see how our app looks like. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing, recommend us, and you can also inbox us for anything that you will want. So if you come to countries, so if I click new, it will take us to add new country. So you can see country code and name. So I want us to do something. Before we save, click here. We want us to debug, then we'll be able to see. So country code, I can say KE, then I can say Kenya. Then if I click save, you see our button is not hitting this command. So let's check what is wrong. So come to add new country page. Then we'll say here is, I think we should be add new. So should be add new country, then command word. So you see add new country, then you add command on our page here. So this should be fine now. Let's try. If we save it and we hit, you can see it has come here. So let's step into. So if we check our country, we should be able to expect the details that we saved. You see, you have the code KE, then ID is 0 because this should be auto incremental. Then our name is Kenya. So if we proceed, it has returned 1. So it means it has actually inserted the data to our table, our table. So if we proceed, it should return a response to us. You can see country saved, country details successfully submitted. So if we go back to our, let's try something. If you go back to our employees list, then come back to our countries page, we should be able to see the country that we saved on this page. Now the issue is we had not populated the data on our employees, that is the countries list. So the same way for the constituencies, we want to have a button to save them and locations and the rest. So for the countries, let us now do the population of the list. So to do that, let's go to our countries list. So countries list, this is how we have arranged our view model. So go to definition, let's just proceed there. So our countries list. So here I'll do public. So we have defined an observable collection, as you can see here, which will hold a list of our countries. So public void. So then we can say load countries. So this is our function. So in this function, we want now to load our countries that we are actually saving so that we populate them. So we can say countries, we can clear our list to ensure that we don't have any record. So we can say these countries and just do that. This is a function. So let's do that. So we want to retrieve the record. So I'll say variable all countries is equals to app.database. So remember this database that we are accessing, we had defined it on our app.xaml.cs. So we have our database here. So this is application DB context. We had defined our application DB context here, which actually holds our connection to the database and our tables. So if you are new to this channel, you can watch our previous videos to understand what is happening. So in our country, so we'll say database, then dot get table rows. So I had not shown you how we retrieve this data from our table. So come to our application DB context. I had shown you how you actually save data to our database using a generic create function. So this is how it looks like. So we'll be calling this function, then we pass our model, then it is able to insert the data to our database. So for the get table rows, I want to retrieve data from our table. So I've created this function. So this is a public list. Then we pass our model there. Then get table rows, we want to cast it to our model, then we'll pass our table name. So this is how it looks like. So table mapping, the namespace plus the table name, then the query will be select star from the table that we have. Then we want to return a list of our data. So one thing that I need you to modify on our app is how we define our database. So come to this is our database. So this is the namespace where our database is being stored. And another thing that I need to mention to you guys, ensure that you see my tables. My tables, I've actually moved them from the folder where we had stored them as models. So I've moved them to DB context. So I want my application DB context where I defined a database connection with my tables to be under the same folder. So ensure that is there, because if you don't do that, then you'll find some issues. So after that, I define my namespace. Just check on your app. So this is the namespace. Copy that, then paste it here, then put in a full column. Then my database file name will be my namespace plus my plus db3. So this will actually define my database name. So you can actually do that. Then our database path will be, so you can modify this to be path combine, then app directory, then the database file name. Then you can actually now put these SQLite open flags to read, to create or open the database in a read-write mode, and to create the database if it doesn't exist, and to enable multi-threaded database access. So after that, then you come to our application DB context constructor. Then we have check if the database connection is null. Then we create our database. So we pass our path and the flags to open our database as a read-write, and to create if it doesn't exist, then we have our tables. So ensure you have done this modification on your application DB context, so that when you'll get an error here if you don't actually do that. So you'll get an error for table mapping if you don't do that. So ensure you have your models under the same folder and you are using the correct namespace so that you're able to access the tables. So you're able to access the tables. So to get back to our list, come to our view model. So this is how we are doing it. So we are at countries list. So we'll say app database.get table rows. Then we pass our model. So that is our table. So this is our model. Then do that. Then put in a string. Then the name of our table. The name of our table is a country. So we do that. Then we can say to list. So we want the list of all the countries. So after we have done that, what we can do, we can actually do. We want now to append these, all the countries that has been retrieved to our countries list observable collection. So what I'll do is just copy the countries list. Then we say add range. So you can actually have this as observable range. Let's just have it as observable collection. Then we can have a for each here. Let's just do for each. We say country, country in all countries. So for each of these records, we want to add each of the item to our countries list. Remember, we had cleared the list here. So we'll do now add, then country. So after we have done that, so we are expecting this list of data to be on our countries collection. So after we have done that, we now need to call this function whenever we load this page. So we can have it here. So we can call these, we load countries whenever we access this. So we can actually have it on our constructor. So after we have done that, then we have our list of countries on our observable collection. We need to bind this list on our collection list. So come to our views, then countries. So we need to ensure that you have actually have the countries. Ensure this name, collection view item source binding countries list is the same as this name of your collection, so that you're able to retrieve the items. Then now after that, the label, we provide the code and the name. So the code and the name is the exact a label that you have on your model or your database. That is the code and the name. So I think that is how it is, and this is how our MAUI program.cs file looks like for those who are new to this channel. Then our countries list. Now we have our countries list. So if we just launch our app, let's put in a breakpoint here. We see how it will retrieve our records. So let's wait and see. So our app is launching. So if you're new to this channel, guys, consider subscribing so that you promote our videos. Like the video, give it a thumbs up, and recommend down below in case you have any suggestion about .NET MAUI. So we'll be doing a series of videos about .NET MAUI, and we actually encourage you guys to provide some suggestions. So there we are. So if we go to countries, so we can see it is now loading our data breakpoints. So we can step over. Then you can see all the countries. So we have a list of 3 countries. So we have been saving, and you can see you have TZ, ID is 2, Tanzania. Then we have KE1, Kenya. That was our first country to submit. Then KE3, Kenya. So it will actually add all our list to this section. So you can see it is adding the first country. So if we just omit this now and proceed, we should expect a list of countries. You can see, so we have actually retrieved all the countries from our app. So if we add another country, we say UG, Uganda. If we save it, you can see we want now to have a redirection. So if you save the data, we want it to redirect to the list page. So what we need to do, we need to now specify the route where we want our pages to be redirected after we save the data. So you can see if we add another country like SA, South Africa, So if we save it, it is actually saving the record, but it is not actually now giving us where to redirect our page. So to redirect our page, we'll come to our add view model, add new country page view model. So this is our button. So you can see after we have added the list here, we want after you receive the success message, then we want to redirect this to our list page. So how do we do that? So we'll say await, then we say shell dot current dot go to async, then do that. So let's say go to async, then this is a function, then put in that, then we want to specify the navigation. So we'll do that, then inside here you open, then we'll say name of, then we'll provide the list of our page. So the list of our page is the name of the countries list. So we'll copy that, then we paste it here. We say countries list. So that is it. Then we can close it here. So you can see, so it will now redirect this to our list page after saving. So redirect to our list page. So if we try again, let's try, we see when we save another country, whether it will redirect to a list page. So let's see, our app is loading. There we are. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. As we can see, we have our countries. So these are our pages, you can see. So if we add another country, we say which country are, say Algeria. So if we save this, if we click OK, it should actually redirect us to the list. Something went wrong. So you can see relative URL to shell elements is currently not supported. Try fixing your URI with. So something is wrong with our navigation. So let's go back to it. So here, what we need to do, we can actually do something. Let's do this. So copy this. Then we can say here, instead of doing that, we can actually do that. Then we can actually do that. Then 2 colons, two full stops. So put this. Then we try again. Let's try that. If it will actually redirect to our list page. There we are. So if we do this country, you can see our country is there. So we can add another one. RW, say Rwanda. So these are not the real codes, guys. So if I save it, you can see it has actually taken us back to our list. So we can actually do this so that we can be able to get back to our list. But I'll show you guys how we can navigate with a parameter to a certain page. So that is what we'll be doing on our next video. So to proceed with the video, so we can actually create now the other pages for the constituencies. So this is our add. So we can copy the one from country. So we'll just copy this. So this is how our page look like. For those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing and liking our video. So you'll say this is add new constituency. So then under the constituencies now, we need to create the view model. So you'll come here, ensure you create the view model that actually resembles your page so that you don't get confused. So we can say view model. So that's how I usually do. You can actually recommend if you have any good approach. So do that. So this is our view model. So I'll create a constructor public. Do that. Then I'll do that. So this is our constructor. Then I need to bind this so I can actually copy what is there on our add new page. So I'll copy this. Can actually, let's just type it. So we'll say public. So I'll copy my view model for the constituency. Then I'll do that. Then view model. So currently, because we have actually created some of the things, guys, so it will be easier for us now to replicate the rest. So employees app dot. So we'll say view models. So it will now have that. Then you can have it here and you say model. You can also have it here. We say these dot bind context is equals to model, and you can also assign it to view model as well. So I'll show you why I'm defining the above view model, this one, when we will be dealing with other things. So currently we have done that. So on our add page, we can actually copy what we have done for the country. So I'll just copy this, then come to add new constituency. I'll do that. Then I can say add new constituency. Then I'll say I can have this as constituency. So this is then I can say constituency details. So then I'll copy this here. Then I can have this as a partial. Then I can have this as the observable object. Observable object. that is it. So this is our country's details. So here we need to actually initiate it. So we'll say new, then you can say new, then we'll say country, constituency. This is actually constituency. So we'll do that. Then this is our button. So then constituencies, so will be is const data. So I'll define that here. The best thing about now global create, guys, you can see I'm using a global create to actually save still the data. So I'll be just be passing the model. So here I'll say constituency. So I prefer having this than creating independent service. So I'll say also country not save something with the constituency detail. So this is just what so you can actually do away with this. So I'll change my command on our add new constituency. So this will be add new constituency command. Then the details will change. It will be now constituency details. So I'll come here, I'll say constituency details, then ensure that the name, the binding of the entry code is exactly what is there. So you can see this is country and this is name. So another thing, guys, now that is coming up from this section. So when we are saving the constituency, I need to have I need to tie constituency with the country. So I'll come to constituency, add new constituency. Then I need to select the country that is where that constituency is. So we'll say the country name. So this will not be entry. So let's change this first, constituency. Then we placeholder is constituency. We change this to constituency, then this to constituency. Then we save constituency. So now I want to have a picker to select the countries list from what we had saved, guys. So this is interesting. So if we just do picker, so I'll do that. So I'll do away with this. Let me do away with this. So I'm defining a picker. So I'll close. Then inside here, I'll say X name of my picker. I'll say this is countries. So that is the name of my picker. So I need to define the item source where it will be selecting the picker. That is the list of countries that I need to select and tied to constituency. Then selected item. So I need to also know the selected item that has been selected by the user when now doing that. So before we proceed or do anything, we now need to define something. So come to our add a new constituency. So I want you to define our collections of, I need us to define a collection of countries. So I'll just come to countries list. We can copy this collection, then come to our countries page. I mean the constituencies page. Then we can paste that. Then we can say countries list. So we can leave it as it is. So this is the list of countries. We need to populate these countries when now loading creating our constituencies. So first thing that we need to do, we need to actually define a selected country. So we'll say public, then this will be country. Then I can say selected country. This is the country that the user will be selecting. So then I will say, inside there, I'll say get, then set. So I want us to do something. So I'll define I'll come here and say public. Then I say country. I'll say country. Then I'll say underscore selected country. So I want us to do that. Then when you come down here, after we have done that, I want us to define, we say get, then we do this. We want it to give us the selected country. So then we say set. So set, then we do that. Then we can actually say if. So we say if underscore selected country is equals to null, then we say is equals to value. Let's do that. Then return. Then we after return we say underscore selected country is equals to the value. So guys, when we select a country, this is what we will want our country to be tied here for the country that we have selected. So come to our add new constituency. Under selected item, just do binding. So you'll say here binding. Then paste in the name that you have done. So we can also do a comma, then say mode. We want it to be two-way. So we can actually auto-detect what the user has done. Then the item source, we want the item source to be a list of all the countries. So our item source will be the countries list. So come to copy that, then come to add new, then we say binding. So we'll say binding. Then countries, we can also do mode, then two-way. So that is what is there, guys. So after we have done that, we can actually play, we have the title. We can have the title of our select. So we'll say title, sorry, should be inside here. So we'll say title should be select country. So let's see. So after we have done that, so we need to load the countries. So we need to load the countries when we open the page. So come to our, remember we have not added the countries here. So we need to have all the countries list on our collection. So what we need to do, we need to pre-populate all the countries here. So we'll come to our constructor, then we say, we can actually load countries. Let's do this. We can copy what was there on our countries list. So come to our countries list, then we can copy this. So come to add new country. Then if we paste this here, so it will actually, sorry, it should not be here. It should be under add, constituencies. There we are. So you can copy this here. So you can see load countries. So we want to load the countries and actually save the countries list on our observable collection. So we'll be having our countries on our observable collection. So if we do that, we expect now our list to be having countries, and we have actually mapped it. So it seems there is an error. Can't remove this. We have actually mapped it to our constituents countries list here. So after we have done that, when we are saving our data and add new constituency here, we need to assign the constituency a country ID. You can see on our constituency table, we want a country ID. You see here, we want our country ID. So what we need to do, we need to tie it to when we are saving it. So come here, then you'll say, and maybe we want to have, so we can say if we say selected dot, we can actually say if selected is equals to null. So we want to ensure that the user actually saves data, actually selects the countries. Then we can actually give an alert. We say select country, say, then we can say please. So you can have here an error, please select country. Then okay, then we can actually return so that they don't, it doesn't proceed. Then if this is not null, then down here we can say our const data. So we want to assign the ID to our country. So we'll say const data dot country ID will be equal to selected country.id. Then we now save our data. So that is how it is, guys. So we can actually test now so we can put in here then we can launch our app. We see how it looks. So we have actually added a picker on our page. So you can see we have a picker for countries. So let's see how our app looks like. So our app is launching. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So if you subscribe, guys, you actually make us able to reach more people. So, and if you also have some comments, you can comment down below. So if you come to constituencies list, so we can create a new button. Something went wrong. So we add not, so we actually, you can see, unable to resolve service for type, add new constituency view page while attempting to activate it. So what we have not done, after we created our view model, we were supposed to register it under MAUI program.cs. So come to view models, then we actually register it. So this is builder.services.add transient. Then we can add our view model here. So that is it. So then we can do that. So that is fine. So we can relaunch our app. We see if everything goes well. So this is how our app looks like for those who are new. So we, after completing these videos, for those who want the source code, we'll be sharing the source code, and we'll actually be checking if you have subscribed. So subscribe, guys, if you want the source code. So let's see if our video is loading. So there we are. So if you come to constituency, then we'll say new. You can see it has now taken us to add new constituency. So we have the country name, which will be a picker. You see we have our placeholder, select country. Constituency code should be the code where we will save the code, then the constituency name. So if we click on select country, we are supposed to be getting the list of countries, but you can see it is not giving us. So let's see what is the issue. So come to our add new constituency, then add new constituency page. So there we are. So if we click load countries, what happens? So let's see. So if we go back to countries, then we come back to constituencies, then new. So you can see, let's see if it is giving us the list of, you can see you have 7 countries. So there we are. So it is actually adding them. So I think the issue is on our collection. So we can actually change this to observable. So change this to observable, then range collection. So change that to observable range collection. So we'll do that. So let me just stop this. So we can actually use MVVM. So I'll do away with this. So there we are. So change this to observable range collection. Then we can actually do away with this one. Instead of doing a for each here, we can actually do countries list dot add range. So it will actually replace anything that is there and with the new values. Then you can do away with this. Then ensure that we have our countries list is the exact name, and the new constituencies is actually our item source. So I think that is fine. So if we just proceed, let's see if we have binded everything, then that is so. I can actually do, let's do this. Yes, should be this way. Let's do that. So that this is assigned. So if we launch our app, Let's see how it will look. So we have actually changed something here. So we have changed this to observable range collection. Then the others is fine. So let's see. So our app is launching. For those who are new, remember to subscribe and like the video. So let's see how our app will look like. So come to countries, constituencies, new. So it is also doing that. Then you can see we have 7. That's fine. So if we click select, you can see it is giving us a list of employee, then country. So we need to get the we need to have these as a we need to have these as the data. So let's see what is wrong with our countries list. So if we do that, come to our add new constituency, then we have not displayed something. So the issue now is come here and we say item display binding. We want to show the name of our country. So we'll say item name display binding, then we'll say binding, then we say so here we'll put in the name. So just type in the name. So it will give us the name of the countries. So if we do that, so this is how the picker looks like. So we'll proceed. So our app is launching. Let's see how it looks like. So let's see. It's taking some time to load. So that is fine. So come to constituencies, then new. So let's remove these breakpoint. Then select country. You can see now, select country, Kenya, Tanzania. So this is the list of countries that we have. So if I select Tanzania, then I say constituency code is TZ. Then I say Tanza. So if I save, you can see this is our breakpoint on the saving button. So if we proceed next, our countries list here, you see it is having the code that we had already indicated and the name. So we don't have the country ID. So the country ID, we should actually get it from our selected country. So our selected country, you see, is Tanzania with an ID too. So if we, you see, it has actually jammed our check here because it is not null, and it has actually assigned ID 2 with our data. So if we proceed, if you check const data, it will be having now the TZ, the country ID, which is 2, ID, which is the primary key for the constituency table, is 0, which will be auto-incremental. Then the name is Tanza. So if we save that, we should be able to, you can see the constituency details successfully submitted. So, and it has taken us to our list page. So we can now save another country. Do that, then we say Kenya, we say Nai, then we say Nairobi, then we actually save. So this actually doesn't represent the actual constituencies, guys. So it is just meant for testing purposes. So our constituencies, you can see we don't have a list of data. So we can actually borrow what we had done for the countries, come to a countries list, then our constituencies list, I think we had binded it to our view model. You can see you have the view model. So we can copy the data that we have done for countries list. So we'll copy this, then come to our constituencies list, then we can add it here. So this will be load constituencies. Then here we have these as constituencies. Then here we can now add our constituencies here. So we can actually also change this to observable range collection. And you can do away with this. Then you can do this also. That is fine. Then we are actually using MVVM helpers, so ensure you install that. Then we can do away with this. Then do that and add range, then it will be, this is now we are retrieving constituencies, so we'll change this here, then the name of our table will pass that. So I'll show you how you can actually filter some record from a table. So all constituencies, we can replace that here. Then we need to bind our constituencies to our list here. So we had actually done that. So these are the constituencies. We want to retrieve the code, and we can actually add another. So we have the code and the name. So let's see that first. Then I'll show you something small. So after we have done that, so let's see. So that is saving. So our app is launching. So we come to constituencies. You can see it has given us 2 constituencies. So if we create another one, we say South Africa, SA, say Southwest, Southwest. Then we save. It has saved successfully, and you can see it is not. It has not given us the list. So let's see what is wrong with our constituencies view model. So if we come to constituencies view model, so it's supposed to load the constituency. So we should clear that, then we replace it with this one. So let's see if we come back, go back, then return. Let's see how many constituencies are there. Then let's add another one, say Rwanda, then Rwandin. So that is fine. So this is so let's try something. Let's try that. We relaunch and see if it will give us the list of all the constituencies. So because we are retrieving it, so let's see. So subscribe, guys, if you're watching this video, and you can comment down below. So constituencies, you can see it as we have it there. Then you can see we have 4 of them. So we should actually expect 4 of them. So you can see. So there is something that is happening. So when we save data, we are not. It is not refreshing. So what we need to do, let me show you something small that we actually need to do. So on our constituencies list XAML page, so under CS, I need us to define something. So I want us to do here, let's do protected override, say override void, then we say on appearing. Then if you enter, this is what will happen. Then we say if, then a binding context, so that when we save data, we just retrieve and binding context. We don't have to figure out where is our data. So we say is, then we put in the view model, then we press enter. Then inside here, we say, so this one you can give it a name. We say binding context. So I'll say this binding context. Here inside here, I'll say binding context dot on appearing. So I'll say on appearing. So that is fine. This is this should be binding context. Then that is it. Then I'll say binding context on let's say dot on appearing. Sorry. So let me just copy these. Then I'll do that. Then what I need to do that. So let's see if there is something wrong here. So then I need to define something else. I need to say protected void override. You can say override, then void, then on disappearing. So that is it. So I need to do something here. So I'll say view model. You see this view model that we are defining here. So I'll come here and say view model dot. I can actually load some of the data that is there. So I can say dot load constituencies. So I can call this function. Then here I can also clear, say view model dot constituencies list. I can clear it. So this is when you open and close the page. So something that we need to do, I want us to modify something on our. So I want us to create a class called. So if you come here on our class, we don't have another view model. So I want us to create a view model. Then we can call it local. Let's just call it. Can call it local. Call it local base view model. Then if you press enter, so we can have it as public. So this local base view model, I want us to define. I want us to define that public. So we can have it. Can cover constructor here. Say public. Then do that. Then close it. Then outside the constructor, we can have public. Then you say virtual void. Then I want us to define on appearing. Then you do that. So then you actually leave it as blank. Then we want to do also on disappearing. On disappearing. So that is it. So after we have done that, I want us to do something small. So I want us to do something here. So I want us to do I notify. So just do I notify property change. Then inside this, so that is it. Then we can define something small at below here. So we can say public prop event. Public event property change event handler, then property change. Then we can say protected virtual void. So you can say protected. Let's do this. Protected virtual void on property change. Then inside here we can say, can put this. Then you can say color member name. Then you can now have the string. So you'll say string property name is equals to empty. Then inside we'll say variable. So we'll say variable change is equals to property change. Then you can say if changes is equals to null. Then what do? We return. Then if that is not the case, we say changes dot invoke. So then we say this So it had actually given me. So you say this tab. So you say this new property event args, then we pass in the property name. So I need you to define this. So this is a local view model. So come to our now constituencies view model. I want us to do that. Then we do that from our view model. So that is it. Then come to our also on our countries. So you can also remove these and we can do that. Then you can change this to observable range collection. Then you can have these as observable range collection. Then we can also leave these as it is. It doesn't have an impact. So if we come to our constituencies list, we should this error should have gone. So you can see the error is gone, and you can actually copy now this to our countries list. We have it here. Then you can now have these as countries model. Then here will be load countries. Then you can clear countries list. So after you have done that, guys, you can now launch our app. We see how it looks. So that is our app launching. So you can subscribe, guys, if you're new to this channel, or comment down below. So you can now see that our data, when you save our data, we don't have to relaunch our app. Automatically, when you save the data, then you're able to see the data automatically. So that is how we should be able to do it. Then let's see how it works on our app. So let's test it, we see. So if we come to constituencies, so let's do away with this one. So this is it. So if I click new, then I say select Uganda, then I say Koros, then I say Koros. So this is the name, you can say Korosiot. So this is the name of our constituency and this is the country. If I click save, so it should actually take us to the list and we should be able to see these Korosiot kind of a constituency. So if I click OK, you can see it has automatically given us the data without us actually struggling. So if you just click here, save the data, Kenya, you say Kwanza, then you say Kwanza. It should actually, if we just save, it should save. If we click OK, it should actually give us the constituency name. So we had created employees list, countries list. So this is actually countries list. Let's change it under option. So in the app shell, we are calling these countries. So this is the countries list, then constituencies, then locations, sublocations, and villages. So for our countries, we had created countries. So we have a button to create countries. So this is where we are creating countries. So if you are new to this video, we have a series of how we actually reach here. So you can consider watching our previous videos. So this is a list of our countries. Then constituencies, we are able to create constituencies and tie them to our countries. So if you see, we can be able to select a country, then give it the constituency name, then we save it. So you can see after saving, we can be able to navigate back to this list. So we were now to proceed with having the locations, then sublocations and village listings. So let's add our new page, and so this is how we have arranged our project. So let's proceed with adding locations, a new page. So we can have here add new. Sorry, so we need to add a new item, show all the templates. So we want to add a page. So this is a content page. So you can say add new location page. So after we have done that, so before we proceed, let's remember we need to register these on our, we can stop our app. So we can add these on our MAUI program.cs. So this is how we have we are actually registering our pages. So I'll do that. Then I can paste these here. Then after you have done that, we can create now our view model. So our view model, you just use the same name as your page, but now add the view model keyword. So we have our view model now for countries. So here we can now also register these and our views, our view models. So this is it. Then we need to bind it here. So we'll do public our view model. Then we say view model. Do that. So we need to import this. So we'll just hover here. Then we import. Then you can also inject it here. We say models. Then we need to bind. You can say this.bind context is equals to view model. Then you can tie to models. So that is it. So for our list and countries, you can see we have our location list. So we need to add a toolbar item. So let's just copy what we had done under countries. So we can do that. Then under locations, can add it at the top here. So we'll have a toolbar. Then we need to add a button. So you can also borrow that from what we had done here. So we can come under locations list. That is the locations list. Can have our constructor. Then we can have our button here. So this is add new location. You can say add new location. Then this is the page that we need to navigate. That is the add new location page. So we'll have that here. So this one, we need to do that. We say location based view model. So we need to have that. Then you can say this is partial. So that is it. So we need to have these inside here. Sorry. We need to have these inside here. So then this one, we need to say using, we need to import that using employee dot views. So that is it. So then views, we need to add locations. So that is it. So then our button, we can have our button now under binding. Then we add as command. Sorry. Say this is command. So this is add new constituency. No, this add new location. So under our add new location, we need to now provide the data that we are going to add. So I'll just copy this. So under our page here, we need to bind it to our, so we'll say, so under location, if we come and see our models come to DB context. So under location, we need to have a constituency, a code, and the location name. So what we need to do, we'll come to our location page. Then this is the constituency code. Then this is a placeholder. You can copy that there. Then you can say location code. So then we need to copy these again. Then we have it as location code. Then you can say this is location name. So we need to define something on our add new constituency. Add new location view model. So here we need also to have our constructor public. So we'll do that. So here we need to define our, we'll say public, then location, then we say location details. So we'll say get set. So then we'll say our location details here is equals to new. So we initiate location. So that is it. Then we'll come and pick these location details, come to add new location, then we replace with this one. So we'll say here location, this should be code, then this should be name. Then something here, our first section, we need to have that as a picker. So we need to select a list of constituencies. So come to list here, then we are going to let's just borrow what we had done under location, under constituencies, then we paste this here. So this will be constituency name. So we need to borrow some things from, so we need to define our observable collection that will hold our constituencies. So I'll copy this. So come to add new location, then paste this here. Then this one will be location, these will be constituencies. So we'll be populating all the constituencies. So this is constituency again. So let me just over. Then these will be our constituencies list. So to get the list of constituencies, so I'll come to here, then we need to load it. So I'll just copy that so that we go faster. So come to here, then we paste this, and we'll say this is load constituencies. Then we'll now append our data. All constituencies. Then this will getting we'll say get table of constituency. So then we copy these here. Then we'll now add our constituencies to our observable collection. So that is it. Then we now load our constituencies here. So we can do that. Then now for us to bind, so we'll say constituencies list, we need to bind it to our locations. So our item source will be the constituencies. So we need to now define the selected item. So we'll borrow from add new constituency. So we'll copy this. So come to locations. So if you are new to this channel, guys, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos because we have done some of these things. So we are just borrowing. So here now this will be, sorry, I can remove this. So this one will be constituency. Constituency. Then you can say selected constituency. Then this one you can add it here, you can add it here. Then this one will be constituency. Then we say selected constituency. So that is it. So we need now to use this under our add new location. Then we bind it here. Then we want to display. The item to be displayed is the name, the selected item here. So this is it. So we need to now add our button. So let's copy what we had done under constituencies. So this is the button. You can see, guys. So I'll copy this button. Then under add new location, we are going to add it here. So our add, so this will be add new locations. So then our constant data, that is our location. So this will be location data will be this dot location details. Then we check if the user has selected the constituency. So this is the constituency. Sorry, where have we pasted the other? Where is our constituency? We are supposed to have this here. Sorry, guys. So you are supposed to have it under add new location. This is where we are supposed to have it here. So then we need to say selected. So we check if it, the user has selected any constituency. So you can say select constituency. Then please select constituency. Then okay. Then our location data, we need to assign our location, that is the constituency ID. So we'll say cons location data. This is our location. Let's see, something is wrong. This should be location, guys. Sorry. Where had we defined our location? We had done something. This should be okay. So we can now say under location. So let's see our model, how it looks like. So this is the constituency ID. So under add new location, you should say location dot this one. It's not displaying. So let's see our location details. Let's see something. Let's borrow something here. So we'll say add new location. So this is our location details. So these location details. Right, I now see what is the issue. So our model, you can see it is displaying location, but it should actually be locations. So this is the issue. So come to our add new location page. This should be locations. This is actually a keyword. So if you use it, you cannot be able to. So then you can say here, you can have location based view. Then this should be partial. Then come to our, these should be locations. So here if we now do dot, you should be able to see constituency ID. So then we need to assign the ID of the selected constituency. Then we now save our data. So these should be now location. Sorry, this should be location saved. Location details successfully saved. Then if not saved, location not saved. Wrong with the location details. So I think that should be fine. So let's see our add new location page. Then we can add now our button. So this is a save location. So this should be location name, and this should be location code. So that is it, guys. So let's launch our app. Then the title, you can say add new location. So if we launch our app, we're expecting to save our location. So let's have a breakpoint and our button here. So this is how our data looks like. So this is our button. So this is the how we define the data to be selected. Then we actually use it to bind to our constituency. Then this is how you load the constituencies. So let's see. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our videos. So let's see our page, how it looks like now. So it's launching, taking a bit some time. So our app is launching now. So let's see how it looks like. So if you come to locations, so this is how it looks. So we have not defined anything. Then we have our icon at the top, new location. So if we click this, we have something wrong, unable to figure out the root of the add location page. That is very correct. So come to our, so we had added this to my program.cs page, which is here. So we need to add it also to the app shell.xaml.cs. So we need to add this here. So that is a new page. So we do that, register the root, so we'll add it here. So then we need to say using employee app dot views dot locations. So that is it. So we can now relaunch our app again. There we are. So come to locations, add new. There you are. You can see we have now the constituency name, location code, and the location name. So here we should be able to select the constituency. So here you can see select country. We need to rename something. Under the picker, we select, you can give this as constituencies as the name, constituencies. Then here you can say select constituency. So that is it. So if we do that again, you can see it is now saved. So we should be able to select the constituency, then location we say call. So if we save the location, you can see this is our breakpoint. So if we step, let's just rebuild, and so there's something we modified. So under locations, so we add new, then we say Nairobi, then we say KO chorus. Then if we save, you see under our location, if we just see we have our code KO, then the name, you see it is location name, but for us we have done the binding for the name. So this actually should be location. You should actually be keen on how you bind these fields, because if you don't bind it well, then you will not be able to find the data. So let's save it. So come to locations. If we add, select the constituency, then location, say KO, and say chorus. And if we save, we step over, you can see we have our KO, and now the location name, we have it. So the constituency ID, you can see is 0. So we need to check if it has, there is a selection. So you can see they have selected a constituency Nairobi. So if the user doesn't select, then we actually give them an alert here, and we don't save the data. So you can see we have now assigned our ID to the constituency that has been selected. The ID is 2. Then we save our data. So you can see location details successfully saved. Then it will take us to the list page. The list page, we don't have anything. So we need now to pre-populate the location saved. So let's copy what we had on our constituencies. So we can copy this. So then come to our locations, then we can have this. Then we'll say our list, under our list here, that is location list, we need to pre-populate the list of locations. So come to, let's borrow something we have done under constituencies. So come to locations list, then we paste this here. So this one will be the list of locations. So we need to define our observable collection. So we have to borrow this under locations. Then we can have these here. Then these will be locations. Then these will be location. Then these locations are list. Then we can clear everything there. Then we add all the locations. So that is it. Then these will be locations. Then this is locations. So we now add our locations to our collections. So what's wrong with it? Add locations. So it says so these should be locations. These at the top here should be locations. This is also locations. So that is it. So we need to load this once our app launches. So we can actually do this here. Then we have done something under constituencies list. We have defined the on appearing and on disappearing. So we can actually copy this so that we don't refresh our page automatically. When we add a new location, then you're able to see the location. So we need to add that here. So I'll add these, then we are going to bind it to our constituents, our locations view model. Then here we can now say locations list, can say load locations. Then we can clear locations, then we actually reload them. So these will be locations list. So that is it. So let's try something. Then under now locations, we need to save, we need to display the list of our locations. So come to locations list and copy the observable collection. So our collection view will be getting data from our collections list. You can actually have this as a mode, then we have it as a two-way. Then here we can have this as location code, then this should be location name. So if we launch our app, we should be able now to see the locations that we added. So if you come there, you can see we have the locations, and you can see we have our location chorus. So if we add another one, we select the constituency, then we say MA, say Maridadi. Then if we save it, so we can get away with our breakpoint. You can see our location details has been saved successfully. If we click OK, then you're able to see the list of our collection. So we can, so I want us to append something to our app. You can see our collections, our navigations view doesn't have icons. We can actually add icons to our list items. So what we need to do, let's go to our browser and Google icons 8. So just type in icons 8. Then it will take you to this page. So icons 8, you can see this is the screen. So you're going to get our icons from here. So then you can look for a list icon. So these are some of the icons that we have. So I'm going to take one of the icon. So this one. So I'm going to download the icon. There you are. So you can also add another, or we can say, let's say country. If we have an icon for the country, these are some of the icons. So you can get an icon for the country, download. You see if we have an icon for location. You can see, you can download this one. Do you have an icon for employee? Or you can have employees. So I'm going to take this one for the staff. So I'll download that one. So after I've downloaded the icons, I'm going to go. So these are the icons that I've downloaded. So I'm going to rename them. So I'll say employees. Then I'll say this is a country. Then I'll say this is icons list. So I'll just have it as list. Then I'll say this is location. So what I want to do, I'm going to copy these icons to our app. So if you just come to our app, so under our app, we have the resources folder. Then I'm going to have it under images, or you can have it under app icon. So let's have it under images. So I'll just paste this here. So you can see you have the country.png, employees.png, list.png, then location.png. So I'm going to now go to our app shell. Then under each of the item, I'm going to specify the icon. So then I'll say these. I'll just copy the same name as what we have here. So I'll say employees.png. Then under countries list, I'll say this should be. Let's just see if our employees list has an icon right now. So let's relaunch our app. We see employees.png. Let's see if that has an icon. So let's wait our app to launch. You actually need to have it here. So let's just have it under a shell content. So we need to have it under shell content, sorry. So I placed it under shell content. And we can also have it under here. So let's just have both of them. Let's just have them, employees.png at the list. So let's see our app. Our app is now launching. You can see. So you can see we have the icon for our employees. So you can add these for countries. So you just copy that, we add it here. Then we carve the country is the name of our icon. Then we can also add it here. We say country. For our constituencies, we can have the list icon. So we'll say list. So that is the name of our. Then here we can say this is also a list. Then we can also have it for the count locations as a list. We add a location icon, yes, so we can use this one. So we'll say location. Then we can have it here again, location. So this is the name of our. Then our sublocations, we can also have it as a list. And the app shell, we can have these also as a list. Our villages, we can also have the list here. Then you can, so you can have an icon that you want for your navigation. So there we are. So if we launch our app, we should be able to see our icons on the flyout items. So our app is launching. So under, if you can see, if you just click on it, you can see our employees list. It has an icon, countries, constituencies, locations, sublocations, and the villages. So let's see if we still have an icon for villages, so that we replace it. We can just leave it as it is. So let's have it as it is. So, but you can actually have your own icons based on how you will want your app to look like. So we have added the locations. So we can actually do. So we can actually do the same for the sub locations and the villages. So so you can see we have the list of locations. So we were to do the sub locations, which was pending, and the villages. So to begin with, you are going to do sublocations and villages. So come to our code. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous series so that you can be able to catch up with where we are. So under sub locations, we are going to add a new page. So add new, then .NETMAUI, MAUI content page. So this will be add new sub location page .xaml. So just copy that. So if we click that, so this is our page. So we can say add a new sublocation as our title. Then what we need to do with our page, you can stop our app. So we need to register it under MAUI program.cs. So here, so we can do that. Then we can also need to register it under app shell.xaml.cs. So we need to register the root here. So just do that, then register it. So after we have done that, so this is our page. So we need to create a view model for this page. So come to our view models, then add new class. So I'm using the same name as the page, then add view model. So if I just click that, so our view model will be created. So we'll do that. So you can create a constructor. So we'll say public constructor there. Then we do that. So you can have this as a partial. Then we can have this inheriting from local base view model. So you can actually check how we actually created this view model. We have it here. So I'll also need to register these under MAUI program.cs class. So I'm going to register our view model here. So I'll do that. Then as you can see on our app, we need to navigate now to our add new page under the sub locations list. So to navigate there, we need to add an item, toolbar item. So I'll just copy what we had done under countries. So just copy this, then under sub locations list, I'll add our toolbar item. So this is what we need to have. So I'll just zoom. So we'll say add a sub location. So that is new sublocation. Then what I need to do, we need to bind our sublocations. I think we had done that. So we have binded it to our sublocations list view. So we need to add a button. When you click it, then you navigate to the add page. So to do that, we can borrow something from the constituencies list. So this is the button. So just come to sublocations list. Then we need to have the button here. So this will be add new sub location. So then we need to have a constructor, the same. So do that. Then after that, we need to, so this should be that way. So you need to remove that. So this should be partial. Then you need to have this as a inherit from local base view model. So then we need to now navigate to our page, the add new sublocation page. So we'll just copy that and paste it here. Then because we need to import it, so we'll say employees app.views.sublocations. So you can see our app is now fine. So we'll copy this command, then come to our sublocations list, then we add this here, then we say command. So if we launch our app now, we should be able to navigate to the add new sublocation page. So let's just launch our app. So if you are new to this channel, guys, consider subscribing so that we reach more people and also get our online presence. So like our video to boost our traffic. So if you have any recommendation about what we can actually do, so comment down below and we'll be able to do it. So we have a series of 30 days .NETMAUI, and this is day 7. So if you want to watch some of our previous videos, consider watching some of the previous videos so that you can be able to catch up. up to where we are. So we'll be building a complete mobile app so that you're able to gather some of the things that you can do with .NET MAUI. So our app is launching. So let's see how it looks like. So if we come to sublocations, so this is the list. So you can see our new toolbar item. So if we click new sublocation, it will take us to the new sublocation page that we had just created. So we need to add the sections, that is the entries, to capture the. So I'll copy what we had done under the constituencies. So this is what we had done. So I'll copy this. So just copy it. Then come to our new sublocation. So I'll just copy these guys so that we proceed. So these, when we are adding our sublocation, when we check our database, come to DB context, under sublocation, we need the location ID so that we tie it to our sublocation. So we'll need a picker that will give us the sublocations. So these will be locations, location name. So these will be locations. Then we need to now define something. First, we need to bind our view model on our add new counties, new sublocations. So these will be public. Then we say, so we need to copy our view model for the sublocations. So we'll add that there. Let me just type it. It is actually this one. Then we add a view model. Say view model. Then these will be view model. So we need to borrow this. We need to import it. So we'll say using employees app.view models. So we'll have it that way. Then we need to inject it here. This is model. Then we need to say this dot bind context is equals to view model. Then we say is equals to model. So after we have done that, we need to come to now our add locations, add new locations. Add new sublocation. It should be add new sublocation. Yeah. So this is it. So we have our constructor. So what we need to do, we need to define public sublocation. So this is it. Then we say sublocation details. Then you can actually do that. So after that, we need to initiate these, and our constructor, you can say sublocation is equals to new, then sublocation. Let's ensure that this is what we are defined in our table. Yeah, so that is it. So this is how our table looks like. So after that, we need to come and copy this to our add new sublocation. Then we'll say sublocation code. Then we paste that here. Then we'll say sublocation name. Then we paste that there. So we'll have this. Then we need to define the command to add. So this will be sublocation code. Location code. This will also be sublocation name, and this will be saved as sublocation. So add new. So we need to define a button to add. Let's first deal with this one. So we need to select the location that will bind it to our sublocation. So this will be select sublocation. Then we need to define our locations list and pre-populate the list of locations. So I'll copy what we had under constituencies. So I'll just borrow this. then come to our add new sublocation. Then we have this observable range collection sublocation. Then we'll say sub allocations list. So this is actually meant for sublocations. So that is it. So we need to pre-populate a list of sublocations and actually add them to our observable collection. So we'll copy that from what we had done. So we'll just borrow this. So it will be easy for us to add this because we had done that. So if you are new to this video, you can consider watching our previous videos. So we'll copy our sublocations, at least we clear them. Then we can now add, so this is sub locations. Then this will be sub locations. So then we get data from our sub locations. Then we add sub locations to our sub locations list. Then we need to load. So this will say this is load sub locations. Then we paste this there. Then we now have to bind these to our picker. So come to our add new sublocation, then we'll bind this here. Then we need to define the selected that is selected location. So we'll borrow again this from what we had done here. So we'll copy this, come to our add new sublocation page. So here we'll actually define, so here we'll be having sublocation. Then we'll say this is the selected location. This is actually not sublocation but locations, and this is almost also not sublocation but locations. Sorry guys, this should be locations. Then we are pre-populating the list of locations. So this will be location. Then we can add this here. Then this is locations. Sorry. Then we need to add them here. Then this is a location list. So we are loading the locations list because we want to select them when adding our sublocation. So this is the sub locations. That is the name. Then we'll say selected location. So we paste this here, we paste that there, and we paste this there. Then this will be selected location. So after we have done that, we need to bind these now. So we'll say selected location. So we'll copy this. Then we have this as selected item will be this one. Then our source will be location list. Remember to change that. This should be the same name as our collection list, this one. So you should actually ensure that it is the same name. Then the name is the name of the location. So do you have that as the name, or so under locations should be the location name. So that is what you should ensure it is defined under the item display binding. So this is it should be location name, so that we want to display that when we are selecting. Then this is it. So we need to display, we need now to add our button. So let's copy what we had done under sub location, under location I mean. So we'll copy this. So we'll copy this up to there. Then come to our sub locations page. Then we add this button. So this will be add new sub locations. So we have that is our button. Then sub location data will be sub location. So will be this that we have defined here. Remember we actually initiated here. So then we now have it here. Then we need to check if the user has selected the location. So you'll say selected location. This is what we had defined here. So if it is null, then we ensure that the user selects. So we say select location. Then we'll say please select a location. Then we now bind our location to what is under sub locations. We assign the location ID. So this will be location ID. The location ID will be what has been selected by the user .id. Then we now save our sublocation data. So these will be sub. So these will be sub location saved. So sublocation successfully submitted. Then we can say sublocation not saved, sublocation details. Then we now can copy this button, then ensure that the button is actually the same with what we have defined here. So we'll say command. So, and that is it, guys. So if we launch our app, so let's see something here first. If we have preloaded our sublocations, I mean that is sublocations. Load this, that is fine. So we can actually now launch our app. So let's see how it looks like. So our app is launching. So for those who haven't subscribed, please subscribe. So let's wait. Let's see how it looks like. So our app is launching. So let's see when we are adding the sub locations. So if we come to our sub locations list, our list is empty. If we click new sub location, then if we select, you can see we are able to select the sub location. So I'll select one, then I'll add the sub location code. I'll say TR terminus, then I'll save it. So you'll see our sublocations has been saved and it takes us to our list. You can add another one. So this should be select a location. So I'll change that under our add new. This should be select location. So after you've saved that, then we can add say Marinda. Then you save that. Then it takes us to the list. So we need now to load the list of locations that we had saved. So what we do, we can copy what we had done under constituencies. So we'll just copy this collection view, come to our sublocations, then we can paste them here. So we'll say, so what we need to do under our collections, if we just click on XAML.cs, remember we had binded this to sublocations list view model. So we need to load all the sublocations that we have saved. So you see this is how it looks. So we had done this on the constituencies list, so we can actually borrow. So this is how you load the data. So I'll come to sublocations, then I'll paste this here. So you can see, so we'll say load sublocations. Then we can copy this at the top. Then we should actually define the collection view that will bind it to our list. So I'll just borrow this one as well. So you can forgive me because I'm copying some of the items that we had done. So I'll paste this here. So here, this is observable collection range. Then we'll have here sub location. So we'll just paste that there. So define these models here. So this is how it looks like. Then so we'll say this is sub locations list. Sorry, list. Then you need to copy this sub locations list and paste it here. So you need to clear anything that is there before we load. So we'll also populate all the data under the sublocation table. So if you don't know how we define this, guys, so we are using a generic get table rows. So you can see this is how we are loading we are getting all the data from the table, and we have this that is actually used to create a data. So this is how we defined our database. If you are new to this channel, you can watch our previous videos and you'll be able to understand what we did. So we now had all the sublocations back to where we were. Sublocations list dot add all. So these will be sublocations. So we'll copy that, then we add it here. So this will now give us all the list of sublocations that you have done and add them to our observable range collection. So to ensure that whenever you just save the data, it loads without us refreshing. So we have done something. So we'll borrow something from constituencies XAML.cs. So you can see this is what we had done. So we had defined an on appearing and on disappearing. So I'll just copy that, then add it on our sublocations and paste it here. So I will change the view model. So I'll copy the sublocation view model and add it here. Then this will be view model dot load sublocations. Then this one will be sublocations list dot clear. So this is how it looks like. So it will actually load all the data whenever we save. So to proceed, we need now to bind, I think we have done that. So under our sublocations list, we need to now bind this to our sublocations collection, this one that we had defined. So we'll just come here and we define our sublocations. We can actually do mod, say two-way. Then under the labels, you can see this is code and name. We ensure that the sublocation table has the code and the name. So that is it. So we are expecting to see the data that we have saved. So this is how our collection view looks like. So we can now have a title here for our list. You can say sub locations. I don't know if we define the titles for the countries. Yeah, so this is it. For the constituencies, we have done that. And for the locations, we can now define that. We say title as locations list. So for us under sublocations, these should be sublocations list. So let's launch our app. We see how it looks like. So our app is launching. So comment down below, guys, if you feel the video is interested and we should proceed with the series. So there we are. So our app is launching. So there we are. So if we come to sublocations, you can see it has given us the list of locations, sublocations that we have done. So we can add a new one. So we'll select as a location, then we say chorus, we say KO, we say again chorus. So if we save it, you can see it is giving us the sub locations that we are saving. So we can proceed with our final list, which is villages. So we'll come to villages, add a new page. So content page, I mean content page. Then we'll say add new village page. So we'll just add that. So under add new village page, we'll copy this page. We need to register it under MAUI program .cs file as we had done. So I'll just paste this here. Then I'll also register it under app shell XAML. So I'll do that. Then I'll do that. Then I can paste this here. Then that is it. Then we need to register to create a view model for the same. So I'll do that. Then add view model. So I'm ensuring my page is the same with the view model with only view model keyword in front. So these are class. So I'll do public partial. Then I'll borrow something from local base view model. Then I need to create my constructor here. Then I can do that. Then I need to register my view model again under my program.cs. So I'll register this here. So this is it. So you can see we have our view models, then we have our views, then we have our services. So and this is how our my program.cs file looks like. So after we have done that, we can now bind it to our add village page. So you can do public, then you can paste that there, then we'll say view model. So after that, we need to import. So we'll say using employee app dot view models. So that is it. So it will import. Then we can actually have these here. We say model. So we'll do this dot binding context is equals to view model dot view model. Sorry, view model is equals to, should be like that. Then we say model. So that is how our add new page looks like. So under our list, our village list, we are done the binding. So we are using the village list view model. So we need to add the toolbar. So the same way we did under sublocations. So we'll just copy that, then we paste it here. Then we'll say add new village. So add new village. Then we need to now define our button. So we can use the one we had done under sublocations. So we can copy this button, then paste it under the villages list. So we can define our constructor here. So we'll do that. Then I can have this as partial. Then we can also use the local base view model. Then we can now define this. Sorry, this should be that way. Then you can close it as it that way. Then you can say add new village. So this is our button. Sorry, add new village. Then we need now to navigate to our add new village page. So this is how our page looks like. So I'll just paste it there. Then we need to import. So we'll say using employee app dot views dot villages. So that is it. So our page is fine now. Then we can now add this to our toolbar item. So we'll say command. So when you click this page, it will take us now to the add new village page. So we can have a title, add new village. So that is our title. So if we launch our app, we should be able to navigate to the add new village page. So our app is launching. So let's see how it looks like. There it is. So let's see. So if we click there, then village. So if we say new village, it is taking us now to the add new village page that we just created. So let's add the form. So we'll also do the same way we done for the sub location. So I'll just copy that. So come to add new village. So I'll copy this. Then we'll say, so we are borrowing now from the sub location. So we'll say sub location. So we'll be selecting the sub location. So this will be sub location. Then you select sub location. So here will be village code. Then this is a village code. This is also village name. And this is also save village. This is also village name. So after we have done that, we need to define the picker for the sub locations. So I'll just copy what we had done under sub locations, add sub locations. So I'll just copy that. So we need to copy to define this. So I'll just come here under villages and paste this here. So this one will be load. So this one will be load sub locations. I think we did something wrong and add new sub locations. This should be a load locations. Let's correct that. This should be load locations. Come to our locations list. This should be load locations. That is fine. So ours now should be under villages should be load sublocations. So we need to define the sublocations list. So we can copy this observable collection, then we can add it under the villages list at the top here. So this should be sub location, so we are replacing that. Then these should be sub locations, then these should be sub locations list. So we'll be adding, we can clear everything from the list, then we can add, but now we need to get data from the sub locations, and this is the table. So we'll say all sub locations, then we load them here. So this is how it will now happen. So we now bind this observable collection to our villages list, our add new villages. So we'll do this here. So we need to define the selected sublocation. So we can borrow that from our add new sublocation. So this one. So whenever a user selects the sublocation, then we need to know that. So I'll just come to add new village, then I'll paste that here. So I think we have done something wrong. So I'll come to our villages list. Where did we place our, so we can actually borrow this, doesn't harm. So we should actually have defined that and add new villages. Where did we define it? Add new villages. We should load the, so I'll just copy this here. It should be sub locations. So I'll import that. So it should be sub location. Then this is our constructor. Then we should load the sub locations. So I'll do away with this. So then this is we need to add that and that one. I think that is fine. So then we need now to detect the selected item. So this will be sub location. Then selected sub location. Then you can paste this here. Can paste this here. Then this one here. Then this should be sub location. Then we can add this. So that is fine. So we can actually now take this and bind it to our add new village. So we can do that. Then the name here should be name. So when we select, we should be able to get the sub locations. Then we will be able to tie them under the villages. So something new that we need to do under add villages, we need to define our add villages. So we'll say public village. Then we'll say village details. Then we actually do get set. Then let's see if this is fine. So we can come here. Then we say village details is equals to new. New. Then you say village. Then we do that. Then our village details. So we can come it and bind it here. So we come here. So we have added the village details. So we need to define our command, add new sublocation. So I'll just borrow that from our this one. So this is the pattern that we are looking for. So I'll just copy this, then add it under our villages. Then we can add under add villages. This is where we should be adding it. So do that. Then we say add new village. So then we'll say village data is equals to village details. then selected. So we need to check if the user has selected the sublocation. Then it says selected sublocation. Then this is a sublocation. Then we'll now assign our village data the sublocation ID. Then we get it from the selected sublocation. Then we save our village data here. So it will create the data. Then we'll say village. So this will be village saved. Then village details successfully saved. We say village not saved if it is not saved. So then we now have to ensure that our button here is actually what has been defined under add new village. So this will be command. Then that is it. Village. Then we can now launch our app. We see if everything goes well. So that is it. Let's see. So let's see our app. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our .NETMAUI series. So we are on day 7. So let's see if our app looks like. So come to villages, then new. There we are, sublocation name. So if we click here, we should be able to get the sublocation. So if you select then villages, you can say village. You can give the code of the village. Let's say C and college. Then we save. You can see our village is being saved. You can add another one. You can say KO chorus. Then we save. Then you can see we now are saving the data, but we don't have the list of villages that we are saving. So we can now retrieve the list of villages. So what we need to do, under the villages list, you can see we are loading. So here we should actually load villages. I think that this is where we were confusing. So we should load this. Then we'll say this is a village list. Then here you can say load villages. Then we can have these here. Then we can now clear anything in our village collection. Then we can add all the villages that we have collected. So then here should be village. Then we can copy these here. Then we can now assign it to our villages. So this will give us the list of our villages. So we can come and bind it to our collection view. So we can copy what we have done on the sublocation. So this is the view that we want. Then we can add it under our villages. So you can add it here. So here now we need to bind it to our village list. So we'll copy this, then paste it here. Then the village we want to display the code and the name. So something that we need to do, we need to add the on appearing and on disappearing on our village XAML. So we'll go there, then we bind this here. Then we can actually replace it with our villages list here. Then load villages, then load, this should be villages list. We need to clear. So this is how it looks. So we have it will actually load our villages and the villages list. So if we launch our app, we expect this to get the list of villages that we had saved. So if we do that, let's see what it will give us. There we are. So that is it. Let's see. Come to our villages list. You can see we have the list of villages. So you can add another village. We say chorus. Then we say MA say Matunda, then we save it. So you see village saved, then if you click OK, you can see we have the list of villages. So this is how our app has now reached. So we have the villages, the sub-locations, the locations list, the constituencies, and the countries, and now the employees. So our next section, so we can actually alter the employees list. So let's just come to our employees list. So we need now to have this as a toolbar. So we can copy what we have done here. So we can copy this. Then we can define it under our employees list. We can have this as a toolbar. Then we can say add new employee. Then this will be our button. Then we can remove this here. Then we'll only remain with our list of employees. So if we do that, then we can relaunch our app. We see how it looks. So you can see we now have the list of employee, and we have the button at the top, new. We can actually add our new employee, say macro code subscribe. That is our name. So if you are new to these channels, consider subscribing. Then you can say test@gmail.com. So you'll be doing event validation for dates. If you want to restrict your app so that people can only select certain dates, you can see you can actually select up to the future dates. So those are some of the validations that we will be doing. So subscribe and stay tuned. So if we save, our employee is saved, then you can see we have our employees already displayed there. So today we are going to do something interesting. As you can see on our previous videos, we have been actually populating data in a collection view. So I'm going to change this today. We want to show this data in a grid view. So you can see we have James Kimani Karanja in a collection view. So to begin with, I'm going to navigate to my list. So this is my list. So this is how my employee list looks like. So for this employee list, we are using a collection view, you can see here. But before that, I'm going to define now a grid. So, but before the grid, I want us to have a search bar. So we'll add a search bar. So we can give the search bar a name. So we'll say name, then we can call it a search. Then we can have a text. So this is the text that we'll be having, that we'll be typing in. Then we'll actually search our employees based on the data that has been provided by the user. So placeholder, then we can have it as search employee. Then we can also have, we can say font size. Font size, we can call that, we can have it as small. Then we can now close our search. So we have actually now closed our search. So you can do this to close the first tag. So this is our search bar. So whenever we launch our app, we'll be able to see this search. But before we launch it, let's create a grid. So we want to display our data in a grid view. So we'll create a grid, then we can define the margin. So for me, I'll just have it as a 5.5. Then I'll also have the height request as 30. Then row definitions as auto. Then I'll also want the column definitions as 30 star, comma 30 star, 30 star. So we'll be having 4 columns. So we'll be having 4 columns. Then we can also have the background color. You can say green. So you can specify that is our background color, and you can also close our grid. So this is how our grid looks like. Then we now need to have the labels. So these labels are the headers for our data grid. So I'm going to define the text. So the text will be, I want to display the first name as the first column. Then, so these will be our columns and the headers. So the text color, I can say black. Then I also want to define the font attributes. You can say bold. Then I want to display the horizontal text alignment should be at the start. Then the grid, now I want to specify where the label is. Should be the grid row 0, that is our first row. Then the grid dot column, so our column should be the first column, so that is our first name. So we can close that way. Then let me zoom this so that you can be able to see clearly. So if I just copy this, so I'll copy, as I had indicated, we'll be having 4 headers. So the first one is the first name, then we'll be having the middle name, then the last name, then the date of birth. So I'll call that date DOB. So this one should be the first row, then the second column. This should be the first row, then the third column, and this should be the first row and the fourth column. So this will be third. Remember, actually it is starting from 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is our headers. So we have actually defined the header. So we want now to define the data that will be mapped to our headers. So come to our collection view. So this is our collection view. Remember, the item source is getting from the employees, and we can have this as mode, then we can say two-way. Then so I'm going to do away with the frame. So I'm not going to do now using the frame. So I'm going to use I'm going to define a data grid here. So I'll just define the grid, grid. Then I'll have my margin. I'll define my margin. So my margin, I can say 10, 30, then 0, 0. Then I can say row spacing. I can have it as 4. Then row definitions, I can have it as auto. Then my column definitions, I can have it as 30 star, comma 30 star. Remember, we have 4 columns. So that is our columns should be equal. Then the vertical option should be a fill and expand. So I can also close our grid. So inside the grid, we now need to define the labels that will actually follow what we had defined on our headers. So our first label should be, so we'll take the text. So remember we have, so I'll copy this, should be the text. Then that is our first name. Then I'll say font attributes should be bold. Then grid now, grid.row, this should be our first row. So I'll say row, this should be our second row, I mean. So our grid column dot column, this should be our first column. So then we can close that. So I prefer closing this way. So I'll just do that. So I'll copy this. 1, 2, 3. So this should be 4. So, and it should actually resemble, so then the second one is the middle name as we had done here. Then the third one is the last name as we had done here. Then the fourth one is the date of birth. But now the grid, the row is the first row and the column should be the second column. The grid row should be the first row and the column should be the third column. The last one should be the first row and it should be actually the second row. These are actually the second rows and then the fourth column. So then I'll do away with my frame. So I'll just do away with my frame. Then I'll remain with my grid. So this is my grid inside the data template. So if we just launch our screen, our mobile app, then we'll be expecting the data to be in grid view. So I'll just launch, then we see how it works. So I'll just launch. We see what will happen. So as our app launches, guys, for those who are new to this channel, like our video and subscribe so that you can be able to reach more people. And if you find the video more interesting, then you comment down below on what you recommend us to do on our next video. So you can see, guys, this is our employees list, and you can see it is now giving us the first name, the middle name, the last name, and the date of birth. So you can see it is now showing, and you can see our search. So we can actually have a search here. We can type it, and then we can be able to see. So you can change our. So there is something that you need to notice, guys. You can see our grid. It doesn't have the lines. So it doesn't have the lines showing that this is a grid. So I want us to do something. So inside our data template, inside the grid, we can define a box view. So I'll say box view, then height request, I'll say 0.1. Then this should be height request, yes. Then the background color, I want this to be black. That is, the stripes should be black, so that to differentiate the rows. Then I want also to define the grid dot spacing, column spacing. I want it to be, let's have it as 5. Then the vertical options, I want it to start. Then I can close it. So I'll close it. So that is it. So you can relaunch our app. We see if we have our grids. So you see, so this is now how our app looks like. So let's see if everything works well. So as our app launches, so let's see. You can see, guys, we have now you can see we have now a line at the top of every row. So you can see we are having the first name, middle name, last name, and the date of birth. So we have been able to define the grid. So we can do the same for other videos. So if you are new to this channel, consider watching. So we'll be doing the same for other section, but we can actually do that. So we can copy these. So we can copy these. Then we'll be just replacing. So then we'll start with our countries. So this is how our countries list looks like. So I'll just let me just start by the headers. So I'll come to our employees list. So I'll take my research and my search and the grid, then come to our countries. Then inside here I'll have it there. So we'll be having our search. So we'll say search country. So the country will be having only two headers. So we'll have the code and the name. So we'll have the country. So we'll say country name and the country code. So I'll just do away with the others. So we remain only with these two. So then I'll have the definition. So because this is 2, I'll have these as 50. Then these as 50. So that is it. Then under countries, I'll need now to define our grid. So I'll just copy this grid that we had done. Come to our countries list. Then I'll replace it here. Then I'll only need the code and the name. So then I'll do away with my frame. So then I'll do away with the rest. I remain with only 2 grids. Then I'll actually define my spacing be 50. Sorry. So I'll do 50. Then I'll do this 50. So then if we try to launch our app, we should be able to see that our countries list is not is actually in a grid. So that is how you do a grid in NETMAUI. But in case you have any comments, you can comment down below. So if I come to countries, I'll be able to see my countries. You can see I have the KE, then this is my list of countries. So that is how it looks. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So this is how you can see we have the rows, and this is how our app looks like. So we can also do the same for the rest. So I'll just copy this, come to constituencies, so let's go to constituencies list. So I'll just replace it here. Then I'll rename this to constituency. Then I'll just say this list should be here. Then the rest should remain. So I'll just do away with my collection view. Then you can see we have the search. Then I'll have my constituency code and the constituency name. Then the list of constituencies. Then this is the code and the name. So if we launch our app, we should be able to see the list of constituencies. So we can also do here a mod. So let's see if our app launches. So we can do here mod, then two-way. So if our app launches, so if we come to constituencies, you can see we have the constituency code and the constituency name. And if you can see at the top, we have a search. So we'll be able to see this, how we can be able to search the data inside this data grid. So we can do the same for locations. So our locations, I'll just copy this, then I'll paste it here so that we go fast. Then locations, then I'll just copy these and paste it here. Then these should be location name. Then I'll just say location code and the location and name. So then here I'll say search location. Then I'll just get away with my data grid, my frame. Then this is how the data will look. Then if I launch the app, we should be able to see our locations in a data grid. So I think that is it for today, guys. So if you are new to this channel, subscribe and keep watching our videos. So this is day 8 of NETMAUI. So if you can see locations, we have the location code and the location name. So if we try to come to country employees, you can see we have the new employees. If we add a new employee, this should be Caleb Opio Njau. Then we'll say test@gmail.com. Then we'll select the date of birth. Then if we save, so if we save this, it will take us, I think we had not done that, but we'll be able to see that on our next view. But you can see we have the data here, Caleb Opio Njau, and this is the data that has been displayed. So we'll be able to see how we can style our app so that it looks better. So today we are going to do something interesting. As you can see, we have the countries, constituencies, location, sublocations, and the villages. So these geolocations are actually tied to each other. So when you come to our table, you can see the countries. We have the ID, which is auto-incremental, the code name. But when we come to constituency, we actually require the country ID, the code, and the name. When we come to the location, we also require the constituency ID, then the code and the location name. Then when we come to sub-location, we require the location. And finally, the village, we require the sub-location. So we want now to, when we are adding an employee, we have a cascading drop-down list. So what we'll do, we'll come to a list of employees. So this is our list of employees here. So as you can see, then we have our add new employee page. So this is our add new employee page. So as you can see, we have the employee name, first name, middle name, last name, email address, and date of birth. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a drop down for our country. So let me just copy what we had done under constituencies. So I want us to collect the picker. So I'll just, sorry, my machine is a bit slow. So this is the picker. So I'm going to select this one. Then so I can zoom so that you can be able to see. Then on our add employee, I'm going to add this. So as you can see, this is the country name, then the countries, then the countries list, then we have to select the country and the name. Then once we select the country, I want us to select the constituencies that are tied to the country that the user will be selecting. So we'll say select, this is the constituency name, then this is constituency. So because we already have this drop down, I'm going to copy them from the add. So for the constituencies, we are copying them from we are tied them under the location. So when we come to add new location, we'll be able to see the constituency. So let's copy that. Come to our add employee. I will replace with this. So as you can see, guys, we have now our two drop-down lists. The first one is the country, and the second one is the constituency. So let me still zoom this so that you can be able to see. So the next one is our location. So I'll copy that. Then I can copy the location under sub-locations. We were tying this to our sub-locations. So you can see this is the picker. So I'll copy that, come to our add new employee. Then I'll paste my sub-location. So you can see the location name. Then here, we should actually have a label. At the top here should be constituency name. So then the next thing is the sub-location. After we have selected the sub-location, we need to select the location. So I'll just copy this, paste it here. Then for the sub-location, we have it under the villages. So I'll just copy this. Then the drop down, I'll copy this. Come to our add employee. Then I'll paste the add employee picker. So this is the sub-location. So after we have, so you can see our cascading list will be select the country, then you select the constituency, then the location, the sub-locations, and finally the village. So for the village, you are going just to load the villages also that are tied to that, to that sub-location. So this will be village name. Then here it says select village. So the best thing now, after we have done this, we need to add, so let me stop the app. We need to add the collections list on our add employee model. So you can see on our add employees.xaml.cs. So we had injected this. Then as you can see, we are using add employee view model. So let's go and define some of them. So I'll just navigate to our add employee view model. So this is how our view model looks like. So remember we had done this before. So what I'm going to do now, so let me even, I want to change this to adopt what our new structure. This was, we had done this before. So I'll just modify some things. So local based view model to follow what we had done. So I'll also do away with this. Then I'll do away with this. So I'll do away with this. Then I'll also do away with this. So then this one, this was to add. So I'll just copy. So I'll just copy this. Come here, and I say employee details. Then I'll say get set. Then I can now instantiate it in our. So I'll say this is equals to new employee. So that is it. then I can do away with this. So that is how you save the data. Then here I'll just remove this, and I'll say here variable emp data is equals to, so I'm just modifying this because we had done something. So then I'll do that. Then I'll say, I'll just get away this. Then we'll say app dot database dot create sync. Then we add our data. So this will actually save the employee data. So as you can see, this is how you save the employee data. So this one will add the employee, but now that was not our main thing for today. So we were just modifying this, but I'm sure you have learned something there. So what we want to do now is we want to load our list of countries. So we'll come to constituencies. We had defined the countries. So I'm going to do something here. So I'll just copy this. Then come to our add employee. I want us inside the constructor. I want us to paste this. So as you can see, this is the list of constituencies. So I want us to load it to, we have an observable collection. We need to define it and add new employee. So this is the observable collection for the constituencies. So I want us to just do this. So let's see, we have the add new constituency. I think this is what we should be able to do. So load constituencies, let's see, for the add new constituency. So this is the constituencies list. So let me do something. So what you are going to do, I want us to pre-populate the list of countries and the constituencies that the employee is selecting. But before that, let's come to add new employee. So I want us to define something. So here, I want us to say public observable, this should be observable range collection. Then here we pass in, let's load the constituencies. So we can do away with this. So I want us to load the constituency here. Then we say load constituencies. Then we do this, then press enter. Then at the top here, I want us to define something. So I want us to define, come at the top here, say public observable. So say observable, observable. Let me just copy instead of typing. Sorry, I don't know why my screen is freezing. Can bear with me. So I'll just copy this. Then after that, I want us to define something. So what we'll need to do, we'll say here constituency. Then I don't want to do this. I'll say is equals to new observable range collection. Then I'll put in the constituency again. Then at the end, I'll do this. So I'll instantiate that. But before that, I need to define the name here. So I'll say added. So I'll put in a small added. Let's just call these all constituencies. So after you have done that, copy this, then come down here. You say get, then we assign it our all constituencies, comma, then set. set all constituencies, but now here we say set property, say set property. So I'll show you, sorry, ref. Then we can say, we copy this, then inside here, then we say value. So we can do that. Then, so our set property is not defining. So what we need to do, let's define it on our base, on our local. Here, come to this class. Then inside here, I want us to define something. So I want us to define, say protected bool. Then we say set property, set property. Then we pass the model. Then we say ref. Then we say backing store, say t value, comma, can do that, call member, string property. Then here we can have it as empty. Then we can remove this. We'll just enter that. Then here we can say comma. Then we can say action change, action on change. Say on. Say action on change. This one. Then we say goes to null. Then we do that. Then inside here we say if equality. So we say equality compare is that. Then we say comma default. This should be default dot equals. Then backslash. So I'll just copy this. Then we say here now value. Then we can close this. Then we return value. Then you say backing store is equals to value, then on change invoke. So I want us to do that. Then on property change, then we say property name, then we return the value. So let's see. So this should be returned true. So let's see what is the issue now. So this should be returned false here. Then say there ref, this will be t. Just do that. So this is how we define our set property. So ensure you have done this. So we are defined this class. You remember this location-based view. So this is where we are inheriting from all our view models. So if you have not done that, please do, so that we can be able to catch up. So when we come now to our add employee view model, you can see our observable collection now. Set property is working as expected. So what we need to do now, on our load constituencies, we need to load the list of constituencies to this observable collection. So what we do, we'll just come to our constructor here. After we have loaded all the constituencies, remember these will give us the list of all the constituencies. So we'll say here, load constituencies dot add range, then we say all constituencies. So this will load all the constituencies. So that is fine. So we have actually done very good there. So what we can do now, we can pre-populate this and now say all countries, all countries, then here should be country, then copy this, paste it here, then we can now replicate this. So we'll just copy this, paste it here, then we change the model, we say country. So we have actually done the bigger part of it, so we'll be just changing here and replacing. So come at the top also, copy this, you zoom a bit that way, then here you say country, then you say all countries, then you replace this here, then you copy these all countries, you replace it with this one, then this is now our all countries. So you'll say load countries, you replace with this one, then you come here, you add it to our all countries. We also want to load our locations, so we'll just copy this as well. So here we say locations, then we say load locations, then we copy this as well at the top here, then you say locations, then these should be all locations, then copy this, paste it here, then come here and this one, then replace it here and here. Then now we need to load our locations. So here you'll say this is all locations, then this should be locations table, then this should be, then we'll have to add all. So actually this will be now getting all the list of the locations and adding them to our observable range collection. So we can do the same for our country, the sub locations. So you'll say here load all, load sub locations, then come at the top, copy that, paste it here. You say sub location, all sub location, all sub location, then this is sub location, then copy this, come here, replace it here and here, then load our sub location. So you'll copy that and come it, add it here, then you'll say load sub locations, this is all sub locations, then you'll say this, you need to add it here, then we are getting the list of sub locations from the table. Sub locations, I'm sure if you are new to this channel, you are wondering how we are getting the table rows. So we defined this function some time back, so you can consider watching some of our previous videos to get to understand how we actually reached here. So after the sub locations, we need now to define our villages. So we'll just do that, then we'll say this is a villages, so then we'll say load village, then we'll come at the top here, then we'll say village, then this will be all villages, then this is our village, then come to, this should be all, Then copy that, come and replace it here and here. Then load these, come and place them here. So these should be villages, sorry. Then load the village here. Then say all villages. Then you should actually get and add them here. Then we replace with the village. So for those who are new, maybe I can just give you a glance of our get table rows. So if we go to definition. So this is how our get table rows look like. It's actually generic. So we pass the table name and we are able to get the data from our table. Then you can see how we have actually done a connection. We have 5 tables, as you can see, and this is our database, how we have defined. So this is how we are connecting to our SQLite table. Then you can see the create function. So we'll be doing even the update, delete functions here. So stay posted, and we are going to actually proceed with this video as you all recommended. So as you can see, we have now loaded the villages, all the villages, the sublocations, the locations, the country, and the constituencies. So to start with, I'm going to now load constituency will be our source. So come to our add employee. For the constituency, you can see we have the picker for the country and we have the picker for the constituency. Now the item source for this will be load constituency. Then the item source for the country will be load countries. So I'll actually replace with it. Then the item source for location will be load locations, because it will be holding all the list of our locations. Then sublocations will be this one. So we'll actually have it here. Then our villages. So our villages will be load village. So you can actually call villages. I'll replace that. So here will be load villages. So we have actually defined now the item source. So for the binding, the selected item, we have the select country. So I'll just copy what you had done on add new constituency. So the select country, this is how you should actually define it. So I'll just copy this, come to our add employee, and I'll define it at the bottom here. So you can see we have, so this is actually will give us the selected item. I mean the country that has been selected. So we'll just copy. So ensure you have defined it this way. Then come to our country. Come to our add employee. You can see this is our selected item. And the display name is the name of the country. So for the constituency, we'll actually copy this. Then we can replace it with the constituency. So we'll say constituency. So this will give us the selected constituency. So when a user selects, we are able to know that this is the constituency that the user has selected, and we can do anything with it now. So we can now upgrade this. So I'll just copy that, then I'll remove this. So then I'll say caps. So this is selected constituency. So I'll copy that, then under add employee, I'll have that as my selected item. Then the load locations also, I'll do the same. Just copy this. Then I'll do that. These will be locations. Then I'll say selected location. Then I'll copy this, paste it here, here, here. Then this will be selected location. So that is it. Then this should be locations. So I'll copy this, sorry. I'll copy this. Then come to our add employee. Then this is our location. Then the location name is that. Then sublocation, we can do the same. So this is actually to get the item that has been selected. So this is a sub location. So I'll say selected sublocation, location, then copy that, paste it here, here, here. Then I'll do that, Then this is selected sub location. Is there anything that we are missing? So it already contains, this should be sub location, sorry. So I'll just paste it here. Then I'll say selected sub location. So I'll come to our add employee. Then that will be our selected item. So for the villages, this is our villages, then selected village. So we'll do the same for our selected village. So I'll just paste it here. So I'll say village. Sorry. Our app is village. That is it. So I'll say selected village. Then I'll come here, then I'll paste it here, here, and here. And this is the selected village. So then we'll now pick this and have it here. Selected village. So guys, if I can tell you now we are complete. So you can see we have our drop down for the village, drop down for the sub location, drop down for the locations, the constituencies, and the country. So this is how the geolocations are actually arranged. So if we just launch our app, let's see. So let me take you also through what we have done. So this is our view model, how it looks like now. So you can see inside the constructor, we have all this. We have the data already pre-populated and loaded to our observable range collection so that you're able to actually bind them to our views. Then we have the selected country constituency. This is actually to let us pick the item that the user has actually selected. So if we just launch our app, we should be able to see all those data in our form. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos so that you can be able to help us reach more people. So we have noticed that almost 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you are not subscribing. So if you are one of them, then you are not doing good. Please subscribe so that you can be able to help us. So if we just click new employee, you can see, sorry, I think there is something we have done. Which form have we added? So let's see here. So this is our add update. So let me see something, if everything is okay. Yes, I think let me see. Can actually do away with, let me just leave it as it is. And you can say, let me launch again. Which list, let's see the employees list, see where our list is being taken, add employee. So this is the form. So I think then everything should be fine. So let's see how our app will launch. And let me even go to the add view model, then place a breakpoint here so that you can be able to see. So our app should be able to launch and you should be able to get the data that we have. So as you can see, our app is launching. So there it is. So if we click new, let's see if it will hit our breakpoint. Let me just stop this. I think there's something. Let me try to build our app. Let's see if everything is running well. Let's see. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing so that you keep us motivated on doing these videos. And if you feel this video is good, guys, comment down below and give your comments and suggestions on our next series. So we'll be doing a 30-day series of .NETMAUI, and today we are on date 9, and our app is already coming up very well. So I'm sure by the end of the 30 days, guys, we'll have completely done a full mobile app with you guys. So if you have any comments, please suggest down there so that you can be able to incorporate it in our next 30 days of .NET MAUI. So our app is launching. Can wait. So if we click new, you can see it is now there. Our constituencies, you can see it has loaded a 0, so we don't have any constituency. It has actually loaded 8, so we have 8 constituencies. Sorry. So then our countries, we can load it. We have 9 countries, as you can see. So if we just continue, we are expecting our app to give us the drop downs. You can see we have the country name, the constituency name, location name, sublocation name, village name, first name, middle name, last name, email address, and the date of birth. So if I select the country, you can see I can be able to select Kenya, then constituency Nairobi, then you can be able to see the sublocation, then the village. So, but now this is giving us all the data. You can see all the data, but I want us to do something. When we have the country name, constituency name, location name, and the sublocation name, and then the village name, based on normalization, what we should be able to do, we should be able to save the village ID. So on our employees app, on our employees table, I'll go to our employees table. And as you can see, I only have the first name, middle name, last name, email address, and the date of birth. So I want us to know the village of the employee. So what we are going to do, I'll just add another field. Then I'll say this is an int, and it is actually getting data from, this is actually, we should be able to say village ID. So I'll be saving the village ID on our employees table. So if I just run our app, we should not be able to receive any issues. So our app should be able to launch and actually instantiate and create this field. So let's see. So you can see we should be able to add new employee. So if I click continue, then our app should be able to load. You can see we are still be able to select the countries. But now I want us, when you select the country, it should be able to filter the constituencies that are tied to that country. Remember our tables, the constituencies is tied to a country, the location is tied to a constituency, the sublocations is tied to a location ID, and the village is tied to a sublocation. So let's now come to our view model. So what we are going to do, we are going to come on our add. So we have loaded all the constituencies, the countries, the locations, the sublocations, and the villages. So whenever a person or an employee selects a country, so what we want to do is whenever you select a country, we want to filter the countries that you have selected based on the constituencies that you have. So whenever you select a country, then we load the constituencies that are tied to that country to your view so that you can be able to see the available constituencies in that country. So what we are going to do is this. So we'll come here and we say if, so we say if this one, select country is not equal to null, this has not been selected. If the country has not been selected, if a country has not been selected, then what we need to do, just do that. Then we say we want to load the constituencies. Remember the constituencies is already loaded here. Where is it? Here. So we'll come to our selected country. Then we are going to clear, we are going to actually filter, not to clear. We are going to come and say, we can have another variable here and we say country constituencies. is equals to, we get the list of the constituencies that we had loaded. Then we say where we want to filter based on our country that the user has selected. Then we say where the x dot country ID, remember the constituencies are the country ID, is equals to our selected country dot ID. So once we have done that, what we need to do is to say load constituencies dot add range. So the add range will actually replace everything that is there with the new list. So it will actually give us the new list. So this is what it should happen. So whenever we select, we should be able to get only the constituencies that we had done. So let's launch our app and see. So we can actually have a breakpoint here so that we are able to see. So our app is launching. So you can see if I click new, before we even select a country, you can see the country is not being, the filter is not applying because we have not selected anything. But before we select the country, let's see the constituencies that are there. You can see Tanzania, Nairobi, Southwest, Randin, Korosiot, Kwanza, Rwanda, and DRC. They're actually like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But before that, you see there are 8 constituencies. But when I select, when I come to the countries and just pick Kenya, you see it has actually hit our breakpoint. What is the list of our countries? So our constituencies, you have the filter here, which is the country that has been selected. You can see it is Kenya. So if we proceed, let me just step. Something went wrong. Your app has entered a breakpoint. There is no code to show. So let's see what is wrong there. So our add constituencies. So we can actually do this. We can say this dot clear. We can actually clear everything that is there. Then we add. Let's try something. We see what's wrong with our app. Let's see all the, so these constituencies, okay, I've seen. So actually here we should be able to have these as a list, to list. Let's see that. Yes, so that should be the case. Yes, so you should be able to have, so you can actually, whenever a country is selected, no, I've done something wrong there. We should not be able to clear this. Don't, actually this is a mistake. We should not be able to clear because we'll have our constituencies here blank. So it should be able to filter based on what we had loaded. So let's do that. So let's load and see. So if we click new, if I select Kenya, you can see if I just step how many constituencies, you can see it is only 1. So if I just proceed, our app will load. If I come to constituency and select, I should be able to get the list of Nairobi. But now, what is happening is, if you come to our constituencies here, it is actually still inside our view model, our constructor. So what we can do, we can actually do away with this. Just comment this. Then I can show you something. So before loading the constituencies, we need to load the countries, then we filter based on that. So we can copy that and have them here. So I'll just come here and say constituencies is equals to You can see. So I'll say all constituencies. Let me just do this. So I'll say all variable, say variable, all constituencies is equals to that. So I'll get all the list of constituencies. Then I'll come here and say all constituencies where country is the selected and filter, then I load that. Because this is not loaded, then we'll be having it automatically blank, and we can actually clear anything that is there before we do anything. So I'll just also launch our app. So we should not actually load the data, but ensure that we have selected the country before you load the. So our app is launching. Let's see whether it will work. So if I say new, if I come to the constituency, it should be blank. You can see it is actually blank. But whenever I select Kenya, I should be able to get an item here. You see, it is now Nairobi. Whenever I select another Tanzania, you see, I have Tanzania. Whenever I select Kenya, you see, I have Kwanza. Whenever I select Uganda, it clears out. You can see I can select the constituency name, but whenever I select South Africa, it clears out and I need to select the new constituency. So that is majorly what we meant by cascading drop-down list. So as you can see, under locations, we have everything. So we need to also filter the locations based on the constituencies. So what we need to do, we'll come to the selected constituencies. So we can just copy this. Then we can paste it here. So we'll just we check if the constituency has been selected. So this is where we are checking. Then we need to load, so this is now locations. So we clear locations that are there. Then we need to all locations. So we need to load locations based on the constituencies that has been selected. So these are the locations. So this is it. I'll just do that. Then I'll say, I'll take these locations. Then I'll have here, say country. So we'll call these country locations. So if we just add this, then here we'll say constituency. So we now select the constituency, the locations based on the constituency that has been selected. So this is how you do it, guys. So if you're new to this channel, you have done a series of videos and you can actually watch. So now here we have to add to our load locations. So this will give us all the locations based on the constituency that has been selected. So let's just stop my app. Yeah, so let me just stop it. Then we need now to do the same for the villages. So I'll do now. So we'll load the villages. So first we'll do the. So let me just copy this. Sorry. So we'll actually load the sublocations also based on the locations. So I'll say here load sublocations. So we need to load the sublocations based on the selected location. So sublocation, then I'll just paste this here. Then here we need to filter. Then we'll say location ID. So this is location ID should be the selected selected location. Then we filter by the ID. So here we need to get country sublocations. Sorry, so we'll say country sublocations. Then we add them here. Then we load the sublocations to our observable range collection. So after we have done that, we also need to load the villages based on the selected sublocation. So this is it. So we check the sublocation, then we load the villages. We load the villages. So we actually clear the villages that are there. Then here we say this is a village. Then we load the village. Then we say all villages. Then we can say we filter the villages here. Then we'll say all country villages. Then we actually tie the sublocation ID to the selected sublocation that has been selected by the user. Then we now load the villages. Then we can have the villages here. So this is how we have done the cascading drop down, guys. So as you can see, this is our model. So we need to comment so we are loading this data. So I'll show you how we will be using this data, but first let's comment. Now we need to have the countries one. So we can comment the rest because it will be loaded based on the countries that has been selected. So we only have load the countries, then the rest will be selected based on the countries that we have selected. So after that, let's just launch the app. Then we should be able to see how the data will look like. So if you're new to this channel, you'll do us a favor if you just subscribe. So we actually noticed some of you guys are most of you guys are watching our videos and you are not subscribing. So subscribe so that we reach more people and you can be able to share this content. So our app is loading. So let's see how it will look like. So let's see. So we should be able to now, if we come to add new employee, so you can see if I select a country here, so we have a list of countries. So if I select Kenya, I should be able to only see constituencies based on the country. So if I select Nairobi, I should be able to see the location based on the constituency. If I select that, I should be able to see the sub-locations also based on that. Then I should be able to see finally the village. So that is the village, and I can now proceed with that. So as you remember, guys, this is our form. And based on this form, we only need to save some of the data. So we only need to save the village ID. So on our table, on our database, if you come to our employee database, this is how our database looks like. We have the village ID. So we need to actually save the village ID after we have done that cascading list. So we don't save all these information, the country, constituency, location. So you only save the last one because from the village, you can be able to cascade upwards up to the country. So what we need to do now on our add button. So this is our add button. You can see this is the add employee button. So we need to say, so we actually need to check if the user has selected the country. So what we need to check, we can actually check if the user has selected the village. So we'll say if selected, so we need to selected village is not equal to null. So if that is not equal to null, we need to now save the employee data. So we'll say mdata.villageid is equals to the selected value, that is the selected village.id that we have. But in case this is not the case, we can actually have an alert. So I'll just copy one of these alert and we can have it here. Then you can say select village. Then you can do away with that. So I'll just decorate this and say, please select the village. So that is it, guys. So our employee data now will be having the village ID. So when we save the data, we will be having the village ID. So this is how it is, guys. Our button looks like this. So if we just now load our app, so we can launch our apps and we can have a breakpoint here so that we can be able to see how the data look like. So let's see how the data looks like. So app is launching. For the meantime, for those who haven't subscribed, you can subscribe. So if we just now come and create a new employee, we can select the country, then you can select the constituency, then you can select the sublocation then on the village. So this is the village. Then I'll say the name is Jacob Karanja Opio. Then I need to add the last one, email address for our employee. Then you can see this is the date of birth. So I can just select it and save. So if I hit save, you can see we have our village here. So we should actually get the village selected. You can see the village and we have the sublocation ID and the village ID. So our data will now come inside there. So you can see we have now the village ID already added. And if we proceed, then our employee record will be saved. So as you can see, if you just click that, then the form sticks there. But you want, when you save, it actually takes you back to this form. So what you need to do, we have done something on add country page. So that this is what we need. So we need to take the list back to the form, back to the list. So you just do that to navigate. So this is what you need to do. So navigate back to the list. So this will take us back to the list. So if we try again, another thing that we need to check on our employees list. Let's see if we have, you can see this is how our employee list looks like, but we need to, let me modify something here. So I'll just say this is equals to that. So this should be equal to that. Then we have done something on appearing and on disappearing on our constituencies list. So we need this one. So I'll just copy this. So we have done some of these things on our previous videos. So for those who are new, you can actually watch. So we can replace this here. So you can see we want, whenever we just save our employee, we don't have to close the page, but we need to auto refresh and see the list of the data that we have just added. So I'll just do that. Then I'll say view model. Then we need to load. So I'll say load employees. So let's see under employees. So it'll just come under view model employees list. We see how it looks like. So I mean should be the employees list. Yes. So on our employees list, this is our form. So we should actually not use this. So we can do away with this. Let me just modify here. So we can do away with that. Then this one we can reference local based view model. So we actually customize this view model, guys. So if you want to see, this is how it looks. So this is how the model looks like. So we are inheriting some of the things from there. Then I want us to get, so I'll just say load employees. So this will load all the employees that are there. So I'll just do away with, you can leave that. Then I can say app.get app.database.get rows. So this will give us all the data. So then here we'll say employee. Then we need to pass the table name. So I'll just pass the employee here. Then I'll say to list. So this will give us the list of all the employees. And here we don't want that. So I'll just do away with this. So let's see what is the issue. Can say await. Let's see our employee table row, it's async. No. So that is fine. So we should come on our employees list and we have that. So it should not be async. That should be fine. And whenever that happens, so we can actually load now our employee on our constructor here. So we'll do that. And that should give us the list of employees. And we can actually now load it as well on our employees list. So if you come to employees list, sorry. So if we come to employees list, we need to load it. So we need to load it here. So we'll say load employees. Then we can actually clear also the employees list before we load it. So view model, then you can say employees. So that is it. So I think that should be fine, guys. So if we just launch our app now, we should be able to see the employees data. So let's launch. Let me just build our app first. See if everything works well. So there is an issue. Let's see the error. Where is the error? I think there is an error here. No. Yeah, there is an error and the employee service. Yes. So this is it. So display. So we can actually do away with this one. Then this is a navigation. That's fine. So if we launch our app, let's see if everything works well. So we should be able to see an employee that we have just added without closing the page. So our app is launching. So let's see how it looks like. So let's see how our app looks like. So there we are. Something is not adding up. So we just come to list. So let me see on our get employees here if our data is loading. So let's go back to the employees list. There we are. So if we just go there, you see we only have one. Yeah, the data is not loading. So let's see how our table looks like. So this is our table. Let's see on our application DB context. So this is the employee. So we should be able to get that. So we say load employee, then get this is the employee. So let's see. We can just borrow what you have done here. Let's just borrow this. Then we need, actually seeing what is the issue. So if we come to our employees list, this should be observable range collection, observable range collection. So that is it. So I think if we replace this, we should be able to get everything there. So let's also try again. So we load that. Hope we have thing that is fine. So our list. So let's see. Our app is launching. Let's see how it will look like. So there we are. So if we proceed, we should be able to get the list of employees. So it is not there. So yeah, this is the issue. So let's do that. Let me also try to load. Let's stop the app again. Let's launch it. So there we are again. So this is how observer collection should look like. Then you are loading the data. Let's see what is the values there. So it's actually not giving us the data. If we do that, so we can proceed. So let's do something. So let's save an employee. We see. So let's save say Uganda. That is the location. that is the this is the village. So we just say Jacob Kimani Karanja test@gmail.com. Then we can actually save it. So this should be fine. So if we just do that, the employee has been saved successfully, and it has taken us to the list. So you can see we now have two lists of data, and if we continue, I've been able to see what is the issue. So you can see it is not tying our first name and middle name. So the issue could be on our add employees. So this is where the issue is. So if we just do this, let's see if we are instantiating our employees. So that is it. So let's add a new employee. We see. Let's add a new employee. Test. We can just say James test@gmail.com. Then if we save it, let's see here. So if we proceed that way, we should be able to see the data that is being saved. You can see that is where the issue is. So it is actually saving the village ID, but the last name, middle name are not being saved. So if we come here, are we having the data? No, we are not having the data. So we need to check our form. So this is the new employee. So you should actually take these employee details, come to our add employee. So we should be able to ensure that this is the data that is being saved. You can see. So that is it. So if we add, did we change the labels? Let's see. If we come to our employee, we have these, that is fine. So let's see on our add new employee, why are we having that? So employees details should be able to do, actually you can get rid of this, then you should be able to do that. Yeah. So let's try again. So if we just do away with that, then save, then relaunch our app. So we are trying to debug, guys. So our data is going without the values. So let's try again. So it's loading. So let's do that. So we add a new employee. So if we just do that, we do that, we do that, we do that, then we say James Karanja of Pure. Then we say test@gmail.com. Then we now save our data. So if we click save, you should be able to see the details here. No, what is happening? I think there is something wrong we are doing here. Let me just see. There's something we are defining it wrong. Yeah, I think also this is the issue, and this one. So if we come to add new employee, I think we had left out something. Yeah, so let's define it. Sorry. So this should be get set, then this should be public. I think that is where the issue has been. Then on our employees list, we'll be able to get something like this. So I think we had done that before. Let me just replace it. So this is how it should look. Then on our add new employee, this is how it should look, and this is public. So if we just launch again, I think that should be the issue. That should be public. So you can see it has actually loaded. So let's save with a new employee. So we'll select Kenya, then Nairobi, then Koros, then say James Karanja Mwangi. Say test at gmail.com. So if we do that, if we save, we should be able to see the data now here. You can see we have the James Mwangi Karanja, but the email address is not coming, so it should be email address. I'm sure the name could be a mismatch, of name. Yeah, you can see this is the issue. So this one should be email address. So ensure that you actually provide the correct naming on there, so that you can be able to get the value of the data. So if we do that, if we just come here, so let's see if our record will be saved. So if we continue, our data will be, you can see James and the village ID is there. So if we just proceed, the employee has been saved and it should take us back to the list. So you can see we have now the data. So that is how you should be able to map it to your cascading drop-down list. So you have been able now to save the data to our app. So today we are going to add a styling on our app. So we are going to add an header here on our navigation pane, so that we have a logo and the name of the app. So currently we can see the navigation starts with the employee list, countries list, constituencies, locations, sublocations, and villages. So we are going to add a logo and a description at the top here. Not the description, but the name of the app. So to begin with, we are going to start with navigating to our app shell. So come to app shell. So then you'll be able to see this. So this is our flyout item, employees list. Then we have the countries list, constituency list, locations list, sublocations list, and the villages. So at the top, just after the flyout item, we are going to now define our shell dot flyout header. So this should be flyout header template. Then do that, then close. So after you have closed, we are going to define now the data template inside here. So let me stop the app. So here we'll do data template. Then that is it. So I'll zoom my app so that you're able to see. Then inside the data template, I'm going to define a grid. So I'll do a grid, then close. So inside the grid, I'm going to define something, the grid name. So I'll just do the name. Then I can say header. So this is the header. That is the name of our grid. The next thing is define the margin. So I'll say 0. The next thing is the padding. So that is 20. Then the next thing is the background color. So background color, I'm going to use a white. So I'll say static resource, then white. So remember, when you are defining the color, you don't have to define or add code the colors here. But based on our previous videos, the colors you should actually, when you come to resources folder, styles, then colors, you should be able to define all your colors here. So this is how our colors looks like. So you should be able to define them there. So if you come to app shell, you'll just be referencing the colors. So that is it. So the next thing now inside the grid is to define the grid row definitions. So I'll say row definitions. I want to have 2 rows for the logo and the, so I'll say definition, then height. I'll put this as 100, then close it. Another row definition, then I'll say height, then I'll put that, then that is it. So this is our row definition. So after the row definitions, we are done. So what we need to do is I'll put in the image of our app. So that is the logo. So I'll say the name. I'll say this is the logo of my app. Then the next thing is the define the grid row. So the row should be 0. The next thing, sorry, is that the next thing is define the margin. So which is 0. Then I'll define the source of our app. So I'm going to use the logo. So I'm going to use the .NET bot SVG file, but you can actually copy your logo and paste it under images. So my source will be this, then SVG. Then I'll actually close my image. So after the image, I can now put in the label. So I'll say label, then the name of my label. I'll call it app name. Then the next thing is to define the grid row, which is 1. Then I'll say the margin, which is 0. Then the font attributes, I'll want this to be bold. Then I can define also the font size. I'll want this to be 20. Then I can also define the horizontal text alignment. I want this to be at the center. Then the vertical text alignment, I want this to be at the end. Then I also want now to define the text. So I can call this macro code app. I can call macro code app. So I can just call that app. Then I can also define the text color. So the color, remember we are doing this static resource. Then I can have navigation bar. So that is a green color that we had defined previously on a previous video. Then I think that is it. So I'll close my label. So if we just launch our app, we should be able to have the logo and the label on our navigation bar. So if I launch my app, let's see how it will look like. So this is how our code looks. So for those who, so down here we have our flyout items. So this is how it looks. So let me just zoom so that you're able to see. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So let's see our app, how it looks like. So our app is launching. So let's wait and see how it looks like. So if we come to our employees navigation list, so you can see we have our logo and macro code app. Then we have our employee list, countries list, constituencies list, locations list, sub-locations, and even the villages. So today we are going to do an editing of our list of employees. So we can actually add an employee, but how do we edit? So we want to edit an employee record after adding it. So to begin with, I'm going to showcase how we are going to do that. So this is how our app looks like. So we have our employees list here. Sorry, we have our employee list here. So on our employees list, so this is a collection view with the data grid inside it. So you can see how we have actually arranged the data. So I'm going to showcase how we are going to edit the employee record. But before we do that, I want us to provide a parameter that when we edit, we need to pass an employee ID so that we can be able to get that data. So if you come to employees list, XAML.cs file, we need to show that we for this list, we need to be passing a parameter. So at the top of the page, just at the top here, we need to provide to indicate that we need a parameter. So we'll say query property, then a name of Then we'll say, so we need to pass the name of the parameter. So we can say employee, sorry, you can say employee ID, sorry, employee ID. Then you can do name of, so we'll say name of, this should be a comma. Then also we pass the employee ID. So that is it. You can close this. So this employee ID, we need actually to define it here. So we'll say public string. So then we'll say register, this should be employee ID. So we'll say employee ID. Then we can set get and set. Then we need to define, so you can also say public string employee ID, same name as it is here. So we'll do that. Then we need to, sorry, so we need to say get. So we define our get, sorry, so it will be that one, get. Then we have to assign it to employee ID. Then we say set employee ID value. So this one I'll do this this way, so you can do this way. So that is how it looks. So after we have done this, so we need now to indicate these parameter. So on our, so this is query property, then name of employee. So we need to close this, should be this way. Yeah, so that is fine now. So we need now to supply our parameter to our employees list view model. So if you come to our employees list view model, so where is our view model? Here. So on our employees list view model, our constructor, as you can see, our constructor doesn't have a parameter. So we need to pass a parameter on this constructor so that it should be expecting an ID. So here we can say int. So we are expecting an int. Then you can assign it to 0. So that is the default value. So if we come to our employee list, so we need to supply these parameter now when we navigate. So inside here we'll say bind context is equals to, so we tie to our view model here. Then we'll say is equals to new, then view model, employees view model. Then we need to convert our string here into an ID, because this employee view model expects an int, as you can see. So what we'll say int dot pass, then into bracket we say URI dot uniscape data string. Let me zoom that way. Then inside here we now pass our string, so that is the value. So then we need to close that, sorry, need to close that, then that. Then if we do that, expecting 3 of them. So that is how we have defined our navigation. So as you can see, we have defined the ID here. So this is how the ID looks like. So we are expecting an int. So this is, it will now supply the int to our employee view model. But now remember this employees list, when we click on it, then it should be able to pass this ID. But now before we proceed, when we go to employee view model, you can see we have now the ID that we are expecting from the parameter. So when we use this ID, we should be able to get the data of the employee. So what we need to define here, so we'll define the, so we'll say we'll say public. So let's do public. Then employee. So this is the employee. Then we say employee. I think we had defined. Actually there is an issue we have done. We have actually have these on our employees list. This should not be on our employee. This should not be on our employees list. So actually we have passed it to the wrong view model. So we should pass this to the edit, to the add view model. So in our add view model, this is how it should look. So it should pass the parameter there. So we can actually move this to our add view model. So you should actually have this, sorry. You should actually have this on our add view model. So I'll define it here on our add page. So this is how it looks. Then we can copy the other one. We should move this to our add view model. So come to our page. There it is. Then this should be public. Add employee VM. Then we should have this as a, should do this VM. Then here we should say VM. Then this should be add view model. So guys, we should actually define the parameter on our add page, not on our list page. So I've moved the data from the parameter from our list page. So this is how our list page looks like. We don't have any parameter. On our employees list view model, I've actually removed the parameter. So we are going to add the parameter on our add new employee. So this is where we have the parameter. Now, what we need to do, we need to know if this is an edit or it is an add, is a new record that is being added. So to do that, we need to check whether the ID has been supplied or not. So whether the ID has been supplied, we need to retrieve the record. So I'll say if ID is greater than 0. So then I'm sure that will be edit. So if this ID is greater than 0, then we are expecting an edit. Else, we need to initiate a new record. So we can now have that inside it. So we need to instantiate this one. But in case this is a new record, so we'll get the list of we'll get the record, the employee record from our table. So what we need to define, when you come to our app context, application context DB. So we have defined this function that returns all the rows of the table. But we now need something that we can pass the parameter, and it can give us the just the record based on the parameter that we have passed. So we can copy this, and we can actually duplicate it. So we can say public object. So it will give us an object. So we'll say public object. Then we say get table row, just a single record. Then we need to pass the table name. Say table name. Then we say we need also to pass the column. So you can say the column. Then we can pass the value. That is now the parameter. Then object, this is the same. Table mapping should be the same. Then now where we are going to change is our query. So we'll say query select stuff from the table name here. Then this table name, we need to put in a where clause. So after this, so we'll say, let me just get rid of this. So I'll say table name. Then I'll say where inside here. So I'll say where. So after where, I need to put in the column. So I'll say column. Where the column, then I put that. then where the column is equals to, then plus the value. So plus the value, and I need to close it. So I can close it that way. So this is where, so select star from table name, where the column is equals to the value. So after we have done that, we should be able now to return database data connection, then query async map, query then object, then here we'll say result, you want the first record, so you'll say dot first or default, so it will give us the first record. But now we can actually have this as a, we can pass this as an object, so you'll say public t, then get table row, then we pass t here, that is it. Then we can still use this, just then you can say here instead of list you can say single or default, so it will give us the first row. So we need to use this now to get, so this will be generic, this will apply to all the records that we will be retrieving. So if you come to our now add, where we need to retrieve the record, we need to come to our, we need now to pass the, so we need to say employees. Remember we had defined this at the bottom here. Let me show you, this is it. Let me even have it at the top here so that we don't get confused. So this is employee details. So we need to, if it is an edit, we need to pass the employee details to this, to what we had done here. So we'll say employee details is equals to, so we say app dot database dot get table row. So we are passing the object, say employee, then we pass the table this way. So the table name will be employee, then the column will be ID, then the value will be ID. So this should be to string, so you're expecting a string there, then we need to close this. So you can see this will give us the first record. So when it retrieves the data here, it will actually give us the record. And you can also do, we can do this, we say variable data, then we can do, we say employee is equals to, I think that is fine. We can actually leave it the way it is. We can do away with that. So this will now give us the, employees, the employee record that has been selected. So if this is ID is null, it will instantiate it and you can actually capture a new employee. But if there is records, then you can actually preview the data. Now, how do we now select that? So on our employees list, this is where the list is. So we need to select one of the record. If you just tab this one of the record inside here, we should be able to pass that parameter. So how do we do that? So on our collection view, you can see the item source is employees. So what we need to define here is what we call so you can define what we call selected mode. When you tab, you're expecting to select one item. So select mode, you say a single item, then selected item. So we need to say selected item, we need to define it. So how do we do that? Come to our employees list, then inside the employees list, we need to define the selected item, the way we were doing for the cascading drop-down list. So for those who are new, you can watch our previous videos so that you can be able to understand how we have been doing that. So we need to define the selected item so that whenever you select that item, you are able to load it to you are able to get the data and you can be able to preview. So here I'm going to do something small. So I'll say private. So I'll say private. I'll pass the model, employee model. Then I'll say selected employee. So this is the employee that you have actually selected. So I'll do that. Then I need to define, say public employee, selected employee. So I'll do that. Then I can say get. So this will be return. It will return selected employee. Then I need to close that. Then here I can set, can do that. Then I need to say selected employee is equals to value. Then I need to, so I can actually do this. So I'll do this. So selected employee is equals to value. Then can put in a comma there. So after that, I need to say on property change. So I can just do this. Then I need to close this. So this is how it looks. So I'll say selected employee is equals to the value, then on property, in case something changes. And you should be able to, now whenever you select this, we need to pass a value. So here we can say if selected the employee is null, if something is selected, you should actually return null. So you can say return null. So you can say return null, or you can just say return. Then we need to define a function. So we need to define a function here. Let me just show you. So we say private async. So I want us, if you select an employee, then it should load us to the edit page and you should be able to see the details. So we'll say void, then we say on selected employee. Then we do this, we pass the employee model. Then we close that. Then we say you can have a try catch. So I'll zoom that. So I'll say try catch, then exception. We should be able to handle anything that is an error. Then inside the try catch, we can now say if if selected employee, not even selected, we need to pass this. If the employee that has been selected is null, then we should actually return. But in case it has been selected, then we need to say await. So we need to navigate it to our page. So we say shell dot current dot go to. So we now go to we now navigate to our add employee now with a parameter. So we'll do that. Then I'll define. So you need to do that. Then we need to pass our page here. So our page is now the add employee. So we need to copy that. So we'll pass our page here. We should actually say name. Sorry, we should actually do this. Do that. Say name of. Then we pass our page here. Then inside, after the page, we should now say, we should do that. Then we also do this. We say name of. Then we pass the page again. Then now for this time, we add the parameter. You remember the parameter that we had added on our page, add employee. You see this parameter, we need to assign it a value. So come to our list. So here where we are, so we say if we just type in employee ID, we should be able to see it. So employee ID, then if we close that, we should be able to assign it a value. So you'll say is equals to, then we assign the selected employee. So employee, selected employee now is this one. Then we say we want to pass the ID. So that is it. And we can now close that. So you can see this is now we are now passing the navigating to add employee page with a parameter. Now we can now capture the error here. So to do that, let me just copy what we had defined on our, you can copy this, then we can have it on our employees list. So here we can now capture the error. We can say error occurred, then you can remove this, then we'll say something went wrong while selecting the employee, and then you can put in the message that we have. Sorry, so I'll say this plus, then I'll do that, then I'll say ex.message. So this should be out, should remove this, then that is it. So we should be able to get our error. So after we have selected that, remember whenever this is where the employee is being selected, so we need to define this function inside here. So we'll actually define it here, then we pass the parameter, which is the value. We pass now the employee. You see this selected, it will pass the employee to this function, then this function will navigate. So we'll do that. Sorry, we'll do that. Then we can actually return, say return, then selected employee is equals to null. So that is it. So that is it. That is it. So let me see if we missed something. So on selected, we need to, is there anything we need to return? So you say if that is not null, we need to do that. Sorry. So you can do that, then these will be fine. So you can actually can do away with this. Let's see. So if we now take this selected employee, come to our employees list, then our selected item will be, we need to bind it. So we'll say binding, then put in our selected employee, then you say mode is equals to two-way. Then you're expecting now whenever you select an employee, we should be able to hit our view model here. Then we should be able to navigate to our add new employee with a parameter. So if you come and also put a breakpoint here, you should be able to get the parameter and retrieve the data. So if I launch this, you should be able to see how it is working. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos so that you can be able to help others. So like the video so that we reach more people. So let's see how our app looks like. So our app is launching. So let's see how it will work. So when we select one of the employees, so you can see the list is, when you just load it, it will be trying to select, but it will be having a null. So you can see this is our list of employees. So if we just tap James, if we just click, we should be able to see if anything has been selected. You can see James ID 3 Mwangi Karanja has been selected. So that is the employee that has been selected, and should be able now to navigate to our function here to give us the selected employee. So that is it. So let's see. So let's see. That is the employee. Okay, I think we have done something wrong here. We are actually, this is, you see, it is not null. So we are actually returning. That should not be the case. This should be when this is equals to null. So let's launch. So change this to, when this is not selected, then it should actually return a null value. But if it is selected, it should actually take us now to this function that we have just defined. So let's see how it will go. So there it is. So if we select James, there we are. So you can see we have the selected employee. This is not null, so it will jump. There we are. So it has given us the value of the selected employee. And if we just proceed, you can see it has now taken us to the new function. And here we now check if the employee is, here also you are not saying it is not null. Here should be, if the employee is null, that is where we should actually return. So let me do away with this also. So that should be null. So let's see. So if I just click on that, that is it. So you can see it has navigated us to the to this section. And if you just hover on the employee, it is passing the ID 3. So if we just proceed, you can see here we are getting ID 0. If we enter, you can see this is ID 0. We do that, it is again. If we try again, it will now give us the ID. You can see the ID is 3. If we navigate, it will get inside here, and it should be able to retrieve the record employee table ID with our ID is 3. So if we just click here, we proceed, you can see something went wrong while selecting the employee. So we have an exception. So let's try something. So the exception now is on our get table row. So what we need to do here, we can change something on our table row. So let's go there and we see what is wrong here. So what we need to do here, we can say, we can return here, we can change this to be an object. Then we say get table row. Then we don't pass anything. Let's just do that. Then table name, column, and the value. Then we say table mapping. That is fine. Then string query select start from table where column, this is the column, is equals to the value. So this is the value. So I should actually do something here. So do that. So I should also do that. So that is it. So we should do that. So I think this is where our issue was. Then on the cast, we should say result. Then you can pick in the first or default. So let's say first or default. So this is how our function now looks like. So we should expect, so let's go back to our add. So this should be that way. Then we should pass nothing here. Then we can say variable data. We should retrieve the list of employee. Then we can say we assign employee should be equal to say employee. Then we now map it to our data. So this is how it should look. So let's try again. So let's launch our app. So if we click select, it will take us there. There we are. So you see the ID is 3. If we proceed, yeah, still something is wrong with our get table row. This is where the issue is. So you can, let's see how it is. You can try again. Let me just rebuild our app. So there we are. If we click it, let's see. So there we are. So I want us to get the select statement. The issue is here. So that is it. You say select star from employee where ID is equals to 3. So this is where the issue is. So we'll say we'll do that where should be that way. Then we say where this is equals to, then we do that. This is where the issue is, our query. So our query is not. Let's try again. Let's try to launch our app. So if we select, let's go there again. There we are. So if we do that, let's see our query. Select star from employee where ID. I think that should work. That is it. There we are. So you can see we have our first name, Karanja, and even Mwangi. Then email address. I think that is where we didn't save. So if we just now come to our add employee here. So whenever we select the employee data, we'll be able to retrieve it. So if we just do that, let's see. If I select employee here, you can see it is now giving us the parameter. Then if we just proceed, let's now do away with our breakpoint. You can see the data has been retrieved. You can see ID, James 3, Mwangi, Karanja, and the village. So we didn't save the email address, and we also have here the date of birth. So if I proceed, you see it is taking us to the employee form with the first name and the rest. But now remember we are saving the village ID only. So on our employee table, if you just come to our employee table, we have only the village ID. But from the list, you can see we are getting this from the country going downwards up to the village. So how should we map this data when someone edits? So what we need to do, come to our add employee. After we have actually found the data here. So what we need to do here, after we have loaded the villages. So what we need to do, we'll now have something here, very interesting. So I'll just put this here. So I'll now uncomment this. You remember I told you we comment so that you can be able to use it. So whenever someone loads the app, this should already pre-populated. We are loading all the constituencies, the countries, the villages, and the sublocations and all this. So to get to map our data based on our cascading drop-down list, so we'll actually check if our employee data. So we'll say if employee is not equal to null. So this means we already have the data that you already saved. So if that is not equal to null, what we need to do is now to get the list over. We now need to get the village, we get the country, then you actually tie it to the data that we have selected. So how should we do that? So to do that, we are going to check first if we have the employees records based on the data that has been retrieved when editing. If that is there, then we need to actually load the data. So how are we going to load it? We are going to pre-select. So we say selected village will be equal to, selected village. Remember, we are saving the data from the village, only the village ID. So if you come to our form, the data of the village, to show the selected village, so this is the selected village, the sublocation, this location, the constituency, and the country. So we are going to give data to the selected values here. So to do that, we are going to our employee, then we say selected village is equals to, we need to load to get all the data. So all the villages that has been loaded here, then we say is equals to, we say loaded villages, then we say we want to find first or default. Then we say where we need now to get only the first record. So where x dot village ID, say x dot, this should be x, this should be ID, load, get first where ID is equals to, we want to map it to our employee village that we had saved. So you'll say village ID. That is it. So if we have the selected village, of course, we can have the selected constituents, the selected sublocation. So we'll say selected sublocation is equals to locations, loaded sublocations. Then we say ID is equals to, so this one we are not getting, so you'll say ID is equals to the selected village dot sublocation ID. So we get also another one for our location. So we'll say selected location is equals to loaded locations. So we just copy them here. So these are locations. Then we say ID is equals to selected sublocation dot location ID. So we should also be getting the sublocation. So after sublocation, then we have the constituency. So we say selected constituency. Constituency is equals to loaded constituencies. So here we should be able to get them from here. Then get first or default. Then this should be location, then constituency ID. Then we should now get the country. So we are actually cascading upwards. So we say here selected country should be equal to the loaded countries. Then we say selected constituency dot country ID. So that is it. So one thing that we need now to modify based on our code. So whenever we just launch our app, this will be loading automatically. So this will be loading automatically. And once it's loaded, we can now do whatever we want with what is there. So if the village is selected, so we are doing something with our data. So you can see here, you are actually clearing the data before we can do anything. But now we can do away with this. So what we can do, we can say if a country is selected, so if a country is selected, then we need to pass the constituencies. So to do that, we just do away with that. Then we say constituencies. So you say loaded. This should be loaded. Countries. I mean, when you select the country, it will give you the constituency. So you should say loaded. Load constituency. So this is it. So we should actually say load constituency. So load constituencies dot where that is selected, then you can actually have it here. So the same way we should do to the countries. So this should do away with this. We don't have to clear. Then you say load locations. Load locations. Then it should be able to append. Then we should actually also say for the sublocations, we should do away with this. Then here we should say load sublocations, where location ID is that. Then villages, we'll do away with this also. Then we say load villages. So that is it. So we can try to edit our app and see. So I'll just put in a breakpoint here, then launch our app. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So our app is launching. Let's see. So if we click James Karanja, it will take us to the edit page. And you can see our employee data is not null. So this one should be, we should actually check not only null. Let's see if it will throw an exception. So there we are. Yeah, it will actually throw an exception. So for us to check, we should actually say if this is employee.details, then you say dot, can check the ID. Or we can check, you can say, or you can even check, let's just check employee data is not null, and we say and ID is greater than 1, is greater than 0. So you just do that. We should do that. So if we try again, so our app is launching. So if we click again, it will take us to that section. It is getting our employee data. You can see we have a James Mwangi Karanja. So here we should be having the village ID. If we select, if we proceed, we still have the village ID. If we just go there, it should take us there. So selected village should have a value, you can see. If we proceed again, so I'll jump to the next line. If we proceed here, you see selected location also has a value. So if we just continue, you can see our app is now having the cascading drop-down list. You can see we have the country, constituency, location, sublocations, and the village based on what we saved. So this is how now you are done. You should be able to do the editing, and you can actually update. You can see I can be able to update. and here as well I can be able to. So you can see we have the macro code test and we have the date here. So if we just click the macro code employee, then it should actually edit our form. So you can see we are able to edit our form. So on our last video, we actually did a click on, we activated the tab, the selection on our list of DataGrid. So if you just tab on it, then it will open this form. So we have actually passed the parameter of the employee, and we have actually also retrieved the data based on the villages. You can see sublocations, locations, constituencies, and that is the country. So let me just try to zoom so that you can be able to see. So you can see this is how we did it, and you can see we are passing a parameter at the top. Then we have the ID here. Then we have the, we are now passing the data from our employees list. So that is how the app works. So, but now, assuming we want to update these details. So if we change this to test 10, we change this to updated. Let's say this is the, so if we do updated and we try to save, remember we just click the same, we just edited the employee, but if we click save, then this data will be created as a new record. So if we also edit this and we also say updated to, and also click save the data, it will be added as a new record. You can see. So if you also do undo 3, so what should we do? Whenever you click this record and try to save it, it should not be created as a new record. So the new record can only be launched from the new employee form. But whenever a user selects the record like this, then update the details macro test. Then we say macro code test. Then if we just save it again, we say this is 4. And we save it, it should save the data, it should update the data, but not create a new record. So how should we now effect that? So to do that, we need to define something. So come to our app. So here I'm going to define something. So I'm going to actually define a Boolean that will help us indicate whether we are editing the details or we are creating a new record. So I'll just say private Boolean, then we say is edit, then I'll close that, then I have to define public, then I say bool, then I say is edit, then I need to close that, then I'll say set will be set property, then I need to pass is edit value, then get, I also do that, then get will be our is edit. So you can see this is now how it is. So, and we can always assign this to a value. You can say always this is false. So if we now come to our edit, you can see if we have if a parameter has been passed to our employee record, then if that means an employee has been selected, then we can actually retrieve the data and pass it to our employee details, which actually have defined it here. So this is what we are using to bind our data to our form. So if I just show you our add employee form, we are binding the employee details. You can see employee.middle name, employee details, the first name. So that is how we are doing it. So to define, so whenever an employee has been retrieved, then we should actually say is edit is actually true. So that means this data is being edited. But whenever an employee record has not been selected, then we set this to false. So if we just do that, then now when you come to our save button, so when you come to our save button, we should actually use now the is edit to define whether we are creating a new record or we are actually updating a record. So if you do that, then you should be able to know whether you should be able to update the record or you should be able to create a new record. So what you are now doing, come to our add a button. So this is our add button. So you can see this is our create function. But now on our app.database, we only have a create function. So you can see this is a create function which will actually create a new record. But now we should be able to define a generic function that should help us update the record without actually creating a new record. So how should we do that? So let's copy this. Let's copy this. Then we are going to say this update async. Then we pass our entity the same way we have done. Or we can actually define a generic function that we can add or update. So you can say add. We can say add or update. Let's just do update so that I can be able to show you what we mean by what we have just defined. So we can say update async. So this is for the create function, and this is how we have defined our tables, guys. For those who are new, you can consider watching some videos that we have done. So this is day 13 of .NETMAUI. So subscribe, guys, so that you can keep us motivated in actually doing these videos. So this is update async. We pass the entity the same way we have done at the top. But now when it comes here, we do something called update async. So if we just update async and we pass the model, then we should be able to update the data. So if we come to our model and we now do something here, so we can actually say now, we can define a variable, say variable response is equals to string.empty. So we just do that. Then we say if is not is edit. That means this is a new record. So this will be false. So what we need to do, we assign the response that else. So you say else. We can do that. Then we pass this. Then we assign the response here. You can actually, this should be null. Let's do that. You can define it that way. I not assign 9 to him. So we can actually say, let's just do this. You can define these as it is. Let's just do this. Then you can also define these as it is. Then what we need to do, we say, we can also copy this. You can just have these here. Then we can also have it here at the top. So if we just remove this, so whenever it is not editing, then a record is added. Whenever it is, so we need to change this to update async. So if we do that, then we can say record updated, but not added. So we say record updated, employee details successfully updated. So that is how you update. So if we just launch our app now, we should not be able to create a new employee, but we should be able to update the existing record, but not creating a new record. So that is how you update record, guys. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So on our next series, we'll be showcasing how to delete records. So you can see this is how it is now. We have up to updated form. So if I just update, click that, and I say updated to 5, then I save, then I'm expecting the record to be updated. You can see a new record has not been added. If I just click update that and I say 6, then I'm expecting to be updated and not added. You can see, but if I just come and say new, I select a new South Africa, Nairobi, that is it, that way, up to there. So then I say new record, new record, then I say test@gmail.com, then I pass this date, then save. You can see record added. So I'm expecting a new record. You can see this is a new record. So that is how you do editing, guys, on .NET MAUI. So you can actually use that. But in case you also want to use the same function to do add or update, you can come to our create function. Instead of having a create function and an update function, these are actually generic functions. You can copy this and duplicate here. Have only one function that can do both add and update. So you can say add or update. So it will be able to see whether the ID that the employee has is null or it has an ID. So it will actually update the record. So then here you will say add. You can say add. No, you can say actually insert or replace. You can see this one. You can actually use insert or replace. So if you use this function, it can actually add a record or update. So instead of having two functions that you can separate, then if you have this, then you don't need to be defining the this is edit or delete. So what you can do, we can actually comment this. You can actually comment this. Then we can just copy this at the top here. Then we can have a response. Then we can say add or update. So if we just do that, this function will do everything that we want. So if we just launch our app, it will be able to know whether we are editing or we are adding a new record. So let's just demonstrate so that you can be able to see. So for those who are new, guys, consider subscribing and watching our videos. So you can see we have new record. So if I just click this record and I say new record update, we can say new update or a new update. So it should be able to update this record but not add it. So if I just say that and save, you can see our record has been updated. You can see new update, new update, new update. So if I just say new, let's add a new one. It should be able to detect that this is a new record and we are not updating. So if I just do that, then I say new, we say not, you can say not update. These are not update. It should create this as a new record above the not update. Then you can say test@gmail.com. Then you can leave even the date that way. If I save, you can see we have the not update record. You can see here we have it at the first section. So not update, not update, not update. So it has actually been created as a new record. Then you can see the others. So that is how this works, guys. So you can actually do that and be able to use the app. So for today's video, we are going to do something interesting. So we are going to provide an indicator to give us the progress of what we are doing. And also, we are also going to see how we can delete a record from the list. So if we come to our list, just come to employees add form. Then we need to define something on our employee add form. So we need to give an indicator to show the progress of saving the record and also be able to see how we can delete the record. So to do that, we are going to come to our list. So this is how our list looks like. So this is our employees add or update form. So come to our list, then just at the button here, we need to indicate to actually have the activity indicator. So provide the activity indicator, then we say is running. Then we can actually leave that. Then we can say is visible. We can also leave that, then we can close. So this is our activity indicator. This activity indicator will be showing us the progress of our, whenever we click the button, then you can be able to see a rotating activity indicator of what you are doing. So come to our add employee. So we need to define something on our add employee model. So for this one, we are going to come to our constructor just below the constructor here. then we can actually copy what we had done. Then we need to define a boolean. Then we can say is running. So this one, then you can also can define this here. Then you can do is running. So this one will actually define whether our activity indicator should be running or not. So this activity indicator is running. Come to our activity indicator. We now bind it here. So you say binding, then provide that. Then it should be visible when it is running. So we do that again. So we'll use the same thing. So you say binding is running. So this is running is always, we can actually define it as we give it a false, an initial value which is false. So to have our activity indicator running, come to our add form. So this is our add employee form. So we can actually say if our activity indicator is running, then we can actually return. So there could be something going on. But else, if this is not running, then we can actually say this is equals to true. So we set that to true, and our activity will start running. Then after the data is saved, in case of an error, you actually also stop that. You provide it to false. Don't allow it to be running whenever there is an error. And here we can say return. Then we can also copy this, provide it now whenever we save our data. So this is it. So come here, after our data is saved, you can say if running. You can actually, after you have saved our data, we can stop this statement down here. So let's just do that. So this one will now, if we launch our app, we should be able to see the activity indicator. Whenever we just click it, it should be able to be running. Then we are able to see the progress. So for our activity indicator, if you just come here, you can also define the height. You can give it like 50. Width, you can also give it like 50. So if we just do that, let's see, launch our app and see how it will be doing. So whenever we click our save form, our activity indicator should start running, and you should be able to see the progress of what we are doing. So let's wait as our app launches so that you're able to see. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos so that you can be able to see how you can be able to implement this app. So we will be sharing this code for our subscribers. So if you're not part of our subscribers, please subscribe so that you actually have all the source code of this app. So as you can see on our app, this is how we have our models. We have our view pages, and also we have our database context, which hold everything about our database. This is how our database looks like. So our app is launching. Let's see how it is. So click that subscribe button and even like this video so that you can be able to reach more people. So let's see how our app looks like. So you can see this is our list of employees. So we can actually add a new employee. Come to a country, Kenya, Nairobi, Koros, Maridadi, then test. Can also have your test. So this is our name. You can also have your test. Then you can also have our email address at gmail.com. You can also have here the date of birth. So if I just click save, you should be able to see there is a progress bar down here. I'm sure you are able to see that. So if I just also edit and try to click save, I should be able to see the progress bar loading at the bottom. So if I click save, you can see this is the progress bar at the bottom loading. If I click OK, then it is fine. So that is how you define the progress bar of an app. So if we just do that in .NETMAUI, you can see we have a progress bar down there. So that is actually an activity indicator. So that is how you define that, guys. So assuming I want to delete this record, I have a list of records here, but I want to delete them. So what I need to do, I can actually define a button at the top, at the bottom here for deleting. So I'll just come to my for add form, just below the add or save details. I'll define another command, and I can actually say this as delete employee. But this one now I want to define it with another color. So I'll say text, or I can say background color. I will say static resource. Remember, as we had actually indicated, don't allow binding of colors inside here, because you'll be changing them. So ensure that you bind your colors and actually have all your colors under styles. Colors, everything should be here. So we can add another color here, and you can have it, and you can just say red. So that is it. I can give it employee red a name. So that will be our color name. So if I come to our add employee form, I can actually say static, then I can add my color red here using the name that I had provided. Then for the button, I'll come to our add employee form. This is our button. So I'll just copy this button. Let me just do this. So I'll just copy that. Then I need to now define this. So I'll close this. That is it. So because this name is actually the same, I'll say delete employee record. So I'll say delete employee record. Check the progress bar as well. That is the activity indicator. If it's running, set it to be running. Then I now need to delete employee record. So how do we delete a record from the database? So we are going to define something on our database. On our app context, on our app application DB context, this is how our database looks like, and our tables. This is the name of our database, and this is our tables. So we have 5 tables. So we had created a create function to create, that is a generic function that will be able to create a new record in our database. Then we have the update function that should be able to do that. So you can actually have these 2 functions, or just create one function that can do both. So that we have an add or update function that can insert or replace. So that is, it can update a record. Then we have a function that can retrieve table rows. That is a list of rows. Then we have the one that can only get you a single record from the database. But now we want to define another one that should be able to delete. It should be able to delete a record from our database. So to do that, we are going to define that function here. So I'll just say, so come here, let's copy one of it. So we'll just copy this. Then we say, we do delete async. So we also pass our entity, everything there. Then here we now come and say delete async, so that it will actually delete the entity that we have passed. So this is fine. So to proceed, we'll come now to our delete function to actually now implement the deletion. So from here, we can actually now delete the employee record, because we will be having the data. So this data here, you can say data. So we can just say if this is not null, so we can actually proceed inside here and delete the employee record. So how do we do that? So we can say app, we'll say app.database, then do that. No, you can say then we can now pass the delete async. So remember, we need to pass our employee model. So we'll pass the employee model, employee, then we need to pass the table. So we need to pass our entity. In fact, this is it. So we'll just pass this. So then this should be await. So it should actually delete our employee. So after it has deleted, then we can actually provide an alert. So you can just copy this, and we have it here. Then we say a record deleted. So deleted. Then you can say employee details successfully deleted. So we can do that. Then we can actually, we should now take our list back to the list. So we'll copy that. And so after we have deleted the record and we have provided an alert, then we can navigate back to the list. So if the employee data is actually null, we can actually give an alert. Then you can say, remember after doing that, we need to also switch off our progress bar. So we can do that, so our activity. Then you can say record missing. So you'll say record missing. So you can say employee details is missing. So that is our error. Then you can say, you can also switch off this one, and you can also actually return it back, or you can, yeah, that is fine. So we need now to append this command on our add employee form. So come to our add employee form, and here we need now to provide this, and we say command. So this is our delete function. So if we just launch our app again, we should be able to delete an employee. So come to our delete function. So this is how our functions looks like. So we should be able to, if we have here a breakpoint, we should be able to hit this section. So if I just, our app is launching, let's see. So if you edit the employee, then you should be able to see the red button that you have just added. So if I double click it, something is wrong somewhere. So let's try and run again. I think it should be this, let's see if there's something wrong. If I click it, it's opening. So if you can see our form is not scrolling down. So we need to update something here. So our form has actually it is actually a long list. So what we need to do, we can make our form scrollable. So come to our add employee. At the top here, we can actually make this as a scroll view. So we can define that as a scroll view. Then we can launch our app. So at the bottom here should be scroll view. So then let's see. If we do that, so that is it. So if I click it, I should be able to scroll down. I can see then still our app is not doing the same. So what we need to do, let's just define something here. So come to our app. So this is scroll view. So this scroll view, this is vertical, horizontal. So you can try to put in some margin. So you can say margin. You can put 8, 0, 0, then 8. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this margin as a cross margin. So I'll just remove the rest so that you can be able to see how our app looks like. So I'll just remove this, the layouts. Just use only the first one. So this is part of the stylings that we had done. So you can actually update your app to resemble this one, so that you can be able to scroll. So I'll just remove this. Also remove this. So we should be having now only one single vertical horizontal here, vertical layout here. Then at the top we have our scroll view. So then everything should be fine. So if we launch our app, we should be able to scroll it and see. So let's see. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous video. So let's see how our app looks. So if I click edit, you can see I can now be able to scroll our app. So you can see it is now scrollable, but you can see my buttons are a bit closer. So I want these buttons to be a bit separate. So if I come to our buttons, I can actually have these as a stack layout. So I'll define these into a, so I'll have individual button as stack layout. So I'll copy this, have it inside here. Then I can actually define my button. Can say margin should be 10, 10, sorry, 10, 10, 10, should be 10. Then I can actually have my background color, can set it maybe to something else. So I can say binding, or I can just say static. Then I can just say green. Let me say green. Let's see some of the colors available. So I can use this navigation green. Can use that. So if I just have it here, so that is our color. I can also define this other one as a stack layout inside our, so I'll do this stack layout, close it. Then I can also define the margin. So I'll copy this margin here, and we define the background color as red. So this is how our buttons looks like. So that is fine. So if I just launch our app again, so we are doing some spacing, you should be able to see how it will look like. So if you are new to this channel, subscribe please. We have actually noticed that some of you guys are watching our videos and you are not subscribing. So if I just click here, you can see our button is now save employees details, and you have the delete employee as at the bottom. So something interesting, you can actually define some of these corners. You see these corners at the end of the button. You can actually do something like corner radius. Then you define the radius. So if I just say 20, and I can also define a corner radius, I can do even 20. So if I just save it, you can see how our buttons looks like. It has actually defined some of the corners to look as you can see. So if I just click delete employee, you can see it has come to our delete employee. So if I just do that, then our progress bar will start loading. If I just open it, it should be able to start loading. So if I just do that, let's begin, proceed and see. You can see our progress bar is actually showing the user that something is going on. So if I just proceed, it will tell me the employee details has been successfully deleted. If I click OK, it will take me to the list. So actually I can now delete some of these records. So let me just remove here. So if I just scroll down, delete, I should be able to delete. You can see it is now deleting. Delete the record. I also click that, delete the record. Click at the top. I click deleting. You can see the records are being deleted. So that is how you can actually allow a user to delete a record in .NET. So on today's video, we want to do something small. So we want to add an employee photo. Assuming we want to capture a photo on this app, so you can be able to do that. So to begin with, let's stop our app. Then we can go directly to our add employee form. So on our add employee form, just below the date of birth, I'm going to provide a stack layout. So I'll just do stack layout, then close it. Sorry, let me just do stack layout. So inside our stack layout, let's provide a button that will be able to that we can be using now to capture our photo. So I'll say button, then I can give it a name. So I'll say take a photo. Then I'll also give a color, maybe style, bind. So I'll say static resource, and I can give it maybe green. So our colors are on resources, then styles, then colors. So we can actually say navigation. So, or we can pick the primary brush. So this will be our color. So if I just have this there, then the next thing that we can do is actually the text. So you can now say capture, capture employee photo. That will be our text. Then the next thing that we can do is actually provide the text color. So we can do also can do this. We say a static resource. Then we can actually do white. So that will be the color of our this will be, so this will be style here. We can actually say, I think that is fine. So then we can close this. So I'll just remove, I can actually close this, can have it this way. So after we have done that, if you click this button, we should be able to capture a photo, but we'll want to preview that photo just below the button. So what we can do, we can provide an image. So we say image, then we can actually give it a name. So the name, we can say this is emp photo. So that is the name of our, then we can also define the height request. We can say 350. Then we can also define the vertical options. So we can say we want it to be filled and expand. Then we can close this. So since you have done that, the next thing that you are going to do is to define the photo that is going to capture our employee record. So how do we do that? So we are going to do that in our view model. So come to our employee add view model here. So just below the constructor, we are going to define a command. So I'll just say public I command. So I'll just say public I command. I'll use I command. Then I can say capture. That is the name of our command. Employee photo. Then I can actually say this is get. Then since I've done that, so this is public. So the add command inside the constructor. So I want us to do something inside the constructor. So if you just say, see our constructor, this begin up to here. So inside here, I'm going to define now this capture command, capture employee photo command. I'll just say capture employee photo command. I'll define it here. Then I say this is equal to new. I'll just initiate, say new. Then I say new command. Then I'll say inside the command, I'll say do capture employee. So this is a function photo. Then I'll do that, comma. Then I'll say equals to, let's say this is equals to media picker. Then I'll say is supported. So I check if that is supported. Then I'll define this function, do capture employee photo. So I'll just say private, then async void. Then I provide it here. Then I need to close it. So that is it. So inside here, I'll provide try catch. So I'll do try catch anything that we can experience. So inside the try, so we are going to have a variable, say photo is equals to await, then media picker dot capture. We want to capture photo. So we'll just do that. So once the photo is captured, so we want this photo, once it is captured, we actually load it on our image section. So we should be able to see the photo that has been captured. So what we need to do, we need to define a string that will actually provide the path of the photo. So to do that, just below here, we are going to define a string. So we'll say private. You can say private string. Then we say employee photo path. So this is our path for the photo that we should be expecting. Then I'll say public string. Then I do, so I'll just, maybe these, I can have these as small e. Then I'll do a capital E here. Then I'll say, so I'll open and close that. Then I can say get, do that. Then I say is equals to this one. Then close it. Then I'll say set should be equals to set property. Then inside I'll do that. Then that should be fine. So this one, we need now to assign this path once we capture the photo at the top. So how do we do that? So come to our photo. So we'll say employee path is equals to, so we need to assign the path of the photo that you have just captured. So to do that, we'll say employee photo is equals to await. So we need to load the photo. So the load function, we need to define the load function that will give us the complete path of the photo. So I'll do something. So let's come to our local base view model. So if you just come, you'll see we have the local base view model. So I'm going to define our load photo function here that will actually give us the photo path. So I'll say public, then I'll say async task string. Then we are expecting a string, that is the complete URL of our photo. So I'll say load photo because this will be a generic function. Then you're expecting a file result, file result. Then you'll say result, or you can just call it photo. Then inside here, we need now to do some things. So we'll say variable stream is equals to photo that you have just provided there, open read. So we need to read it. Then we need to get the result. So after we have the photo, we should actually convert this to bytes. So we'll say byte, we can define this as byte, or we can just read it the way it is. We can define a byte image. So I'll say image data. Let's not assign something here. So say this image data. Then we can read, so we'll say using, so we'll say using a memory stream. So we'll do using memory stream. ms is equals to new memory stream. So I'll do that. Then inside here, I'll say stream dot copy to ms. Then I'll say image data. I need to assign our bytes here, equals to that, and then to array. So that should be fine. So I also want to define the height of the image. So I can actually define it here. So I'll say variable width of the image. I can also define it here. I'll say that. Then I'll do let's define some height. So the height we can do, let's say 480. Then we can also do width. That is the width. Then the height we can also do height of the image. We can do 720. So that is it. So we need to now do something small. So we need to resize our photo. So we can actually resize our photo, or we can actually leave it the way it is. So instead of resizing, we can actually maybe just leave it the way it is, because this is what we should actually be using to resize. So we can actually resize, but we can actually do away with that. Then we can say just get the photo as it is. You can say folder, and just get folder path is equals to path dot combine. So we need to get the path. So we'll get a file system, then dot app directory. We combine with the folder, so we can actually define the folder, so where we want our photos to be stored. So we can say our photos should be stored on, we can provide here a string, sorry. So we can say it is employee photo. So this is now our folder. So after we have done that, we should actually check if this folder exists. So we say if, so this is where our photos will be stored. We say if there is no file dot exist, then we pass our folder path. If this is doesn't exist, what should we do? So we should actually do another clause here. So we should actually create. So we'll say directory dot create directly path. We pass the path. So after it has done that, we'll say now variable new file is equals to, we say path dot combine, then we say folder path, this one. We'll do that, folder path. Then we say, we provide now the photo name. So we'll say photo, what we had provided at the top here. So you already now have this path. So we want to save the file now to this folder. So we'll say photo, then we provide the name of the photo. And you can actually define how you will want the name to be. So you can also define the naming of your files based on how you will want it to appear. So after we have done the combine bit, then we can now save. We can now write the file to that folder. So what we need to do, we need to say using. So you can actually save the file. So we'll say variable stream. So we'll say stream2 is equals to new. Say memory. So this should be memory stream. Then you can say, so this should be memory stream, or you can just do away with that. We just save the file as it is, because you can say that, then we do that. So we can do that. So we can actually say stream2 is equals to memory stream. Then we have our data here. Remember, we had already copied our stream to this one. So what we need to do, we need to assign the stream here. We can actually do something. We can say variable new stream, then is equals to, we can actually do this. We say file dot open write. We need to write it, then we need to write the new file, this one. So we pass the path, that is it, the string path. Then after we have passed the string path, then we need to write the stream. So we will say the image data here. Then we can just copy the stream here. We can copy the stream here. We take this stream, then we copy the stream to this new stream. Then it will be able to write the file to that folder. So that is the code on what we should actually do to save the file. Then what we need to do is we need to return this new file. So remember, we have now saved here the file, and we should actually return it. So when we load this photo on our view model, so we need to get the file path. So we actually do load photo, then we need to pass the photo that you have just captured. So we'll say photo, because we're expecting a file result. So that should actually give us the photo path that we have captured. But in case there is an error, we can actually provide an alert, or we can just do this. We write some console line. That is it. So when we click these commands, so capture photo command. So if you just add these on our add employee, we need to bind it here. So it'll say command, then we can actually bind it. You can say binding, then we provide the command there. Then on our image, to actually show the image, we can actually say source. Then we need to bind it based on our path. You see this path that we have here, this one. So this is the source of our file. So it should actually getting the file based on that source. So if we just bind it here, we should actually expect the path of that file. So if we just launch our app now and we try to capture, so I'll just put in some breakpoints here so that you're able to see how our app looks like. But before we do that, I think there is an error. So let me see. So, but before we do that, there's an error at the top here. Yes, so we are supposed to close this. Yeah, so that is closed. But before we do that, we need to provide the permissions. So to do that, come to our app. Then we have something called platforms, then Android, then Android manifest. So if we click this, we should be able to see that you should actually provide the permissions here. So this is where you actually give the permissions to your app, so that it can be able to provide the to give you the rights to provide to capture the photo. So what you need to do there is actually give the rights for the photo. So I'll just maybe design, then open. So I think this is fine. So what I need to do is to give the rights for the camera. So what we need to do here, so let's define the rights. So we will say, we can just copy this, then here we'll replicate this. We say Android, then the name should be Android permission, then here we need to say camera. So we'll just say camera. Then we have the one for the internet. I don't think there is anything that we need to capture. I think we also need to provide something, the right for it to write to external storage. So we'll say Android permission rights. So here we'll say write underscore external underscore storage. So this is the right that you should actually provide. We need also the right to read. So we'll say read. Here should be read external storage. So we can also add another one to manage. So we'll say, sorry. So I'll just copy this here. So I'll need to close this. So I'll say this is a manage. So I'll say manage. So it should be manage, then external storage. We can also do the right for media. So we'll do another right here. That is the permission. So we'll say Android permission. Then here we say right. Then media. Here, so we'll say media. Then storage. So I think that should be fine for everything that we are. We can also do manage. We have the manage external. Then we have the read. So anything that we need to add, I don't think this should be fine. So we can also just leave it the way it is. So these are the permissions that we should actually add. So if we launch our app, we should now be able to capture the photo and be able to see the path where the photo is captured. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So we actually notice some of you guys are watching our videos and you are not subscribing. So please subscribe so that you can be able to do more videos, and comment down below in case you have any suggestion or even a better way to do things. See you in our next videos on some of the things. But before that, let's see our videos on how, or let's see how our app looks like and how we can be able to enhance it. So our app is launching. So let's see how it will work. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. Comment down below in case you feel the video is interesting. So if we click new, let's see if everything is well. So you can see we have our capture photo, employee photo on our screen. Then we have this section that is empty, which actually will give us the section to have our photo. If I just click this button, you can see we have our breakpoint. So if I just proceed, it will actually give us an option to, you see, it is actually giving us an option for us to capture. So I'll say while using this app, allow. So it has something wrong. So I'll just do that. Then I'll say, we'll see features not supported either when there was no camera on the device or Android media.action image capture was not added. So I think that is we need a right for image capture. Okay, to actually address this exception that you are getting here, we can actually add, we need to add something on our Android manifest XAML file. So if we just come here, I want you guys to add this code. So queries intent, then action Android name, Android media.action.image capture. So ensure you add this just inside the manifest. So after you have done that, you can actually launch our app so that you can be able to see if it will have the that option. So ensure you have added this to avoid that error. So this, we are using Android emulator. So if I just do that, if I click new employee, then I click capture, there we are. So if I move capture photo, it will actually ask me, you can see, it has actually asked me to capture the photo. So I'll just capture. Then you can see I can click this selection. Then it will actually load the photo. You can see we have the photo Microsoft.maui.storage.file result. So if I just proceed, it will load the employee photo path. You can see the photo is under data user 0com.company name.employee app files. Then we have the employee photo that we have just added. Then this is the employee, that is the photo name. So this is the photo name. So this employee photo should be actually be the source of our app. So if I just proceed, then we should actually be able to see the photo under this section. So today we are going to determine as to why our photo is not displaying. So if I just do a capture again, so you can see it will come there, then load the camera. Then if I click capture photo, it will load the photo. So this is how it is. So if I proceed, you can see it is loading the photo, and this is the path. Data user 0com.company name.employee app files. Then the photo, that is this photo, is actually the path of the folder of the photos, and this is the photo name. So this is now the complete path of the photo. So this complete path of the photo is actually a string. As you can see here, we are actually capturing the string, and we have a boolean to indicate whether the photo has been captured or not. So we are displaying the image section here. This image section, you can see is visible. Is visible is actually being binded here, so that you can be able to know whether the photo has been captured, so that we can display this section. So that is it for based on what we did. So let me see why our screen is let me just close. So that is it for how we did it. So today, I think we must be having an issue with our load photo async so that we are not able to preview the image. So I've just done some small tweaks. So these are how our functions look like. Load photo, we are passing the photo that we have captured. Then we read the stream. Then I declared the byte image data where we'll be adding the data from these sections. So we read the stream, then we add it. So we have our folder path where we combine the folder path with app directory, then the photo folder. So you can say employee photo. So we had done this yesterday. So this is the photo, this is the folder where you need the photo to be stored. So it will check if the photo, if the path exists, then it will actually create the folder path. So this is the new file. So the file name will now be the folder path. These are path with the file name that has been provided by our photo. But now you can also give it the name that you want. So for example, I can say variable the string variable. You can say emp file name. So this is the name of our file. So you can, it doesn't have that you need to use the file name of the photo, but you can provide the name that you want. So I'll just say employee photo.jpg. But now when you are doing this, be cautious so that the photo name should not be the same if you are capturing multiple employees. So you can actually add maybe date to the name. So I can say, or I just maybe say date time, or I just do GUID. So you can provide the date, or you can just do a GUID so that you can dot new GUID. So I can do that. Then I can append the name of my photo. So then I'll just do m file name. I'll replace this with this one. So there's a lot of ways you can actually rename your file, but ensure the name of the file is not the same if you're capturing multiple employees, because you'll have one photo for all the employees. So you can do the date time, or you can just do a GUID. So after you have done that, our new file now that will be saved will be our path, which is employee photo, then our file name from this section. Then we need now to write a stream. So we are writing the stream. We are writing the file to our file name here. So what we missed yesterday is this line. So I'm going to comment it so that you can be able to see. So using variable stream2, so I've just declared this is equals to new memory stream image data. Remember, we actually copied all our data into this. So we have an array of image data. Then you are going to write these data, these stream. We are going to write this stream2. So change this to stream2. Then we write this stream2 to new stream. So this new stream will actually write it to our new file here. So if we launch our app, we should be able to, whenever we capture a photo, we should be able to preview it. So this is now a complete code. So then it will return our new file. So the new file will actually be the path. So this is now still the path, complete path of the photo. So this is the complete path of the photo. So this is now a complete path of the photo. So if I just come to our app, I'll just edit one of our employee who has data. So if I just say capture, it will come here. Then if I proceed, it will give me the camera. So I'll just click OK. If I capture the screen, then I click OK. So you can see we have our photo here being supplied to our function. So this is our function. Let's go to definition. So I'll just click here so that you see what you have done. So if I proceed, it will come here, you can see. So if I proceed again, our new file name, you can see it has now added the GUID plus the employee photo.jpg. So that is our file name. So you can give the file name what you also like. So then it will proceed, read the streams. You can see this is the bytes. Then it will actually write that to our file now. Then it will return our path. So this is our path. So if I just proceed, it should give us the complete path. So you can see the complete path. We have the employee photo, which is our folder, then the name of our file, that is the employee photo file name. Then if we proceed, this name, remember we had binded it to our form here. So this is the employee path folder. So this is the source of our file. So the image should now be displaying on our screen. So you can see this is the image. So the image is now displaying, and you can alter the size of this image. So based on the height, so I can say here maybe for 50, then you can be able to see it has actually increased. So this is how you can do that. So assuming you have now, we have the employee data, you can see the country name, constituency, Maridadi, Marinda, Koros, macro code, updated email, and even the date of birth. So then we have captured the photo. So to save this photo, what we need to do, come to our employee database. For those who are new, this is how we defined our tables. So we have our table for constituency, country, employee, locations, products, sublocations, and villages. So for our employee table, we are going now to define the photo. So the photo will be the string. So it will store the string of our file. So we can say this is a string. Then we can now save we can say emp photo. So you can say emp photo. So that is the employee photo. So if you want to save now this will be our photo, or we can just say employee photo. So we want to save this string that you have just captured, the complete string to this image. So what we need to do, come to our add employee view model, then on our add function. So we have our function here. So if you don't know how to do that, consider watching some of our previous videos so that you can be able to understand. So this is our add employee command. So on our add employee command, we are checking if you have selected the village. If not, then it will give you an error. So to proceed, you are going now to say emp, so em data, then you say dot employee photo. So we assign it now the path. So we assign this path that we have been selecting. So you see this path, employee photo, that we have actually retrieved from this list. So I'll do away with this because we already know what we have doing. So I'll just take this and now append it to our emp photo. So if I do that, then this will be our employee photo, will be given the name of this file. So if I just do that and click relaunch our app, then we are expecting our data to be saved with this photo. So if I do that, let's see. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So if I click on one of our record, then you can see our photo is not there, but these other details are being retrieved. So we need to save this photo so that whenever we just edit our data, we also need to see the photo that we had captured. So I'll click that, then capture the photo. Then if I click OK, so I'll just do away with our breakpoints. Then it will give me the photo. So I'll just provide a breakpoint on our add employee here, so that you're able to see the kind of data that is being supplied. So if I click save, you can see it has come here. We have our employee path. You see it is this all long string. So if I just proceed, our emp data should be updated. You can see we have the email address, the employee photo with the complete path, the first name, the ID, last name, middle name, and the village ID. So if I just proceed, our data has been saved. So it will take us to the list. Now, one thing to note, we have saved our photo. So if I just click on edit again, you can see I'm not seeing my photo here. So why? This is because we need to ensure that whenever you edit whenever we edit the record, we need to supply the employee this complete employee path with the path of the photo. So what we need to do, you come to our constructor at the top here, where we were checking the ID being supplied. So if an ID is greater than 0, that means the record is being edited. So it will come inside here, then retrieve the employee record based on the ID that has been supplied. Then it will actually bind the data to our employee details. So what we need to do, we need to now come here and say our complete employee photo path is equals to, we get the data from our employee details, then it should be replaced by the employee photo. So it will actually, if you are editing the file, if you are editing the record and you had saved the file, so you can now append the complete file path to our string. So if we just try again, so let me just stop our app, then relaunch, it will actually give us the path name of our photo. So let's see. So if I just edit our record now, you can see our ID is 0, so it will not get inside, it will jump. So then it will also come back. Let me just proceed. You can see it has come back. So our ID is 6. So you can see it is 6. So if I just proceed, it will go inside our table, get the employee record based on the ID, which is 6. So this is the data that it has given us. So you can see it has given us the email address, the employee photo, file name, ID, last name, middle name, and you can see now we had saved our employee photo. So we already have a complete path of this photo. So we are going to assign it to our complete employee photo. So if we just proceed, it will assign the complete employee photo with our complete path of the photo. So if we just continue, then our screen should be able to, our file should be able to be seen. You can see when we edit now our record, then we should be able to see the record based on the path that we saved. So that is how you manage the photo on your app based on the records that you are saving. Now, some of you guys are asking, what happens whenever we need to submit that photo, maybe via an API to the server? So if you're interested on how you can do that, guys, then comment down below. Screen. So today we are going to create the login screen. Then we'll be able to see how we are able to log in using the API. Then we will be able now to pick there and push data to API and pull some records as well. So to begin with, if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. And we actually noticed, guys, some of you guys are watching our videos and you are not subscribing. So if you're one of them, please subscribe so that you can be able to actually boost our ratings on YouTube and help us reach more people. So we are going to start by creating our login screen. So to start with, so I'm going just here and I'm going to create our a new page, new item. Then we are going to create .NETMAUI, then a content page. Then I'm going to say this is login page. Login page. So if I click OK, I'll be able to have my login page here. Then I'm going also to create a login page view model. So I'll just copy the name of the login page, then a new. Then I'm going to create a login page, then add view model keyword. So if I do that, I'll be able to have my class. So I'll be able to have this as a public. There we are. So what we need to do now is to bind our login page view model to our login page. We had already done something on our some of the videos that we did. So we are going to copy just one of our. So I'm going to, let me just copy this. Come to our login page. So this is our login page. I'll paste this there. Then I'm going to use the login page view model. So I'll copy the login page view model here. So we are going to do this, then we are going to have a login page. Let me just zoom that. So we are going to have this here. Then I will say view model. Then here I will say this dot bind context. Then I'll do that. Then I'll also here I'll say VM. So that will be my view model. So the next thing, so we have actually binded our logging page view model to our logging page. So the next thing that we need to do is come to our MAUI program.cs file. Then we need to register our views and the view models. So you can see here, we have, remember we have created a new logging screen. So we are going to copy this, paste it here, register our, then we are going to register our view model. And also we are going to register our logging page view model. Then another thing is we are going to have this and our app shell. Can actually have that there. So I'll copy this, then register it here. Then this will be logging page. Then I'll copy this and paste it here. So after you have done that, if we just launch our screen, we still are able to actually access our dashboard, but we should be redirected to the login page if we are not logged in. So what we need to do is to actually check if the user is logged in or not. So if the user is logged in, we pre-populate or redirect them to our login screen. So how should we do that? So let's wait our app to load so that we can be able to see how we should be able to do that. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe so that you can be able to help us reach more people. So let's see. Let's wait. Our app is launching. There, our app is launching. Our app is launching. You can see there is our app. So you can see it has actually taken us to our login, to our dashboard. But now, our dashboard here becoming the employees list. But now, we should be redirected to our login page if we have not logged in. So what we need to do, we need to do something. So we are going to use shared preference so that we are able to check that. So all data is so we are going to store some data into a shared preference so that you're able to use that whenever we want to check something. So I'm going to create a folder, or we can just have, so I'm going to create a file here, a class, called settings on our services. So then this will be public. So on our settings file, we are going to define some things. So we can do this observable object. So you can say observable object. So in our settings, we can actually try to do something. So we can have this as public partial. Then inside here, we can define something. You can say, what do we define? Let's see. So we can, so in our, here we can define something called public string. We can define public string. So this should be, let's say should be constant. Then this string, we can say it, we can call it logged in. Then you can give it something. So you can say logged in key. So this will be key. Then you can have it here. Then you can say logged in. So After we have done that, we can now define, so we can come down here and you can say public. So we can actually say, you can have this as a boolean instead of a string. Then you can say this is false. Then you can say public bool. Then you can say logged in. So instead of inside here, you can do that. Then get, you can do that inside get. Then we can say, for the get, you can say return preferences.default. Then you can say .get, do that. Then you say bool, say bool. Then we need to say here logged in key. Then you can say default. Then you do that. Then we close. Then we say here set. We also have preference dot default dot set. Here also say logged in key. Then we say value. So our get should be, actually this should be string. So you can just have it as string. We say logged in. Then this should be string. So as you can see, we have actually defined that. So you can also close this. So this is our, it will be actually checking if this is true, then the employee will be logged into the app. If it is false, then the employee will not be logged into the app. So something that we need to also set is we can, at the top here, we can say private. Then you say static, say settings. Then you can give these as settings. Then we can actually also down here we say public static settings, say current. Then I'll do this. Then I'll say get. I'll also do this. Then I'll say return settings. Return settings. Then I'll do this. Then I'll say settings is equals to new settings. So if I do that, I think that should be fine now. So we have ensure you have defined these settings class, and you have actually done this. So the next thing that you are going to do now is to actually check if the employee is logged in. If they are not logged in, then we can actually take them to the logging screen. So how do we do that? Come to our app shell, come to our app XAML.cs file. Then inside here, you are going to create another class. Just after the database, you are going to create another function. We say public, then we say static, we say async, then I say system dot threading dot tasks, then we say dot task. Then we can actually say navigation, say navigate main. So you can do that. Then you can do this. Then inside here we can say if we check settings, remember these settings, dot current dot logged in is equals to false. So we check if the employee is not logged in, then we can say await go to, and say go to login. So this is another function. Else, if they are logged in, you can take them to home. So I'll say do that, and you can say here go to home. So we need to define the go to login and go to home. So what we need to do, we'll say public static, then we say system dot threading dot task, then we say go to login, that is a function. You can also copy this and we have it here. We say go to home. This is go to home. So inside the go to login, we need to return and pass the URL, so the login screen. So we'll say shell dot current dot go to async, then we do that. Then inside here we do that. Then we pass the URL. Then we'll say we do that. Then we say name of. Then we pass the login screen, login page. Then we do that. So if we copy that also here, now we don't have the dashboard, so we can actually create another page called dashboard. So I'll just do that, then create another page, new, then come to .NET, a content page, then I'm going to call this dashboard page. So if you do that, create it. So this is our dashboard. Come back to our app XAML.cs, then we paste that there. Then we need to register our dashboard as well to our MAUI program.cs file. So I'll do that. I'll copy this, paste it here. So we need to also create our view model. So I'll create a view model. So I'll just do that. Then I'll say view model. So this will be dashboard view model. Then I'll just do public. That is our view model. So you can also have a constructor. Then I'll come and register it again under MAUI program. So this is our view model page. So I'll just paste it here. So when we come to our dashboard, we need to we need to actually bind our view model. So if we do that, we need to import this. Just do that, import. Then you can have it here. Then we say view model. Then I can say this dot binding context. Do that. Then I can say this is VM. So that is it. So if we do that now, we haven't completed what we should be able to do. So currently we have this navigate main. So I can have this as capital navigate main. So what should we do to our navigate main? So this navigate main, we should actually check the status of our, we should actually check. So I think we can change this. So let's change this to, change this to something called, can have this as async, then void, then you can say, you can check login status async. So you can call this check login status async. Then it is checking our logging. If logging is false, then it takes us to our logging page. Our logging page here will take us to our logging page. Then go to home, it will take us to dashboard if this is true. Remember, we are using a shared preference. So I'm going now to copy this and paste it inside our app. So inside our app here, I'm going to paste it here down. So when our app launches, the first thing it will do is to check, it will check our login status. So if you are not logged in, then it will automatically take you to the login page. So if we launch our screen, let's just launch our app. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. Comment down below in case you have any suggestions. Then we'll be able to action. So this is day 17 of .NET MAUI series. And if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our videos. So we have something wrong with our page. You can see global routes currently cannot be the only page on the stack. So absolute routing to global route is not supported. For now, just navigate to login page. So if we just do that, so just come back to our login page. So for our login page, we need to, so let's just do this. So come to our, so we can actually do away with our, let's see, on our routes, on our app shell, we can do away with this. Let's see. Unable to figure out the route. Okay, let's now return so that you see what is going on here. So that is our login screen, and this is our dashboard. So you can also register our dashboard page here. Then on our app shell, on our app, we should actually, let's just see if we can navigate to our dashboard. So this is hitting here. So the issue is actually navigation to our login page. So let's see. So you can see it is here. So if we proceed, continue, you can see no parameterless constructor defined for type employee login page. Okay guys, so the issue is actually on our login page. So on our login page, declare, we have the public login page view model, view models. Then on the login page view model, don't pass the view model here. Just have this binding context, then is equals to view models. So if you don't pass that, then it will be fine. So if we just launch, so if you come to our app shell, you're still doing that. So we can actually also be, let's try this, we see if it will refuse. So it should come here. So if we proceed, yeah, you can see it's breaking. So let's just remove this. Let's just remove this. Then we can be able to launch it again. So on our login page, the parameter error issue is because of our constructor. We were passing our view model inside the login page constructor. So if we do that, then it will take us to the login page. You can see. So on the login page, this is where now, because we are not logged in, it will take us here. But now, as you can see on our login page, it is showing a back arrow, meaning that we can be able to navigate back. That should not be the case. We should not be able to have a back arrow at the top of our screen. So what we need to do, come to our login page. At the top here, say shell.navigate nav, sorry, say nav bar visible, then this should be false. Then another thing that we need to say, provide here is the, you can say login to, what name should we call our app? Let's say employee app. Login to our employee app. So if we just launch our screen, we should not be able to see the navigate back button. and you should be able to see the title login page. So currently you can see we cannot be able to see the dashboard. So this is our screen. Let's see. So you can see this is how it looks. So welcome to .NETMAUI, and this is our login screen. So our login screen looks a bit weird. So we need to provide some data now. So how should we go about it? So let's create a scrollable. Should we have that as scrollable? No, we can leave it as it is. So what we need to do, we can define our, so we can have these as, we can provide the margin here, we say 10. Then we can have the spacing, we say also 10. Then inside our vertical layout, we can have here, we can say our label, sorry, we can say our label, then we say text, we say email address, so we provide email address, then we close. Then after the label, we can provide the entry. So this is where now they'll be providing the name. So you can say the name of the entry should be email. Then the next thing is spell check. You can actually is spell check enable. We can have that at false. Then you can actually provide keyboard. This should be text. Then we can actually provide a placeholder. We can say enter your email address. Sorry, this should be email address. Then the next thing is the, so I'll just close this. I'll close this. Then I can also copy this here. Then we have the pin. So you can say, you can call this password. Then this should be password. Then this should be, we can say is password. Then it's true. So this is actually password. When typing the password, you should not be able to see the password. Then for our password, I can have it as a pin. So I'll have this as numeric. So it will be acting like pin. Like then I can say enter your password. So this will be my. So then another thing is after that I can define my button. So my button, I want it to be inside another vertical layout. So I can say here button. Then I can say X name is my name should be login. Sorry, or I can just say have it as sign in. Then this should be actually one word. Then our text should be sign in. Then what next should we have? We can define the height. We can have our height as 40. Then our width or corner radius, we can define our corner radius as 20. Then we can also define our, I think that should be fine. So we can close our button. Then what next should we have? So at the top here, we can actually have our image, our logo, assuming we want to have a logo on. So we can define our vertical layout where we'll be having our logo. Then you can say, you can have these inside here, we can say padding. We have it as 20. Then compressed layout should be is headerless. Headerless, you can say is true. Then inside here we can say image. Then source. Our source should be, you can actually use our image. So if you come to our resources, images, then we have the .NET bot. So I'm going to use that. So I'll copy that. So then just remove this. So that is our source. Then I can have it as a, can have the height, can have it as 150. Then I can also have, I think that will be fine. So inside this layout, I can also define something here, a label. And I can say, can have the text as employee mobile app. So then I can have the text color should be, remember we need to do that, then static resource, then we can say green or red, employee red. Then we can provide the fonts. So you can actually provide the font, text, so style. So you can say font size, you can say 25. Then I can close this. So that should be fine. Our image, what is wrong with our image? Name is missing, so you can provide the name of our image, then you can call this our logo. So then that is fine. Then you can see attribute is missing. I think that is fine. You can close this. Yeah. So if we do that, these should be true. Then you can actually do away with this. You can leave it as it is. What's wrong with this? Can stop that, can undo, so you can have these as true. So let's just leave it as it is. Then if we launch our app, let's launch our app, we see we should be able to see our, where we key in our email and even the password. So as you can see, this is our screen. We have our employee mobile app, email address, and even the password. So this is a login screen. So this is our logging in. So you can actually see we have our logging in page here. So this is how our form looks like. We have the login to employee app. We have a label. Then we have our photo, that is the logo. Then we have our text. So we can actually change this text. So I'll say color 4. So as you can see, my colors, I'm using my colors are on styles, then under colors. So I have all my colors here. So as you can see, if I just save this, my app should be able to, so let me just do that. Then I relaunch my app. So my app is launching. So let's see our screen. So this is how our app, our form looks like. So let me just zoom it. So I'm having the email address and an entry where we'll be typing our email address. Then we have our password where we'll be typing our password. Then we have our button. So let's see, there's something. Yeah, so there's something with the colors. So it seems the name is repeated. So I'll just copy that and ensure. So the name should actually be unique based on these. So actually the keys should be unique on the colors. So after you have done that, let's see how our app will look like. Then we can now bind. So what we had done previously, we had our login form. Then on our login page.xaml.cs, we had binded our login page view model. So on our login page view model, we don't have anything yet. So as you can see, this is how it looks. So we are going now to define how this login page looks like. So what we are going to define is our form. We need to, when we click on this button, save, So it is called sign in. We should be able to have the data for entry, and even that is for email address and the password. So we are going to define our fields. So what we are going to do, come to our login page, view model. Then we need to define our our email address and even the password. So our app is launching. Let's see. Let's just wait so that you're able to proceed. So there we are. As you can see, our app has launched. So we have an employee mobile app, email address, and password. So we are going to bind these to our login page view model. So to proceed, we are going to define public string. Then I'll say email address. Then I'll just do public. Then you are going to say string. String email address. Then I'll do this. Then here we are going to define the get and setters. So I'm going to do this return. Then it will be email address. Then set. Then we need to have set property. So this should be set. So first we need to borrow this local base view model. Then we need to say set property. Then we need to have that. So ref. Then we need now to close this. So this is our email address. So let's see if we have done everything right. Yeah, it should be fine. So I should actually copy this, then we can replicate it with our password. So I'll just do password. Then I'll have this here, password. Then here I'll say password. So let me just zoom it so that you can be able to see. So this is password. So I'm going to bind these to my form. So I'm going to come here to my email address. Then I'm going to say text. Then I'm going to define it and say binding. Then I'll have this as text. Then also for the password, I'll say text. Then I'm going to define that. Then I'll say binding. Then I'm going to say password. So we have actually done that. So the next thing that you're going to do is to define the button, the save button. So the save button will come here. Then we'll do. So we can do public async. So we can do public async task. So this is where we'll be now logging in. So you can say, let's say, so you can say login, or you can, let me just use I command. So I can say I command, private I command. Then you can say login command. So login command. Sorry. So I'll just do away with that. Then you can just say login command. Then we do this. So here we need to proceed and say, can do this. Then we say login command. We do that. Then we say login command is equals to new. Then command. Then we say async. Do that. Then we say do that. Then we say await. then to call this function execute, can call execute login async. So this is a function. So if we do that, so we can actually copy this and we have it here. Then we do that. Then this one we should be able to close it. So logging command, this should be. So we should actually, we should actually do this. So this should be that way. So define it that way. Then this one should be, can have it as login. So this should be login command, or you can have it as underscore login. Then have this underscore, then this underscore, then should be fine. So if you do that, you can actually do this as public. So this will be our command. So if this button is clicked, it should be able to execute this function, execute login. So if execute login is clicked, then you should be able to logging in. So this is where now our button should come. So we need to bind in our, our button to, on the logging page, we need to bind this here. We say command, then you can say bind, then you can have that as the logging page. So one thing that we can also do down here, we can actually have activity indicator. So you'll say that, then we say height request, we can define height, then we can also say is visible, is visible, then you can leave that, then I'll show you how we can, then is running, can also leave that, then can close. So to make sure this activity is running, we want the activity indicator to be running only when login command is clicked. So to do that, let's define some boolean here. So we'll come here and say, we'll call this bool, then we'll say is running, then I can be is running, so this bool, so we can call this is running, then we can have this is running here, then we can now copy this is running, then we bind it to our activity. So we can say binding, then is running. So whenever we just set is running to true, then our activity should be able to we should be able to see the activity indicator running. So when we come to our logging page, whenever this command, that is the logging command, is clicked, the first thing that we need to do, we need to say if, we actually need to see if it is running. If the is running is true, then we need to return there is an activity going on. So that is the first thing. The next thing is to actually, if this is not running, then before you proceed, we set this to true. So whenever we just click this, then our app will be running. Now, the next thing, so if we just launch our app, we can test that, we see how it is working. So if you're new to this channel, guys, we are just proceeding with the logging in screen of our NETMAUI mobile app. So that is it. Let's wait and see. So this is our logging in. So if we just type in something here, then we type in, then whenever we click sign in, we should be able to see, yeah, you see something is not going on well. So let's see if it is coming here. So if we click sign in, so that's the issue. So let's just see. So let's just see this command. So our command is a login button. So let me just replace here. So what we need to check is on our XAML.cs. Yes, so on our XAML.cs, let's change something. So here, let's change how we binded this. Then we initialize this to new. Then we have this that way. So if we change this, we should be able to get the data. So we just, let's see. Let's launch our app and see. Yes, so if we just type in our email, then type in the password. If we click this, you can see our command is now working and we should be able to now see the data. So, but now we have not checked anything. So you can see we have our progress bar loading, showing that something is going on. But before we do anything, we need to actually check if we have the data captured by the user. But the first thing that we need to do, we can actually check if the email address and the password has been provided. To do that, let's just check here. So we'll just check if. So we'll just check if string that is null or empty, then that is our email address. So if that is null, then we can actually display an alert. So let's just copy what we had done somewhere else. So we can copy this alert. So if we just have it on our login screen, so you can say email address, missing email address. Then we can just alert the user to please provide valid email address. Then after we have done that, then we provide an OK button. So that is for the email address. Then we can do the same for the password. So here we'll actually use email address. Then here we can now use password. So you can see missing password. So we can then here, sorry, just this should be please provide a valid email address. Then this should be please provide a valid password. So if that is done, then we should be able to get our values. So if we just launch our screen again, and whenever we get an error, we should actually switch off our activity indicator. So we'll just do that, then just say false. Then you can do that. Then you can also save this as false. So if you do that, then we can launch our screen. So if we just type in the email address, then the password, then if you click save, you're able to see that. So let's just see. Sorry. So let's see. So if we just provide the password, then you click save, then we should be able to see our data. So for the email, you can see we have some text. For the password, we also have some password. So that is how you actually do that. So to actually, if we just provide this as null, just type in and click OK. Remember, our activity is still running. So this will actually be returned. So you can see nothing is being done. So to stop that, we can close that. Then we can start our app. So you can see. So you can just put in test. So if we leave this, assuming we leave this and just click save, we should be able to get an error. So you can see missing email address, please provide valid email address. So if you click OK, it will also check the password missing password, please provide valid password. So the challenge with that is if we just click that, it will be showing, in case you have a lot of checks, it will be showing each of the error until you complete. So if I click that, you see missing email address, please provide valid email address. But now it should give me this error and exit. But if I click OK, it will proceed to the next error. You see, missing password, please provide valid password, assuming you have a very long form with these kind of alerts. So you will be actually be moving from one error to another. So to prevent that, we are going to do this. So inside here, you just use return. Then here you also say return. So it will actually, whenever it reaches there, then the app will exit. So you will not be able to see the other errors. So let's see. So if I click OK, you see missing email address, please provide valid email address. So if I click OK, then our app will actually exit automatically. So you can see on our mobile app, we need to pass the email address and we also need to pass the password. So if you click that, then currently it does nothing and we have actually validated. So if you don't pass the email address, then it will be able to give you an alert. So let me just relaunch so that you're able to see. So this is how our code looks like. So if you come to our login page, we have our login page here. Then our login page view model, you can see we are defining the email address and the password. Then we are going to use the I command. So some of you guys may be wondering why we are using this. You can also actually change this. Just delete that as you can see. Then, so let me just undo. So because we are tying this to login command, then we can actually say login, then do away with this. Then here I can just use I relay, you can say relay command. So you can actually use relay command. So if we just do that, it will actually work the same way we have been, the same way we use the other command. So this one, so let me just undo so that you can be able to see. So if I just undo, you see all this code for I command, login command, all this code can be replaced by only this single code. So if we just do that, then we comment down this one. You can just comment this and we have this as login. So this relay command will actually add something called command. So don't add this keyword. It will actually add it by itself. So just have it as login. Then when you come to the login page.xaml, you'll actually type in login then command. So you can actually replace that. So for those who want to use relay command, you can actually do that. So I'll just put in replaced with relay command. So you can actually do that so that you can avoid and minimize some of the codes that you can write. So it's actually simple to do this than to actually write all this kind of code. So if we just open our app, if we just have our breakpoint here, it will actually do the same thing. So if I just click, you can see it is actually validating. So if I click, it is actually giving me this kind of error. So we have actually validated some of our fields to ensure that we don't pass empty email address and the password. So this is how our app looks like. So we need to log into this app. So to begin with, we are going now to create our API. So I'll just come to new, then a new project. So I'm going to create a new project. So I'm going to create a new project. So on this new project, I'm going to use ASP.NET Core Web API template. So you can see we have it here. So a project template for creating a ASP.NET Core application with an example controller for RESTful HTTP service. So I'm going to go with that. So if I click next, I've chosen my directory. So this is my directory. You can choose the location. Then I'm going to say this is employee app API. So if I just click next, I'm going to use .NET 7.0 standard term support, then configure HTTPS. So in case you want to enable Docker, you can actually do that. But for us, we are going to leave it as it is. Then if you want to have, you enable Open API support, you can also choose that. But in case if you want to use minimal APIs, then you can uncheck that, then you'll be able to use minimal APIs. But for us, let's use our controllers. So we actually did a video about minimal APIs. So if you want to check that, you can consider watching our previous videos. We'll actually tie the link down below for the minimal APIs. So this is how our API look like. We have the controller, weather forecast, then we have the class, then we have the program.cs, and we have the app settings.json. So if I just launch this, we are going to have our API. So this is our API that we intend to use it on our mobile app. So that is how it looks like. So we have the employee API and we have the weather forecast. So if we just try here, we'll get some data. You can see it is giving us some data. Now, let's proceed and do something. So let's add some of our nuggets. So we are going to use MS SQL. So come to right click, then manage nuggets. So I'm going to add SQL, so entity framework. So we can add entity framework. We are going to use entity framework. So I'll install that. So install entity framework, then install entity framework .SQL server. Then we need to install tools, entity framework core.tools. Then after we have done that, I think that is it. Come to our API. Let's create a folder, and we can call the folder data. We can call it DB context. So we'll have our DB context class here. So we can actually create our DB context class. So we can call it application DB context. So if we do that, then on our DB context, we need to inherit from DB context. Then here we need to have our constructor, public, application. So we'll just say application DB context. So we'll do that. Then we do that. So here we need to import something. So we need to import. So this is entity framework core. So you can say using Microsoft.entity framework core. Do that. Say DB context. Something is wrong somewhere. Yeah, so we are getting this error because we have done something here. You can see our folder is actually DB context. We need to rename this to, we can call it DB connection. So we have some conflicts there. So this should be DB connection. So ensure you don't rename it that way. So this is, then you can see it has now taken our DB context. So inside our DB context here, so we can actually define DB options. So DB options, then we specify our application DB context. So we'll do that. So this should be this way. Then you can say options. So then we do that. We say base options. then we actually close it. So we have actually defined our application DB context. So the next thing that we are going to do, we need to register these on our program.cs file. So remember, we are using SQL, MS SQL. So come to program.cs. So inside here, we are going to do something here. So just here we can say builder.services.add DB context. Then we specify our DB context. It is application DB context. Then we provide options. So for our options, we'll say options dot use. So we are using SQL server. There we are. Then inside our SQL server, we will say builder dot configuration. Then we'll say get connection string. Then we need to pass our connection string here. So here we'll have our default connection. Then we can actually use that. You can close it. So this get connection string, it should be able to get our default connection from our app settings.json. So on our app settings.json, we need to define our connection. So we need to define our connection string. So we'll say default. So here we now need to define our default connection. So our default connection will be our connection to the database. So what we need to do there on our default connection, we need to pass our server. So we need to pass our server, which is equals to that. Then I'm going to connect to my SQL. So let me just open my SSMS, that is SQL Server Management Studio. Then I'll show you how we need to connect to our. So this is my SQL Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. I'm going to connect to it. Then, so on this some of my database. So I'm going to create a database for a mobile app. So I'm going to call this employee. So that is our database. Then inside our database, I'm going to, so our SQL server, so I'm just right click, then properties. So our server name is this one. So I'm going to connect to my server name. So I'm going to connect, this will be my server name. Then the next thing is my database. So I'll just do database. Sorry, this should be this way. Just remove that, then say database. So my database will be employee, the one we have just created. Then our, so I'm going to have a trusted connection. So just borrow some things here. So our database name will be employee. Trusted connection, we have set this to true. Then multiple active result set, I've set this to true. Then trust server certificate, I've set this to true. The reason as to why I'm not including the server name, that is the SA and the password, I'm using Windows authentication. But in case you want to do that, then you can actually include, and even the port. So you can actually include that on our default connection. But for me, I'm actually using my machine, so that's why I'm using that. But you can also check how to configure that and apply the SA password and the password to connect to your database. So after we have done with that, our default connection now is here. The next thing that we need to do, remember we had created our app, and our app had some fields. So let's create some folders that will hold our models. So here we can have our models. Then inside our model, we can create our first model called employee. So this our employee will have some of the fields. So when you go back to our mobile app, we have our mobile app with some of the database that we had created. So when you come to application DB context, we have our databases, our tables. We have actually our tables. So we have the employee, country, constituency, location, sublocations, and the village. So we are going to actually borrow some of these fields. So for the employee, these are some of the fields that we have. So I'm going to copy this and have it on our API. Sorry, so I'm going to have that on our API. So you can see this is what it is now. We have this on our API. Then I'm going to create another one the same way we had on our app country. I'm going to create another class for country. Then I'm going to borrow every field from our app. So I'm going to do that. Then I'm going also to borrow something from our app, which is locations. There we are. Then I'm going to borrow the fields. So that is it. I'm going also to create for sublocation. Then I'm going to borrow the fields. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching our previous videos. So the next thing I'm going to borrow is the village. So this is my village. Then I'm going also to borrow some of the data fields from our app. So from our app, we had the country where this is it. Then we have the employee. Something is going, it should be public int. Then sublocation and the village. So I'm going to add some things here. I'm going to add another model called base. So I'm going to add base model. So on my base model, I'm going to have something like date time. Then these will be created on. Then going to have another thing called modified on. Then here we are going to have a string, say created by. Then I'm also having here modified by. So we'll be changing this based on how we feel it necessary on our. So on every model, so we can have these as, so we can actually define these as a public abstract class. So abstract. Then we can borrow these from our base. So this will be our base model. So then we can now have these on each of our models. So we can do that. Then on our location, we can also do that. The sublocation, we do that. Then village, we also do that. So the next thing that we are going to do is to have these on our application DB context. So we need to create these fields on our database. So come to our application DB context, then we say public DB set. Then we pass our model employee. Then what is the name of our database, of our table? We are going to call it employees. So do the same for others. So I'll just copy this. Then I'm going to say here country. Then our table name will be countries. Then this will be location. Then our table name will be locations. Then sublocation. Then these will be sub locations. Then this will be our village. Then sorry, this will be our village. Then this is our villages. So that is our tables. So this is our tables. So for these tables, we are going now to be saving data here. Now, what we need to do is now to create our our endpoints. So I'm going to create the first endpoint for villages. So I'm going to add new item. Then I'm going to go to web. Then I'm going to go to API controller with read and write. Let me just undo that. Let's try add new. Then we can scaffold. Let's try add. Then new item, new scaffold item. Then we can choose API controller with actions using entity framework, API with read. So we can go with this. Then we are going to choose the model. So for in my case, I'll start with the village. Then I'll choose the application DB context. Then our controller name will be a village controller. So if we just create that, it will actually create for us all the codes for CRUD, that is the create, read, and update endpoints. So let's just wait and see. So our API is ready. So for villages, you can see our root is the API controller. You pass the controller name. Then this is our village controller. So to get the villages, we have the get villages. It will give us the list of all the villages. Then if you want to get the village by ID, we supply the ID, then we are able to do that. So this is the list of all the entries. So we can now do the same for our sublocation. So I'll just choose sublocation. Then then do that again. So we have our sublocations controller already created. We can do the same for our locations. So that is it. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing. Comment down below in case you have any suggestion. Then we can be able to incorporate. So we have our locations and controller. So we are going to do another one. So the next thing is after locations, we can do country, or we had, I think there is something we missed, so we'll check that. So we missed constituency table from our mobile app. So after so it's scaffolding. So you can see it has actually done everything for us. So that is the best thing about it. So we can also do for the employee a new scaffold item. Then we can choose the employee. Then you can see it is creating our countries controller, locations controller, sublocations controller, villages, and we have the default one, a weather forecast controller. So currently it is generating our employees. You can see we have our employees controller. We can get the employees, get the employee by ID. We can actually update the employee data, and we can post employee record. So that is it. So the next thing that we missed to borrow is our constituency under the mobile app. So we have this table called constituencies. So we'll come back to our API under models. Let's create the constituency class. Then there we are. We can have the base model, which will have the details. Then we can borrow the details from our mobile app. Then this data, we can have our fields here. Then we can now register these on our DB context. So come on our DB context, I can copy this. Then we can have a constituency here. So the table name will be constituencies. Then we need to now create the controller, scaffold, API controller with actions using entity framework. Then we need to choose the constituency. This will be our controller name. So if we add, we're expecting the controller constituency to appear there. So let's see, there we are. So we have our API controller constituency. So the next thing that we need to do on our application DB context, we have all these tables. But now we don't have those tables on our database. So our database, you can see it is here. We don't have any tables on our database. So we need to apply migration so that we have those tables here. So we are using what we call the code first approach to actually effect this. But you can also start with the tables, then you actually create the models. But I usually prefer doing this. You create first the models, then you can apply that to your tables. So to our database, so what we need to do, come to our package console. So this is our package management console. Then we can say add migration. Then we give the name of the migration, initial migration. So I'll zoom so that you can be able to actually see that. So if I press enter, it should actually create for us SQL statements that will be used to create our table. So you can see what it has done. It has created for us a folder called migrations. So if you come to our project, we had not created a folder called migrations, but you can certainly see we have a folder called migrations, and we have our initial migration name, the name that we provided to our migration. This is the name of our migration. You can see it here. So it has created, if you click that folder, that file name, we have our constituencies. So it has actually created, this is the code, create table. It will create a table called constituencies with some of these fields. It will also create the countries with all these fields, then employees with all those fields, locations. So in order to effect this to our database, we are going to now update our database with these tables. So to do that, we'll say update database. So you can do that and then maybe supply the migration name, or you can just leave it as it is. So if we just do update database, it should be able to update our database with all those fields. You can see this is what is happening. So it is actually generating the commands. You can see it is generating the commands to actually create our tables. So you can see create table. This is SQL statements. We have the next one here. We have the other one here and the rest. So if it is done, you'll receive this message done. So if you come to our database, we should be able to see those tables. So you can see these are the tables. We have the constituency tables. If we just select top 1000, then we have the country ID and every of the, so the countries table is here. We have the employees table. So we have the employees table, you can see. You have the locations table and the villages table. Then the next thing that it has done, you can see at the top here, we have the EF migration history. This will actually track our migrations history. We see the product version is this one, then our migrations name. So if you do a lot of migrations, then you'll have all the version history being tracked here. And the same thing, our files will be also be incremented on our migrations folder. So you'll have all those migrations files here. So that is it, guys. So we have been able to create our table. We have created our endpoints. So let's launch our API and see how it looks like. So this is our API that we'll be using for our demo to create our mobile app. So you can see we have now our API with constituencies. Those are the endpoints that we can use to get the constituencies, post the constituencies, the update and even delete countries, employees, allocations, and sublocations, villages. So to start with, let's start by maybe creating a village. So if we do that, we can create a village. So to create a village, I mean the country, we can pass the country, say KE, then this will be Kenya. We can leave the others as it is. So if I just post this, it has actually created a country called Kenya. So if we just come to our database and right click, then select, we should be able to see that there is a country called Kenya. Now the created by and these ones we can update to give it the name of who we are. So to do that, we are going to run the put function. So this put will supply the ID as 1. Then we can update the created by, we can say macro. Then a modified by, you can say macro. So then the ID will say 1. Then this is KE. Then you can say Kenya. So if we just update, it should be able to update our data. Something went wrong. So you can say macro, then, so let's see our ID, it's 1. So if we just execute, let's see our table. So you can see it has actually updated. So macro, so that is it. So we can add as many countries as we can. So you can see here, we can say as a Zambia, you can say Zambia. Then you can just use this. So that is an output. So it should be actually at the top here. So this should be macro. This is macro. Then we can, if we execute, we should be able to get our Zambia. So this, it has taken Kenya again. I think we didn't change it. So you can do away with that. We can say Zambia. So if we execute, it should give us Zambia. You can see Zambia. So our endpoint for countries is working. So these are some of the endpoints that we'll be using to actually communicate with our mobile app. So if you like the video, comment down below. So we'll also be adding JSON web tokens and be able to see how we'll be accessing the tokens before we log into our mobile API. So today we are going to test how our API works to ensure that everything works well before we actually start connecting our API to our .NETMAUI applications that we had created. So these are some of our endpoints. We have our database here. So we have our employees database. So under constituencies, you see we don't have any data. Countries, we have some countries that are there. Then employees, we don't have any employee record. Locations, we don't have any location record. Then villages, we don't have any. Then that is it. So we had created an employee record. You can see we have some records here. So if you come to our app, so this is our app. So we have this endpoint get API countries. So this will actually retrieve all the countries. We can try to execute it. Then we should be able to get all the countries. As you can see, we have the countries, country code, the name, the date created by, modified on, and modified by. So this is a list of our countries. So we can actually update some of these data. So you can see we have Kenya. So this is actually repeated. So we can actually update. So we have this endpoint for put. So what we need to do, we'll try. Then we provide the ID. So this is our ID, ID2. We can update the second country. Then the modified by, we can say this is a macro code. So we need to fill in some data so that we can be able to use it. So we have a macro code. So the ID is 2. The name, we should say UG. Then we can say this is Uganda. Then if we execute, we expect our record to be actually be updated. So if we try to execute this, you can see we have our second ID, UG, Uganda, then as a Zambia. So we can add some countries. So come to our country sections. Then we have this endpoint for post. So we can add another country. So we can leave these dates as it is. Then country created by, you can say macro code. Then you can say modified by macro code.
then ID you can leave it. Then this will automatically be generated by the application. So code, we can say SO, then we can have this as Somalia, then we can execute. It will actually return the ID that has been generated. You can see this is the record that has been generated. So we can try to add SA. We can say this is South Africa. We can execute. You can see that it has added that. You can also say which other one can we add? RW. You can say this is Rwanda. So this is our API that we are going to use it to test our linkage between .NETMAUI and this API. So we have added some of our countries. So if we come to get, we can actually execute and we'll be able to see we have a list of countries. You can see this is the list of countries that we have. So the next thing that we need to do, we can add the constituencies. So we can add the constituency. So we have the post. So the constituency, you actually, if we try this, we should actually leave this. We can say this is macro code. We can also have this as macro code. So you can actually do this also on Postman. So if you want to do that on Postman, you can also actually do that. So you can comment down below if you want to see how we can test this API on Postman, and we'll actually appreciate. So that is so this under the country ID, we should actually provide the country ID. We link our constituencies with the ID, so we'll actually provide some of these IDs. So we can say the ID is 1, then we can say this is Nairobi, so we can call this Nairobi. So this is the code, we can say NAI. So NAI, so you can actually provide your own data. So sorry, Nairobi. So this is our capital city, guys. So if we execute that, it will actually save the data. So if we come to our constituencies, so these are not actually the real constituencies, but I'm using this as a test data. So you can see it as a link of our country. So we can add some constituencies. You can say this is then this is Mombasa. Then if we execute, you're able to get our constituency here. So you can do this also using Postman if you are okay with that. So I'll also put in for country number 3. We'll say this is Mumbai. I can put this as Mumbai. Then execute. So that is it. So for to get the constituencies, I'll just now execute our get method. So try, then execute. You can see we have our constituencies list here. So these records are coming from our database. Now we want to do a very interesting thing whereby we are going to now use the API to push the data to this API. We are going to use the app to push the data to this API. So you can see the locations. We can add also the location. We can say post. We can try. Then we'll say this is macro code. Then this is macro code. Then you can have the constituency ID as 1. Then we'll say this is Nai. Then you can say this is Naivasha. So these are not the real locations. So I'm using this as a test data, but you can actually use whatever you have. So I'll say this is ELD. Then I'll say this is Eldoret. So if I execute, I'll have my record here. So the same thing to our sub locations. I'll post some records to our sub locations. I'll say this is macro code. This is macro code. Then our location ID, I can have it as 1. Then I'll say this is KO. Then I'll say this is Chorus. So if I execute, I'll also change the ID to 2. I'll say this is MA. You can say this is Maridadi. And execute. So we have these records. So the next thing is our village. I'll also do post some records with the village. I'll say macro code. Then this is macro code. Then I can say the sublocation ID is 1. I will say this is TA. Then I'll call this Tausi. So if I execute, it has actually saved our village. So I can also do another sublocation. I'll say this is KO. Then I'll say this is Kongolo. Then I'll say execute. So if we come to our database, we will be able to see under constituencies, we have some records. Under countries, we'll be having some records. We don't have only the records for employees. Then locations, we have some records. Sublocations, we have some records. Then villages, we also have some records. So today we are going to proceed with our video on connecting NETMAUI with our API. So we had created an API, employees API. We have the constituencies, countries, employees, locations. Then we have added a mobile app users so that we can be able to link our employee app with the APIs. So for us to authenticate the users, we have created these endpoints. So I'll just show you what we have done for those who are following. So we have added a new model called mobile app users. It has the ID, first name, middle name, last name, national ID number, email address, and password. Then we have created a mobile app users controller. So this is the controller for adding a user, then getting the user details, and actually updating the user details. For you to do this, after you have created the mobile app user, you can actually scaffold, right click on controllers, add new, then new scaffold item, then choose API controller with actions using entity framework. Then you can be able to choose the model. Then you will be able to add the controller name and choose the DB context. Then if you add this, you will be able to have this controller. So that is what we have done for those who are following. So we now have our mobile app users endpoints. That is the get, put, post, delete, put and delete. So to get the users, so we have added that. Remember, once you add the mobile app users, once you add this mobile app users, so you'll also need to update our DB context. For those who are following application DB context, we have added this. So after that, you need to add migrations. Come to package console manager, then add migrations and update the database. So after you have done that, let's just open our database. We see what is there. So for those who are new to this channel, this is a series of .NET-MAUI, and we are now connecting the applications to our web app. So if you are new to this channel, consider watching our previous videos so that you can be able to catch up. So let's connect this. Let's connect. So I'll take you to our database. So this is our database, employees. So this is the employee database, and these are the tables that are there. So it's loading. Let's wait. Let's see. So we have added an employee. The mobile app users table. We don't have any record. Sublocations we had added. Locations we had added, and then villages we had some records. So currently we don't have any record as our, so we don't have any user records. So to add an employee, that is a mobile app user, we'll try to add. So we'll say this is macro. So I'll try this. Sorry, we should be doing post. So we'll try. We'll say this is macro code. Say this is James Mwangi Karanja, then 1 2 3 4 5 6, then we'll say test@gmail.com, then password is 1 2 3 4. So if we execute that, we'll have our record created. You can see we have James Mwangi Karanja 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is the email and this is the password. Created on, created by, modified on, and modified by. So to add another user, so we'll say this is macro code. Then you can say this is admin. Then you can say this is admin. You can call this admin, or we can call it macro code. Macro code. Then last name is admin. Password ID number 1. We say 1 2 3 4 5. Then we can have the email as admin. Then our password should be 1 2 3 4 5 6. So if we execute this, we will have our user. So if we try to execute get, we will have our 2 users in our database. Then if we just execute this as well, we'll see we have these users in our database. So after we have done this, we need now to, as we had indicated, we'll be using REFIT to actually start our mobile app connection. So this is our mobile app. We have the employee mobile app login page, email, and password. So we are going to start now the process of integrating this with our API. So to start with, we are going to create a folder. So create a folder called interfaces. So create a folder called interfaces. So on the interface folder, we are going to create an interface called just create a class, then we will change that to interface. So we are going to we call iAPI connection. So this is our interface. So if we do that, so we'll do this as public, then we'll change this as interface. So this is our interface. So we have our interface iAPI connection. Then we need to create a service of the same. So we'll create another service here. We call this API connection. So if we do that, we'll have public. Then we say public class. Then this one inherits from iAPI. So it should be iAPI connection. So that is it. So this actually implements from that, and we can do that. So after we have done that, we need to define we have our DB context, and our DB context, we can define some constant values. So we can add a class called mobile app constants. So we can have a class called mobile app constants. So if we add that, this is a public. So here we can be defining some of the constant things that we will actually be using on our mobile app. So one of it could be now the address, that is the API address. You can say public static. Then you can call this a string. Then you can call this as a base API address. So this one will assign now a value. So we can actually, for now, let's just give this as our link, API link. So we'll do that. But if you want to host, you can actually host it. So this is our API link. So I'll just put in some comment, API link. So if you have hosted your API, then you can have your link here. Now, once we have done that, we need now to go back to our iAPI connection. So we need to define some endpoints or methods that we are going to pull from our API. So what we are going to do here, we are going to define some methods. So one of the method could be to get the list of all countries or the list of all constituencies, all those. So we can say now this one we want to get the list of all countries. So this is the model. So I don't know how our model looks like on our API for. So I'll dock that. Just cancel. Let me just do that. So our country model looks like this one. So and also have the base. So I'll also create the base model on our app. So let me see if it is there. So it doesn't exist. So I'll just create here class. Then I'll call this a base model public. Then I'll copy what we have on our API. Then I'll have it on our app. So I'll copy it here. So on all our applications constituency, I'll add now the base model. I just want it to be the same as the API. So I'll also do that. Locations, I'll also do that. Products, I can leave that. Locations, sublocations, I'll also do that. Then villages, I'll also do that. So on our iAPI connection, the first thing that you need to do, also we need to create another class. Let's create another class called mobile app user. So we can have the same class as we have on our API. So I'll copy this. So I'll just copy this. Then I'll have it here. So I'll do that. Then here we can have as a public. Then a base model. So we'll copy these as well. This should be auto incremental. We define these. So mobile app user should be that way. So then we need to have this table on our application. So come to our application DB context for our mobile app. This is how it looks like, guys, for those who are new. So I'll copy this. This is now our table 6. So the app will create this table. So as we have that, now let's go to our iAPI connection. So our task here, we want to get the mobile app user, to retrieve the mobile app user. Then we can say get mobile app user. So to get this will actually give us a list of all the mobile app users that is actually there. So we can now define the kind of method that we have. So this is a post method. Then we need to provide the link. We need to provide the link to the endpoint. If you come to our API, remember the endpoint is API, then a controller, then that is it. So what we need to do, we'll come to our app. On our app, we'll do API, then we'll do the name of the controller, which is mobile app users. Then we'll do the name of our endpoint. So the name of our endpoint is actually get mobile app users. So this is the name of our endpoint. So this is get mobile app users. So if we come here, so we'll just do that. Then we do that. So this one. So the next thing that we need to do that we should have actually started with, come to our application and manage NuGet packages. So I want us to install something. So come here to browse. Then I want us to install REFIT. So I want us to install a REFIT. So just here type in REFIT. So type in REFIT. Then this is the first one. So install REFIT. So it has actually installed. So you can see on our dependencies, then Android, then packages. You can be able to see we have REFIT there. So another thing also is we can install these three. Install the REFIT HTTP client factory and then Newtonsoft JSON. So install those three. So I'll also install this one. So we have them there. So you already have it. So come to our I connection, I API connection here. Then on our post, try to hover, then you'll be able to see using REFIT. So if we add a REFIT, then this one will actually be okay. So after we have done that, we need to have we need now to implement this interface. So our implementation, we'll do it on our we'll do it here on our API connection. You can see it is now giving us an error. If we hover, we can say implement interface, and it will actually add that method here. So you can see we have the get a mobile app user. So, but before we do the implementation, we need to have defined some things. So on our API connection, on our constructor here, we need to actually get the URL of API. So we'll say API URL. We need to get the API URL. Then our API URL, remember where it is. It is actually on our mobile app constants here. So we'll just copy the name here. Then we'll say our API URL is that. Then we'll say this is the base URL. Then we need to, so I'll just borrow some code. So you can forgive me. So let me just type in the connection. So I'll use client handler. Then inside our client handler here, we'll do server certificate validate callback. Then we'll say this is can say this is a message, comma, then we'll say certificate, then we'll say chain. Let me just zoom. Then I'll also do SSL policy. I'll say errors. Then I'll close. Then I'll actually have these as true. So if I do that, then I can close it here. Then down here I'll say service point manager. Then I'll say .security protocol is equals to security protocol.tls12. Then you can do also, can just copy this, paste it here. Then you can do, you can actually do TLS12. Then we can also now here we need now to call. So at the top here we need to declare our so we'll say private static. So we can do so we can do, so we'll say this is sorry, so you can declare this. Then you can call this API instance. So I'll do that. Then I'll also copy this here, and I'll say private read only. Then our iAPI connection. Then I'll say this is this will be API instance. API instance. So to instantiate this instance, then this one I'll call it API connect. Then to instantiate it, I'll do public, then static, then API instance, this one. Then I'll say is equals to new. So I just do this. I'll just do instance. Then I'll do this. Then I'll do that. Then instance. Then I'll do new API connection. Then if I do this and close that way, so our here is our API. Or I can just do this. Let me just do this. Let me do this. Do this equals. Is this the right name? This should be public static API connection. Then I'll do this. New API connection. That way. What is the issue here? So let's just proceed. We'll see what is the issue. So we'll do API connect. Then we'll say here on API connect, we'll say REST service. We'll do 4. Then we'll have our iAPI connection. Then we'll open into bracket, we do that. So inside here, we'll do new HTTP client. Then we'll have HTTP handler. Then do that. You can close it here. Then we'll do content. We want to serialize. So we'll provide actually our base URL is equals to new URI, then API URL. Then you can put in here comma. Then we'll say new REFIT settings, REFIT setting. Then we want to serialize. So we'll say content serializer is equals to new. Then we'll say Newton soft. We'll say we can take the Newton soft serializer. Can do that. Then inside here, inside our Newtonsoft serializer, you can say new JSON content serializer. This will be JSON serializer settings. JSON serializer settings. You can actually do this. What's wrong with that? Let's see. Use that. Then if we do that, here you can say contract resolver. Then you'll say new camel case, naming contract resolver. So we'll do that. Then we can close it here. Then the next one we'll close it. So we'll say we'll do that. It will be this way, yeah. Then this one should be that way. This one is closing which one? Yeah, so this one should not be there. Then this one is closing that. This one should not close there. So we just format. So this is how our app now looks. So this is our code. So on our constructor we need to have this. So our API, so this should be, we'll actually do this. Yeah, so the next thing now we need to solve is this one. Let's see what is the issue here. So this is a public private API instance. Then we'll say we can call this instance. So let's just do that. Let's see. Maybe API instance. So I think we can even get rid of this. Let's just do away with this. See, are we using it anywhere? No. So after we have done that, this, we have actually now, so you're actually using REFIT. So after that, we need to get now our mobile app users. So to get the mobile app user, I'll just do here async. So I'll just do async, then I get mobile app user. Then here we'll say return. So we want to return the list of users. Wait, then our API will be API connect dot get mobile app users. So that is it. So this is now what we are supposed to test. So on our login page, come to our login page. So we had created we had the email address and the password being supplied by the user. So let's just see. So after you click login, so you are supposed to now authenticate the user. But now what we need to do, so we can start by checking if our API works by pulling the list of users that are there. So to do that, come to our inside the login function. We need now to pull the users that are actually within our our database. So how are we going to do that? So come to our login page view model at the top. So we need to declare our API connect. So you'll say private read only. So you'll say API connection. Then this one will say underscore API connect. So this is it. Then inside our login page also we'll say that. Then we'll say API connection. Then we need to assign this here. So we'll say this is equals to API connection. So after we have done that, come to our, so after we have checked that email address and password are not null, so we can actually now pull the records from our API. So to do that, so come to here, then we need to declare the, so we'll say we are getting the list of users. So we'll say list, then a mobile app users, mobile app user. Then we'll just do, so we can say these, let's just declare here mobile app user. Then we can do that. So here we'll say new. So this is our list of mobile app users. So we'll say we can call these app users. So our app users will be retrieved from, so we'll say await, so API connect dot get mobile app users. So what's wrong? So we'll say these are async task. So cannot convert to, so let's see what is being retrieved from our mobile app user. This should actually be a list. So we'll do this. This should be a list. So it is giving us a list of users. And then the method here is a get method. Remember, you should actually provide the correct method. So if you go to implementation under our service, under our service, we'll have our mobile app user. This should also be a list of mobile app users. So on our login page, you can see we have it here. So we can now say if, so we can try to, let's try to, we can have this as a try, then you see if everything goes well. We can catch here, say exception X. So we have created our application API connection. So this is our connection that we'll be using to pull some records. So assuming we want to, we can actually, before we actually test this with our API, we can try to, so this is our API connection. You can see we have this connection here. We have our interface. This is our interface. So we'll actually be testing now if this is able to work and get a list of employees, a list of users. So we have changed our login page. You can see we have our API connection now here. Then we have we're expecting a list of users, and we have our instance here, API connection, that will give us a list of users. So we wanted to actually create a login screen, that is the employee login screen, whereby you provide the email address and the password, then you are authenticated via this API. So first thing that you need to consider is, you can see we have hosted our API. So we are using NGROK to actually host this API so that you can be able to access it via our mobile app. So if you new to NGROK, you can consider using it. Install, that is, host your local API so that we can continue to test. So let's go into our video now. So on our mobile app, we have done some few things that we like to highlight. So we have our application DB context, whereby we have all the tables that we want to be using. So we have our employee table, countries, constituency locations, sublocations, villages, and the mobile app users. So this is our application DB context for our mobile app. We have our constituencies table. We have the employees, countries, locations, mobile app users, mobile constants, whereby on our mobile constants, we are providing the API link. So this is our API link. So we are giving the NGROK link. So this is the link that we are using to actually test our mobile app and the API as well. So we have our sublocations and our villages. Then one thing that we did, we created an interface called iAPI connection, whereby we are going to actually now pull some users. You can see we are actually pulling get mobile app user. Then this is the endpoint that we are actually calling. Then we expect a list of users. Then the implementation of that interface is here. So we have our API connection instance, whereby we are actually instantiating. Then we have our constructor here, whereby we are actually getting the base API address, which is on our mobile app constants, which is the NGROK link. Then we are continuing with providing the security protocol, that is the validation, then converting the data that we receive into a JSON. So we are actually expecting JSON. Then we have provided our base address, which is the URL that we have here. Then we have now the endpoint that we will be calling. That's the get mobile app user, which will be using the underscore API connect, which is actually this interface. So then we are expecting the a list of mobile app users. So if we launch our app, let's launch our app. So one thing that you need to be aware of using NGROK, we have our NGROK link here. Actually, your API should be running. You can see this is our API. We have our mobile app user here. That is the API, then /controller. Then we have the get mobile app users, which will actually retrieve a list of our users. So we need to actually have this API up and running so that we can be able to access it via our mobile app. So our API is running. That is it. You can see this is our API. And if we actually come to our mobile app users, get endpoint, we try, then execute, we will be able to have a list. You can see we have some users on our database. We have the James Mwangi Karanja, then macro code admin, then we have the email address and the rest. So back to our app. So on our app, under login screen, so for those who have been watching these videos, on our login screen, we have introduced something on our binding context login page view. So we have our API connection service, the implementation of our iAPI connection. So we have this service here. Then we are actually instantiating. Then if you go deep, if you go into our login view model, so you'll see we have our private read-only API connection underscore API connect. Then we have injected it here. Then we have our API connect here. So what happens is when we click on our login screen, login page, I mean, so this is our login page button. So if we come to our login page button, so you'll just go to our definition. Then on our login page button, this is the button. So we were using the I command, but we changed this to relay command. So you can actually use relay command, then login page, or you can actually adopt this. But this is the, to reduce the boilerplate code that you need to write, you can actually use the this relay command. So if we click on our login button, then we need to actually get our data. So we have our list of, so this is our list of mobile app users. So we are expecting a list of mobile app users. So to do that, we need now to have our app users, which is this list. Then we say await underscore API connect, which we had defined at the top here. So
then we say get mobile app users. So if we just put in our breakpoint here and we execute this, so let's launch our app, then we should be able to see. So our app is launching. So let's see. So you can see this is our mobile app. So if we just type in some email address, let me just type in test. So we are not actually using this data. So we want to test if our endpoint works. So if we click sign in, you can see we have our endpoint here. So if we just step, we can see our activity indicator loading. So you are expecting to get a list of users. You can see we have two users. So we have test at Gmail, James, Karanja, Mwangi, password is that one. Then our second user is admin at Gmail, macrocode. So this is the list of users that we have found. So this is the same list of users that were here. So now you can see we are getting a list of users, but now we don't want to be getting a list of users. We want to exactly have the email address and the password that has been provided by the user. So what we need to do, let's create a view model. Come on our view model, let's create a new class. So let's call that, so let's call this login VM. So if we just create that login VM, so this is a public class. So then on our public class, we can define some two things that we'll be passing here. So we'll say public string, then email. So we can say this is email, can call it email, then get set. Then we can actually also define now our password. So these are the two things that we have. So if we come to our login page, we need to be supplying those two things. So to assign these values that users, so we can say variable user details is equals to new. So we'll say this is new. Then you can say login VM. So we can actually now assign email address. We can assign it the value that we are getting from our user. Then you can say password is that one. Then you can close this. So we can actually close this. So we can assign our password here. Then, so these user details will be getting the email and the password. So the email and the password is actually what we have here, guys. So this is the email address and the password. Represent the exact data that we have actually binded on our login view model, on our login page, I mean. So this is the password and the email. So if we come to our login page, we have an email address, then we have actually assigned the values here. So we want to create another endpoint. So we can create another endpoint here on our I interface. Then we can call this, we can call this login. So then we are actually providing our login VM. So we want to pass our data, then you can say login mobile app user, login mobile app user. Then what we will do, this, we expect this to be a, can call it a post. Then we'll do here, we'll define here, we'll specify this is a body. So we want to supply our login VM. So we'll say login VM. So we'll actually be supplying our credentials via this. So then we want, in return, it will actually give us the exact user details. So what we need to do, we need now to have this implementation come to our API service. So we can copy this. Then here we are expecting this to be login VM. So we can import this. So then you can copy the same name here, login mobile app user. We replace it here. Then here we are expecting the login VM. Then here we can now say login mobile app user. Then we can pass the view model. So it expects the view model. Then as you can see on our app connection, we are saying this should be API, then a login. But now on our API, come to our API, we can have, you can see this is our endpoint. So we can create another endpoint. So let's create another controller. So we'll just create another empty controller for us to actually use it logging in. So we can call this login controller. So this is our login controller. So we have our HTTP. So we are creating our HTTP post for logging in. So we need to create our view model. So let's create a model here that will receive the credentials that we are actually supplying. So we'll create login VM. So this login VM, we can actually copy the same thing we have on our mobile app user, on our mobile app. So we'll just do that. Then we have it here. So we can go to our login, we replace this with that. So then here we can say login. So that is it. Something is wrong somewhere. Let's see. Just remove this. I'll just do that. That is where the issue is. So we'll call this login. So then we'll call this login user. Then here we are expecting to receive a view model. So we'll call this. So this one will be login VM. Then we'll say here VM. So what we need to see, if we have this, so we can actually introduce some details here. So I'll create another model here. Then I'll call this model. So I'll call this model API error. So on this model, I'll have some public. Then I'll create string code. Then I can call this also, or I can have it as error. Then I can have this as message. So it will give me the error message. So I can now have this here to be part of our logging. So if I come to our logging page now, I can check if this VM is null. If it's null, I can return this, and I can even, so I can return here. So I'll call this VM. I can say here dot error. So I'll say, I can say empty user details. Then I can also provide the description. I can say VM dot message. I can now provide my custom error message. So then I can say, please provide valid email address and password. So if I do that, and then I'll return VM. So I'll return my VM. So it will actually, so I'll say this return okay. then I can put in my VM inside. So that is it. So else, if we have some records that has been supplied by the user, so I'll just do this. I'll say user is equals to at context dot mobile app users dot where. So you are going to get where the email address. So I'll say x dot email address is equals to vm dot email then and. So if that is fine, you can say. So if we have that user, you can get the first or default. Then we can say if we have the email address, we can check if this user is not null, then the user exists in our database. So what we need to do, so what is the issue here? I've actually seen closing this here. So if this user is available, then you can say valid user is equals to, so we get our user, then we say because the user already has, so you can say where, so you can actually say password. This user gives us the, so if the user is not null, so we can now say valid user is equals to mobile app user where email is that, and you can now have a password. So you can say x dot password is equals to vm dot password. So it will give us now the user. So I can do that. So if this is null, then the email address is not valid. So we can also have this here. So I can say invalid email address. Please provide valid email address. That is it. So if that is what happens, then inside here, if this is null, so if this is null is equals to, if it's not null, so let's say if it's not null, then that user is valid. So I'll just do okay. So I'll just do okay. Or error, then I'll just have, so I can just have this as null. Then I can return the same user, the same details that were sent. Then if it is null, then our password could be wrong. So I'll just do this. Then I'll say invalid password. Then I can say please provide valid password. So if that is fine, then it will return us with the, so I can remove this. So after we have done, so if we execute this and test first before actually doing anything, so let's see our API, how it will work. So we have something wrong there. So what we need to do, so this should be controller base. That should be the case. So if we execute, we should be able to test our API. So there is an error somewhere. So this is the case. You can see. So what is the issue here? Yeah, we need to remove all this so we can actually get rid of all this. So this is our API controller, not the normal controller. So if we run this, we should be able to get our Swagger working. There it is. So if we come to our login, so you can see we have the login. So if we create here and we supply, so we can try. So what is our email address and password, the valid email address and password? So let's see our database if we have some users. So on our mobile app user table, I'll select that. We see some users that are there. So we can see we have admin@gmail, then our password is 123 up to 6. So I'll provide the email here, then I'll say my password is 123456. So if we execute, we expect to get the same results. So you can see it has actually given us the same data, email address and password. What if we provide here the wrong password? There something is wrong. Can see. So let's see. Yes, so let's try and see what is going on. So on our endpoint here, you can hit it here as well. So if we do that, if we execute, there we are. So if we do that, it's not null. It has given us the user. So you can see we have so our email is admin. So do we have the user details? Let's see. So it is actually not null. You can come here. Then you can see the login VM. Then I want us to await where mobile app user. Then you can await as well so that we get the data. So this should be the password, or we can just have it that way. Okay. Then it should actually give us the first. So if we do that again, here we should actually retrieve the email address supplied by the mobile app. So if we execute this again, we have our email. Copy this email address, provide it here, then you say 123456. We execute. We have our model, so you can see our model. Let's see. You can see it has the email and the password. If we come here, yes, here we have. So you can see we have now our data. We have the macro code, email, and the rest. So if we execute, we expect to have now the real information here. So if we give a wrong email, just put in some things there. So I'll just stop our breakpoint. So you can see it is invalid email address details. Please provide valid email address. So if we give the right email address, wrong password, there we are. Invalid password details, please provide a valid password. So our API works. So let's move to our, so what is our endpoint now? The correct endpoint here is, you can see here, it is API login. Come to our mobile app. So under our app API connection, that is API connection, we should actually have this as the correct, so this should have a backslash. So this is the post method. What is our endpoint? It is actually a post method. So what we need to do on our login page, come to our login page. When you click on the login, we expect here, we should actually say login page. And now what we need also to do on our login VM, remember we have we introduced something, sorry for that. So I have our API with some error messages. So I need this. So I want to be receiving this from our API. So I'll have it here as well. Then I can say this should borrow here. So then
on our login, so we will supply, so you can see this is so if we go to the login page, so this is it, login VM. So we are expecting the user. So here we'll say login VM app user. So you're expecting only this data. So login VM app user. So our app user here should be logging mobile app user. So logging mobile app user. So then we need to supply our user details here. So we need to supply our user details. So then our response, we should actually get if, so we can say if our app user.error. So we need to check if this is null, then our user details, and so we can actually check, we can even check and, sorry. So we can check if app user dot email address is equals to, we can even check and dot status. So we can check. So you can check if our error message is not equal to, is equals to null, then we can navigate to the dashboard. So if it is null, then we can provide an alert. So we can actually provide an alert to show that this is a wrong username and password. So we can actually copy one of the alerts that we have. So I'll just copy this so that we move faster. So come to our login page. So here, so I'll say this is our alert. We can say login failed. Then we can say what is the error message. We can actually say login failed because, then we can put in some message. You can say here. We can add in the error message from the API. So we'll say app user dot message. Then that is our message if this is okay. So if we can test this API, so let's try to log in. So this is our, so let's put in a breakpoint here. So let's see if our app launches. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing, like the video, and comment down below. So there we are. So we can actually put in our email address, admin, correct email address. So we'll say admin at gmail.com. Then our password is 123 up to 6. So if we click login, so we expect to see our details here. You can see admin at gmail.com, then 123 up to 6. So if we proceed, it is contacting our API. There you are. We have an error. So you can see bad request. We don't know if our API is running. So let's try and see. So this is so let's see if our NGROK is up and running. So if we do that, so we need to ensure that our API is up and running. So here we are sending the, so we are sending the email and password. So I don't know on our API what we are receiving is the email and password. We can actually have the breakpoint to see if it actually hits our API here. So if we just do this, you should actually expect. So we can actually have these as a, yeah, that is fine.
So if we try again, if we execute our app, if we proceed, so let's try again. So you can actually also have these alert here. Then you can say failed to log in, then the message from the API. So you can have that as the message. So here you can say message. So that is the message that should actually show. So if we try again, we can actually go to our implementation, mobile app user, come to our iAPI here, then you can see what it is sending. So our API is launching, our app is launching. So let's provide a valid email. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. You actually notice that 90% of you guys have not subscribed. So if you're one of them, please subscribe. So 1, 2, 3, up to 6. So if we click that, execute, we see our view model, what it is taking there. You see it is actually email and password. So then if we proceed, you can see login failed because bad request. So we are getting bad request. So to address this issue of bad request, one thing that you need to check is our login VM. So you need to alter this to ensure that we are not requiring the error message from the API and also the message. So you can actually add this to ensure that it is nullable. So after we have done that, come to our login controller. Ensure you have the from body, then login VM, then VM. So another thing that I've changed is so we can add this as a root. So we can add root, then we have this login user. So that the rest is fine, where we are checking if this is null. Then we have our mobile app user, we are checking our email address. Then valid user, mobile app users, email address, and password. Then we are returning the user and the rest if there is an error. So after we have done that, come to our mobile app. So this is the data that you are supposed to pass. Then on our app view model, ensure you change the login, check the endpoint. This is the login user endpoint. Then we are expecting the user details. Then this is the body. So ensure you add body, then you're passing the VM. So if we try this now, it should be able to work. So you can get that bad request if you have some data that is required from the API and you are not supplying them, or even if the route is wrong. So let's see our app. So we can try to log in now and see if we are going to succeed. So if we say admin, so this is our email, admin @gmail.com. Then our password is 126. So if we click that, you see we have our details here, admin@gmail, then up to 6. So if we proceed, there we are, we have our details. Then we should actually now be able to log into our app. So there we are. It has actually returned. So if we proceed, enter, you can see app user has some values. It has returned the email and password, and our error message is actually null. So that means it has been authenticated. So once it is authenticated, then we can actually now go to our dashboard. So we can actually redirect these redirect the user to our dashboard. To direct the user to the dashboard, we can actually now inside our if we can have this app shell current go to a sync, then we can actually have our home page. So what was our page was a dashboard. So this is where our home screen is. Then you can actually switch off our activity indicator. So here we can actually put this to off so that it doesn't keep running. So also when there is an error, we can actually switch off our activity indicators so that it doesn't keep on running. So if we now log in, so if we launch our app now, it will take us to the login page. So if it takes us to the login page, we are supposed to log in, so we can say admin. So this should be admin@gmail.com. Then our password. Then if we click that, it should actually log in and take us to the dashboard. So we have an error. You can see global routes currently cannot be the only page on the stack, so absolute routing to be. So we have, so we can actually, so let's see this is the issue here, our global routing. So let's see if this is under app shell. So we can actually so let's we see if our dashboard is here. So this is it. So if we come to our login page, so we can actually do away with this, and we have this directly to our app. So we want this to take us to our dashboard. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing so that you keep us motivated in doing videos at gmail.com. Then you can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we do that, it will actually take us to our login screen. You see it is here. So if we step, everything seems to be fine. You can see it has taken us to our dashboard page. But was that our main page? No. Our main page was employee list. But now our dashboard looks like this. So we don't want our dashboard to be, so we want our dashboard to be the main landing page. So what we need to do, we need to have this dashboard on our app shell. So come to our app shell. So the first screen here should be our dashboard. So we can say here home. So this should be employee. Then you can say this should be, you can have this as that one. So you can have this as home. So this is our home page. Then you can have that as home. Then you can have this to redirect to our home screen. So this is our home page. So I'll stop this. So copy that, come to our app shell. So have this as our page. Then I don't know if we have the view model here. Yes, we have the dashboard view model, which we had done it. Under my program, you also have the view model. That is fine. So if we launch this, so what you'll notice is we have already logged into our app, but now it will also redirect us to the login page to log in again. So that is an issue. We should be able to log into our app once, then it should actually keep the logging, keep us logged in until we log out. So if we say admin, so I'll just admin at gmail.com, then you can have these as 1, 2, 3 up to 6. So if we click that, there we are. So I can actually remove this. So it should take us to the logins. So you can see we have routing to shell is currently, so try prefixing this. So we can now add this. I think because we had not added that to our dashboard. So if we do that, it should take us now to the login page, the dashboard I mean. So for those who are new to this channel, subscribe. So we notice, guys, 90% of you haven't subscribed and you are watching our videos. So subscribe so that you keep us motivated in posting more videos. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 up to 6. So if we log in, then it should take us to the dashboard. So you can see dashboard page. Welcome to NETMAUI. Then on the screen, we see we have the home, employees. So we are done employees, then we are done countries, then we are done constituencies, and we are done locations, then sub-locations, and even villages. So if you come to countries, you can actually add a country. So you can see we can say KE, then we say Kenya. So we haven't changed anything here. So if we save this, it will actually save our data. You can see we can add another country. We say India. Then you can say here India. Then if we save this, we have our another country there. We can say Nigeria. Then here is Nigeria. So those are not the shortcuts, guys. So I'm using this for testing. So after you have done that, we can actually add the constituency. If I do that, I'll select the country. You can see I can select Kenya, then constituency, I can say Nairobi. Then I can say here Nairobi. So I'll say here Nairobi. Then I'll save this. So it will actually save my constituency code. I can also save another. I'll select my country. I can say MO. So this will be Mombasa. So I can save that. So I can do the same for the locations. So we have the cascading. So I'll select now the constituency, Mombasa. Then I'll say this as JO. I can call this Jomvu. Then if I save this, it will actually save my data. I can add another one. I can say Nairobi. Then I can say KI. I can say this is Kino. Then I'll save. So if I come to our sub locations, I can also add new. I can select the locations, and that is how the app works. So we currently have our dashboard, so we can actually change our dashboard name here. The title, we can call this macro code dashboard. So dashboard. So that is our dashboard. So it will actually change the name. So we have our employees list. So to add an employee, guys, we had created a form. So you actually select the country, the constituency, the locations, the sub-locations are going up to capturing the photo. So if you are new to this channel, watch some of our previous videos on how this was implemented. So we need to solve something. Our app launches only when, if we now launch currently our app, it will also take us to the login screen. So if we just launch it, it will take us to the login screen. But we don't want that. We want our app, if you log in for the first time, then it should keep us logged in. So if we launch it now, you'll be able to see that we are taken to the login page to log in again. So that is not what we are supposed to be doing. So if you come to our app shell, not app shell, but app.xaml, so you'll see that we had something called check logging status. So we had actually defined this, check logging status, and if settings.current logged in is false, then it will take us to the logging page. But if it is true, then it will take us to the home page. So we need to set this to true on login. So if you come to our logging page view model, so after we have switched on the activity indicator, we can say activity settings.current logging. We can actually import these and we can set this to true. So if we do that, it should actually log us in and keep us logged in until we log out. So if we log in, then we should be kept logged in until we log out. So you'll say admin at at test@gmail.com, then 1 2 3 up to 6. So if we do that, it should actually log us in. You can see. So if I stop my app currently and again launch it, it will actually redirect me to the dashboard. You can see there is something wrong with our routing. So it is actually trying to redirect us to our dashboard, but how we have done the routing is wrong. So come to our app. So the issue is on our app shell, on the app.xaml. So go to login here. We should actually go directly to the dashboard. So if we do that, it should actually take us now directly to the dashboard since we had already logged in. So until we log out, then the user should be kept logged in until you log them out automatically or they log out by themselves. So you can see it has taken us to the dashboard. Come to our employees, then you can see our countries that we had captured
somewhere.
So
this is our API that we'll be using for today's demo. So we have our app that we have been doing since we started this video series. So we have a .NETMAUI series that we have been doing. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we want to push some of the records on our SQLite tables that we have on our mobile app. So we have been creating our app on SQLite, and you can see we have these tables. So we have some tables, that is employee table, countries, constituencies, locations, sublocation, villages, and mobile app user. Then this is our database file name. Then we have these models, which will act as our tables. Then we have also created the pages for constituencies, countries, locations, sublocations, and even villages. So today's video, we are going to see how you can push data from .NETMAUI SQLite app to via an API to our database that we have created, SQL Server. So this is some of our tables. We have the constituents, the sublocations. It is actually a representation of what we have on our app. So you can see the constituencies, the employees, the same tables that we have on our app. So we want to push data from our app to this side. So to do that, we'll begin by creating a new page. So for those who are following this series, I've created a page called data push, which is actually empty. You can see it doesn't have anything. Then and data push, I have my data push view model. I've also created a data push view model. So you can see this is our view model here, data push view model, which is actually empty. So on our data push page, you can see we are binding to our data push view model. Then we want to use our API connection. So we are using REFIT to actually push data to our server. So you can see this is how we have created this API connection service. So this service, you can see the API instance. We are actually instantiating here. Then we have all this that we actually did on our previous video. So for those who are new, you can consider watching. So we also have our mobile app constants where we are storing all things that we want to be using on our mobile app. So for example, we have our API link. We are using NGROK. So to proceed on our data push view model, as you can see here, we have these data push view models. So we are going to implement some of the things here. So one is we can create a button. So we want to actually push some data. So we'll say button. So this is I'll create a button here. So you can just borrow some buttons that we had done. So I'll just borrow this. We have it here. So then on this button we can say push upload. You can say upload country records. So or upload country data. So we want to upload country data. So we have our button. So we can actually borrow some of the buttons that we had done on our previous video. So I'll just do this. So I'll just borrow from one of our. So I'll just borrow this. So come to our data push view model. All right. Come to our data push view model. So here we want to create. We want this button to actually get the data from our. So you can say upload country. So this is our button. So you can say upload country. So to bind these on our data push view model, so we'll say upload country command. So this is our button. So we can also have activity indicator here. So you can have activity indicator. So you can just borrow from one of our. Can just borrow from our login screen. We had done that. So this is our activity indicator. So we'll just add it here. So this is our activity indicator. We have the height and we can actually have the scale. You can say scale. Then you can say 2.0. So this is running. Is actually will actually define whether we want our activity indicator to be running or not. So we are done this on our view model, that is the login screen. So I'll just borrow this. Then I'll have it on our data push view model. So I'll just have it here. Or you can as well have these on our base. You can have these as on our base view model. So you can have these here. Then under base view model, we can then, instead of us copying every time, we can define it here. So we'll just paste it here. We had not copied. So I'll just go back here. Then on our data push view model under base, so we'll just have it here. Let me just define it here. Or we can, let's just define it. This is actually, I think we had defined another. We don't have the base model. It is actually base model. This is not actually the base. This base view model is being used by MVVM helpers. So we can actually paste these here. So copy this is running. Then we can paste it here on our data push view model. So you can paste these here. So whenever you click these, when the user click data push view model button, so we can actually have also this data push view model. So we can have here the title. Then you can call this data push. Then this page, we can have it on our app shell. So if you come to our app shell here, we can have it here. Then we say data push, then you can say sync data. So we can call that sync data. Then we can use this page. So we can use this page. So this page is under views. So let's see. This should be under local. So you can say view, then this should be under views. Ensure you have the correct URL because you'll not be able to access that page. Then you can have it here. Then our page will be here. Then this should be, I don't know if we have any icon. So come to resources, then images. We can use any. So let's just maintain and use this one. So let me zoom for those who are not clear for them. Then on the my program.cs, we are going to add that data push page. So we are going to add this data push page. Then ensure we have our view model. So we'll also add it here. So we call it data push view model. So on our, so we'll need to import these. Yes. Then we also have to add it under app shell. So we need to add these here. So we have our page there. Then we need to import it. So if we launch our app, let's launch our app and see if we'll be able to see that page. So we have an error. So we're able to see what is the issue. So there's something with our, so we can actually, let me just use this. Can actually use this and get rid of this one. So we are going to launch our app. We see how it looks like. So let's see how our app look like after we have added the pages on our app shell. So we have something missing on our data push. So we need to have this as partial. So that is it. Then if we run it, bind, we have something there. No property bindable event scale. So this will be, and actually remove this and have it there. So if we launch this, let's see how it is. So if you're new to this channel, guys, consider subscribing and watching some of our previous series. So this is as our app launch. Maybe I can go through how our app is structured. You can see we have some of the services that we have, the models, the views. So our login page. So currently the app, actually you can be able to log in via the API, and actually you can see these are logins view model. So you can actually post data. So you can see we take the user details and we call our API here. Then you're able to get, if there is any error, if there is none, then you're able to redirect you to the landing page. That is the dashboard. So this is how we have structured our app. We'll be doing more videos on how we are enhancing and actually doing some tweaks on this app. So for those who are watching, keep posted, subscribe, and turn on the notification so that you are notified when we will be posting, because you are going to enhance this mobile app until you are able to actually have it and use it on any of your projects to come. So we'll also be sharing source code. So if you are part of the team members, then you'll be you'll have a chance to get full access to the source code. So for those who are not members, you are actually advised to join the team and actually be part of the macro code team members. So our app is launching. So let's see how it looks. So this is how our dashboard looks like. So we'll also be building our dashboard to be able to see how our app will be. So you can see we have the employees list. So for those who haven't seen the app, so this is how the app looks. You can be able to create a new employee, and you can as well capture a photo down here. So we have done a video on how we were capturing the photo, cascading drop-down list on the app. So you can be able to check that and subscribe. We have the countries. So this is the data that we want to push today to our API. So here we will have, let's say, GH. This is Ghana. So if you save, it will save the country to our mobile app. So we need to push this data to our server. So you can be able also to create constituencies, but you now select the country, the constituency code, and you save it. So if we click save, you're able to save that. Same way to locations and even villages. So today we are very concerned with sync data. So if we click sync data, you'll be able to see our button, upload country data. So on our upload, if we click upload country data, then it will be able to take us to this button that we have just created here. So it will be able to hit here. So if we try that, we should be able to see that that is the result. So if we click, you can see this where it is. Now, on our today's video, our main focus is to push data from our mobile app, to the API, through the API to our server. So that is what we intend to do today. So for those who haven't subscribed, please subscribe so that you get notified on any of the things that we are going to do. So come to our data push endpoint. That is our data push view model. So we are going to declare here, we'll say public, then we say, so let's call this private. So we'll say private, read only. Then we'll have our interface. So this is the iAPI connection. So then we'll say underscore iAPI connection. So we'll give it the name. Then we can, so here we'll need to import these interfaces. So you can actually replace these with our interface. Then we'll say underscore iAPI connection should be that. So after we have done that, we need now to begin uploading the data because we already have the button. So what we need to say, we need to check if this is running. So if this is running, it means data is being uploaded. So we return. But if this is not running, then means that is a user has just clicked the button and the data needs to be pushed. So you can set our is running to true so that we are able to see the indicator on the mobile app showing the progress. So if you do that, if you come to our data push page, you'll be able to see we have our activity indicator here. So we need to see that data is being pushed. So we don't want those apps that you click and nothing is showing. So after we have done that, we need to get the data. So I'll just say variable, then we'll say country data. Country data is equals to, then we'll say app dot database. So we want to get the data. So we say get table rows. So we want to get all the data for country. So this is the country, then we'll actually specify the table. So you specify the table here. So if we specify the table, then we do that. So this should give us all the data in our country table. So it will give us all the list of data that we have just keyed in. So after we have done that, we can actually say if this is not null, then we can push our data. So, but before we push the data, we need to have done something. But we can first check if we have the records. So if we just launch our app, we should be able to check if we are getting the records from our database. So our app is launching. So this is our app. If you come to sync data, then click upload. So you can see that is it. So if we come here, we say is running, then we set that to true. If we come back to our app, nothing is happening. You can see nothing is running. So if we proceed, get country, you can see we have country records. So we have the first country, which is Zambia. We also have a second country, which is Rwanda, Kenya, then South Africa, then Ghana. So we already have the data. So we need to push this data to our server. So we had done something on our login page whereby we were contacting our API. So I want us to just use the same thing. So I'll just copy, you can see this. So I'll just copy this. So come to our data push inside here. So I'll just give a variable to, so this will be our API underscore API connection. So I'll just say variable result. So I'll just say result. So we want to get the result from our API, but now our API should be pushed. So come to our iAPI connection. This is our interface. So on our interface, we want to post data to, so we want to know our endpoint. So our endpoint is the post API post countries. So if we try this, you can see this is our, so let's just put in some records. We say test. So we say this is a test, then leave it that way. Then code, we can say SA South Pole. So this is our endpoint. So if we execute, we should be able to save the data on our database. So if you come to our table countries, we should be able to see, you can see we have SA South Pole. So that means this is our endpoint. So how does it look? So you can see you need to decorate here with API countries. So come to our app. So this is our endpoint, API countries. So we need to pass the country model. Then this is actually what we are expecting. So we can actually have it return the country that it has posted. Then our body should go with the country. That is our view model. Then you can say this, we can say upload. So this is our endpoint, upload countries. So we can be posting one record at a time to check if everything goes well. So this name, I'm going now to our service implementation. Come to our iAPI connection. Then here we can copy this. Then we can use this here. Then we can say this is a country, because our endpoint actually returns. It actually returns the same thing. It returns the country that it has posted. So this is a country. Then here we are expecting country. Then we can say here upload country. Then we also pass the VM. So this is how we are. So we'll be now consuming this upload countries. So if you come to our data push, so we'll replace that countries, and now we can loop here. So we'll say for each can say country in country data. We'll say, let me just, so you can say country, so variable country in country data. Then we want to post our country here. So you are posting the country. So the country is actually the child. So so we'll be able to get the result. So let me stop our app. So you can see it is actually posting the country. Then we want to see to get the ID. So if the ID, if this is not equal to null, we can say if ID is greater than 0, because it will return an int. So we'll say it's greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, we have saved the country successfully. So you can say country uploaded, uploaded successfully. Then you can say, so we don't want to load the country here, because it will be looping. So what we need to do, it will, if country is greater than 0, then we don't have to. So what we need to do is actually delete it from our app, because we have already saved it on our server. So we don't want to have duplicate records. So if that is fine, so we'll say app.database.delete. So we want to delete this record. So it will actually delete that country record from our app, so that we don't have it. But if there is an error, it will now come here and say country upload failed. So I don't know if we are getting any error if we post. So we can just say country upload failed. Then we can just say okay. So we'll be able to see if we can get any response from our. So that is fine. So we can actually test our app and see if it will work. So we have all the list of data here. Then you can be posting the data. Then if the ID is greater than 0, we delete the record from our app. We ensure that if a record has been saved on our server, then we don't have that record existing on our app. So I think that is fine. So our app is launching. So if we come to our sync data, then we say upload. So we come here. That is it. There we are. It will be running here. I think it's not yet. So that is, see, you can see that it is actually showing the progress. We have the data here. You can see. So I don't know if we will get the result or there is an error. Yes, there is an error. Response status code does not indicate status bad request. So we need to check our endpoint. I don't know if our server is up and running. So we actually need to, we can put in a breakpoint on our post. So this should be API post. You can see here, it is post country. So we should actually get the record here. So this should be post country. So let's see on our, so if we come to data push, come to API connection, interface here, it should actually be post country. Yeah. So this is something that we had done wrong. So it should be API, then controller. Not sure if it will, let's test that first if it will work. So if we launch our app, so I've actually added a breakpoint on our API to see if it will hit our our endpoint. So this is it. It is expecting a country record. So let's try and post. So if we come here, then you say upload. There we are. So it will come here. Then if we step into there we are. I think there is something wrong. Let's see. Yes, bad request. So let's see how our post endpoint should be API. Should be API controllers. So let me just change this so that we have a very good. So if we come to our login, we had changed some of the. So I'll just add the root. So I'll just add the root on our countries. So here, so we can define these as post country. So if we do that, we can actually have it here as API. So country can see where is post. This is it. So you can see it is post. We can even add our API here. So you can have the root so that we don't get confused. So it should be API / post country. So that is our endpoints. So you see API. We can remove this. Just leave as it is. There's some duplications there. So you can say API. So you can see we have post country. So come to our endpoint. Come to our endpoint here on our app. Our app actually crashed, so we can start it. Come to our. So here we can now say this is post country. So that is our endpoint. So if we do that, launch our app. Try to push the records. Upload. Just get there. Bad request. So let's try and see. Let's try our post. We see get the. So endpoint is post. So I'll just come here. So I'll just put in there from body. Come to our employees. It is actually countries. Come to countries. So the bad request. So this should be root post. Then we can have this as from body. So ensure we add this so that we don't get that issue again. Ensure that all the required fields has been populated. So you can see our server was actually throwing an error because of these 3 records. So we don't have these data already saved on our database, on our table. So we're actually pre-populating this, but we'll be able to modify and actually update. So if we try to push data, you come to here and say upload. It will come there, get the data, loop through. You can see there we are. So if we just go there, trying to find our API. Yeah, so our issue is on the API side. We can try again and see. So if we launch, let's see if our API is up and running. So you can see this is our API. So we expect the data, our app to eat here. So then we'll be able to debug and see what is the issue. So if we come here and say upload, then you push. Yeah, so it has hit our API. So you can see we are on our API here. So you can see the data has already come. So we have the ID as 1, modified by, modified on, name, created on, created by, and the code. So the reason as to why we are getting an error is because we are actually adding a record with an ID. You can see this ID is actually 1. And on our database, on our table, we have an ID with 1. So what we need to be doing, anytime we push record from the app, we should be able to be sending the data with an ID 0. And that is why it is good to have view models. So we'll be able to show that on our next video, but today let's just modify it here. So I'll modify it here and actually have this assign it to 0. So ensure our API is up again. So our API will throw an error. So let's try and upload the records again from our app side. So every time our app pushes data, we assign the ID 0. So we'll be able to see how we can be able to do this with using view models on our next video. So if we come here, push data, upload, then you can see this is our data. So it is going with Zambia, then our base data, you can see macro code and the time. So if we proceed, you can see it has hit our API, ID is 0. So we don't expect any error. So you can see, let's see the country, Zambia. So if we do that, it has actually saved our API and it has returned. So let's proceed and see if it has given us the data. So you can see it has actually returned for us the country that we saved, the code, the ID, and the name. So if we proceed, we are supposed to delete this record from our app. So it will actually delete it. Then it will again loop. So the next record is Rwanda. So let's see if it has actually saved our first record. You can see this is the record that we have saved. So if we proceed here again, it will save as well. So it has, so I'll just remove that now because our app seems to be fine. So if we do that, so I'll just also remove this and leave our app running until, so our app will actually execute, but it doesn't give us a success. So the reason being, we need to ensure that we are able to detect whether the data has been uploaded successfully, all the data. So if we come to countries, we should be able to see that we have the countries here. Reason being, on our delete, come to our app, come to our data push, come to our data push. On our delete country, our ID was 0, so it won't be able to find the record to be deleted. So you can see we need to have the primary key reassigned. So let's try something else. So we want, once our data has been deleted, once our data has been pushed, we can actually reassign the ID here. Data ID. We can or let's do this. We can create another view model. So let's just do that. Let's create a view model that we are going to use to push data. So come to view model, then we will say class then you'll say data country view model. So you're going to use this view model. So we'll say public. So all the data that we want to push to our API. So what we need to do, we'll come here and copy the only those fields that we want to be shared to our view model. We can even have our ID here so that we don't get into problems. Then our base model can just copy those fields here. So this is our view model, country view model. So we paste it here. So we'll be able to come to our data push. So on our data push, we'll just say view model, I say new, we just say variable country data, then we'll say is equals to new, then we can have this, can just say new. So you can then have this here. So we'll say our country, our ID. So this will be 0. Then you can say our, so we'll say created on. You can actually remove this. Created on, it should be comma. Then modified on, it should be comma. Then created by, there should be a comma here. Then there should be a comma. Then modified by, can have this that way. Then you can close this here. So you can call this country details. Then the important thing is now the code, which we should take from here. Then also the name we should take from here. So we'll be able to see how we can also use automapper. So you can actually use automapper to do this. So this is a long way, but we are doing this for just for demo purposes. Then we'll take this country details and have it here. So we'll have to change our API now to use the view model. So come to our implementation of this. That is our service, and we need to change this to use the view model. So that is it. So after we have done that, we can also have this, maybe it will return our view model. So come to our API here as well, should return our view model. So come to our data push. So now on our data push, we should be able to delete the country. So one thing that we need to do, we can actually delete all the villages and countries on our table. So So let's say delete from villages. So we want us to remove everything, so we are able to track sublocation, delete from, then locations, then constituencies, then you can say countries. So you can remove all this. So that is it. So currently we don't have anything on our countries table. Fine. So we want, whenever we delete the record from our app, then whenever we sync the record to our server, then we need to delete the record here. Then what I want us to do, something here. We want to say int counter. I want us to put a counter. Then this counter, every time a record is pushed to the server, we actually increment it. So we actually increment it. So once we increment it, I want us, after everything is done, after our loop is done, I want us to tell the user that the number of records that has been synced to the server. So I'll just copy the alert that we had done on our dashboard. So I just want to copy this. So come to data push. So then you want to say if so if we can even have these here. We stop that after everything has been done. Then you say upload successful. Then if nothing has been uploaded here, we should be able to return these and say return. So here we'll say upload successful. Then we'll say you have uploaded, you have uploaded a total of, then we need to have our counter here. There is our counter. So our counter should be outside. We should have it here. So a total of counter. So we should say you have uploaded a total of, a total of dash. So this is the number of countries that has been uploaded. Countries. So we'll say a total of dash countries to the server. So this is the message that we will receive after we have uploaded. So then it will return our message. So we can now try again. So if we launch our app, let's see if our API is running. So I think everything is fine. Let's refresh. Our API is fine. So that is it. So this is our, let's see how our app will behave. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing, like our video, comment down below in case you have any suggestions. So let's sync our records, upload. So let's come here, upload. Do you have the country details? You can see we have the date, time, everything is fine. Let's see if it will come here. There we are. So you can see it has actually returned for us the country that you have uploaded, and we are actually deleting this country. So if we do that, our country should be deleted. So we can actually leave it now for our app to upload. You can see you have successfully uploaded a total of 5 countries. So if you come to our database and select, you can see we have a list of 5 countries that you have just uploaded to the server. So we have our constituencies, which is the endpoint, countries, employees, locations, login, where we can also actually log in from our app, mobile app users, sublocations, villages, and the weather forecast. So this is our app. As you can see, it has employees, countries, and the employees. We have the first name, middle name, last name, date of birth, and you can create a new employee. So on the new employee form, you can be able to select a country. It is actually a cascading drop-down list. You can be able to link it to others. And at the end, we also have a section where you can capture a photo. So we also have the same thing on the countries. You can create a new country. We say this is Rwanda. So if you save, you are able to save the data on our local database. You can see we have the country name and the country code. So you also have the constituencies. You can save the constituency, but this is now you select the country, the constituency code, Nairobi, and you can save it. So once you save this, you can be able to see the data within that tab. The locations, it is also the same. You have to select the constituency, you put in the location code, say MB Mombasa. So when you save this, you're able to see the data here as well. So this applies across. So we did something on our previous video whereby we were able to sync the data. We have a button for upload country data. This upload country data uses the post endpoint. You can see this is post country. So we are supplying the country name code, modify by, modify on, created by, and created on through our API to our database. So we have an employee database where we have the constituencies table. We also have the countries table. So this countries table actually receives the data from our app. So what we need to do, when you come to our countries tab, we are able to see ZA, Zambia, and Rwanda. So if we want to push this data to our SQLite, our MS SQL, then we have to sync the data to our database via the API that I've just shown you guys. So this is our API. So if we click upload data, we should be able to receive the data on our database through this endpoint. So that is what we did on our previous video. And as you can see, the data, a total of 2 countries, has been uploaded to the server. So if you click OK and come to our table of countries, select, you can see we have the last 2, the ZA, Zambia, and the Rwanda one. So those are the data that we did on our previous video. So for today's video, we are going to proceed with uploading constituencies, locations, and even the sublocations. Then I'll be able to show you guys, we'll be able to enhance our screen so that we are able to have a very good data grid. So let's start the coding. So if you come to our app, you can see, for those who are new, on our application DB context, we have some of our tables, mobile app users, representing the same thing that is on our API. So I'll go to our sync upload. So that is the page that we had seen where we are actually uploading the data, this page. So you can see we have the upload country data. So I'm going to copy this and we actually replicate it with upload constituency data. Constituency data. So on our upload constituency data, we want to replicate the same. So I'll just go to our data push view model. So you can see this is the command of uploading the country data. It actually takes the data from the country, check if it's not null, and look through the list and upload each of the record. So that is how we did. So I'll also copy this and do the same way for our constituencies. So I'll just copy that. So this one will say upload constituency. So if you do that, then on our table, so we have to now get constituency data here. Then we'll get the constituency, so we'll replace this with our model. Then we are getting all the table data. Then we check if it's not null, and we actually loop through the data. So you can see we have the country view model. So I'll create another view model for our constituency. So I'll just copy this. Then I say this is a constituency view model. So we have so if we just go back to our table, we check how the constituency looks like. So you can see we have this data. So I'll just ensure that on our constituency view model, we have the int. So what I'll do, I'll just actually remove this, so that we don't want to be uploading the ID, because we actually, or we can leave it in case we want to update. So on our constituency view model, we have the ID, the country ID, the code, the name, and the created on, then are created by, and the modified on and modified by. So what we need to do is take this constituency view model, come to our data push. So we'll replace this with our constituency view model. So our country code, that is our code, will be the, so this will be constituency. Copy this, then we say constituency details, then we say the constituency code, we replace it with that, then the constituency name, then we also have the ID, country ID. So we have this as the constituency be the constituency ID, country ID. Then our constituency details, we have to supply it here, and we need, when we push the data to our server, we need to delete the constituency that we have actually uploaded, so that we avoid duplicate records. So we'll say this is constituency details upload failed. So this is, we change all these to constituency upload failed. That is when the result is, when it doesn't result, actually return the ID. Then we have the, when it uploads, you will say the upload successful. You have uploaded a total of that constituencies to the server. Then so on our endpoint, we need to see now we have these upload constituency upload countries. So we'll actually create another endpoint. So we'll say upload constituencies. Then here we'll say upload constituencies. Then we need to supply the country, the view model, constituency view model. So we have to have this on our API connection, our interface. So you can see we have it here. So we need to copy that, then we replace this with constituency view model. Then we need to have the same name as on our implementation service. So this is our interface. So we upload constituencies, and we actually need the constituency view model. So this is it, guys. So here we need to check our endpoint for uploading constituency. So I'll just come to our view, our API, come to constituencies controller. So we'll just copy the one for countries. We replace it with the same root. So if you come to constituencies, we have the post endpoint. So for the post endpoint, here it is. So I'll just replace this here and say post constituency. Then here I'll say from body. Then I'll close that. So it will actually now check if the constituency is not null. Then it will add the constituency, then return the constituency details. So this is our endpoint. So I'll copy the same endpoint, go back to our app and replace it here. Then on our upload data push view model, where we are actually now pushing the data, we replace upload countries with upload constituencies. So this is how it looks. If you want to see a clear, so upload constituency, it will retrieve all the data, check if it's not null, loop through, and push each data at some point, then upload the constituency, then it will return the constituency that it is being uploaded, then it will actually delete it from the mobile app so that we don't push it again. So this is our endpoint. So if we try, one thing that I'll do is I'll ensure, because we have the countries, I'll ensure that maybe we are uploading the data for let's say Kenya, ID 1017. So because the data is already on our server, I'll just this is actually meant for testing, but what you can do is actually push this data in a list and also push the data with countries with their respective constituencies, with their respective sublocations and their respective locations. So we'll be able to see that on our next video, but today I'll just be pushing, I'll just push these I'll say this is just for testing. So I'll provide this the ID of the country that we are actually pushing the data. Remember, the country is already on our server. I'll be pushing for country Kenya. So if we launch our app, before actually we launch our app, we need to ensure this button is actually replaced with what we had. So you can see upload constituency, then you put in command. So we are using relay command. So then we can launch our app. We see how it is. We have an error. So if you go to the error, we have something that has cropped up. You can see constituency view model. What does it say? So on our implementation, it is actually, there is something not, so let's, on our definition actually, yes, constituency view model. This is the constituency view model. Let's see what is not right. Then on our implementation, come to our interface. Yes, you can see here we are actually referencing the country view model. So this should be constituency view model because we are expecting back the same data. So if I push this, if we launch our app, we should be able to see the data. So we can have the breakpoint here so that we see what our data is, and also here and here. So let's relaunch also our API because we made some modifications, and we can also put in a breakpoint. So I'm testing this all on my local machine, and the reason being is I'm using what we call NGROK. So for those who are new to this, so NGROK will actually expose my API to look like I'm actually hosted on a server somewhere. So if you don't know how to do that, you can actually Google and see how you can host your API using NGROK. So this is how my API looks like, and this is the URL that I'm actually using. So my app should have launched by now. Let's see. Yes, my app is up. So if I come to my constituencies, I'll be able to see I have two constituencies, Nairobi, Nairobi. If I come to sync data, yeah, I think there is something wrong with our view. Let's see what is wrong. So come to data push. So we can have the margin here. So I can have this as a, let me change this as a vertical layout. Then I can have this as let me just do this. I can do away with this and leave these two buttons here. Then I can say margin. I can say this is 10. I can have this margin. I can have this as 20. Then spacing, padding. I can do padding 10. Also do padding 10. So those are my two buttons. So the activity indicator is 1. So we expect two buttons there for uploading the country data and uploading the constituency data. So if I come to sync data, you can see I now have my upload country data and the upload constituency data. So if I click upload constituency data, you can see we have our constituencies. It has actually two constituencies, the Nairobi data with the country ID 5, and you also have the second one with also Nairobi. So if I proceed, you can see my constituency details now. I have the code, the country ID, created by ID. Then the country ID is 1017, the one that we have actually had coded for just testing. So if I proceed now, it should actually find our endpoint. And you can see it has taken us to our post constituency endpoint. We are actually now on our API. So you can see the constituency data. We have all the data there. So if I proceed, it will take us back to our app. It has taken us back to our app and it has given us the result. It has actually returned the constituency data with an ID. You can see it is 9. So if we proceed again, it will look back, come with a new constituency. If I continue, it will go back to our API and post the same data. So if I proceed, then everything is done. So if we check our app, you can see upload successful. You have uploaded a total of 2 constituencies to the server. So if we come back to our constituencies had no data. So if I select here, you can see we have 2 constituencies with ID 1017. So that is how we push data to our server. So that we have actually uploaded data for our constituency. So if I come to locations, you can see we have locations. So we can also replicate the same. Let's do for the locations. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing. And if these videos are very interesting to you, consider subscribing and also liking the video. Comment down below in case you have any other suggestions that we should actually do. Then we'll be doing them on our next series. So I'll just copy this and we say upload locations. So then we'll also replicate the same way we did on our model. So I'll just undo this. Then I'm going to copy this, which will actually modify and use it for our upload locations. So upload locations. So this will be our locations data. Then this is our location. So this should be locations. Then get locations data. then this data, then this is, so we need to create the view model. So let's go and create another view model for locations. So you just copy these. So we'll be actually redefining this app as we go along. So locations. So don't worry how we have coded. This meant to actually show you how to implement some of these things, guys. And you can actually do your best based on these code snippets. So I'll just go to locations. Then I'm going to copy these details and replace them on our view model. So I'll just copy up to here. So on our locations, you can see we have the constituency ID. We have the ID, the constituency ID, the code, and the location name, and the rest. So we'll go back to our data push view model, replace our constituency view model with location view model. Then we say this is a location. Then we say this is a location details. Location details. Then we can replace this here, place this here. So the code. So we say code. Then this should be the code. Then this should be name, location name. Then constituency ID. We'll also do the same for constituency ID. We are going to take an ID. So that is the, let's say 10. We have 10 here. Then so the constituency, let's see what we need to have on our locations. The constituency location code and this. So this should be fine. So what's wrong here? Location details. We've already declared it, so I don't know why. So upload constituency, let's go and define. So we are going to copy this. So we are using REFIT, guys, for those who don't know. You can consider watching some of our previous video on how we were setting these apps. So we have a series of all this. So, and we notice, guys, some of you are watching our videos and you are not subscribing. So please subscribe. Upload locations. So then we are going to copy this here. Then we need to define our upload connection on our interface. So I'll just copy this. So this is this kind of straightforward based on what we have done previously. So this will be locations view model. Then we need to have it here. Then if we, so for our API, come to our API, we have the locations locations view model. So I'm going to use the same thing we use here. We provide an endpoint and our post. So this is our post. So we'll say post locations. Then I'll say this is from body. That is it. So we are going to use this endpoint on our app. So I'll replace it here. So when you go back to our data push view model, we are going to use this. Then we need to have our locations here. So our locations will now work, and here we'll need to use we delete the locations after we have pushed. So this will be location details, upload failed, or location detail upload failed. Then you success message will be upload successfully. You have uploaded a total of that counter locations to the server, and this is how our endpoint, our data push view model looks like. So let's see, we say details here. What's wrong with this? We replace it here. Don't know what is wrong with this, but we'll just clean it and it will work. So we have our locations. This is locations. then everything looks fine. So come to our data push view XAML file. Come to our data push XAML file, then we need to define the command. So that is it. So if we clean our app, everything should be fine. Let's rebuild. So if you are watching this video up to now, subscribe, like the video. So we have some of the errors. I think there is something not right. Let's see our previous one where we have something. Yeah, actually that is it. We should be referencing not location details but location. So that should be fine because we are getting the data from here. So this should be location name, and we are assigning it to our local view model. So that is it. So if we launch our app, everything should be fine and we should be able to push our data to locations table. So if we select the data from our locations table, we don't have any data. So let's see how it will work. Let's see if our app will launch. So our app is launching. Let's see how it will look. So if you go to our data push, we should be having 3. So you can see you have the upload country, constituency, and location. So I don't know if we have any locations data. So we can add another location. Choose the constituency. We don't have any constituency. Let's create another constituency. We don't also have another country. Let's create the country so that we can be able to create another. So I'll say TZ. So this is Tanzania. So if we save it, we are able to see the data there. If we come to constituency, we select Tanzania, then we say TZ as well. We say Trans Nzoia. If we save, should be able to see Trans Nzoia there. Then location, we click new, should be able to select Trans Nzoia. Then location, we should say KR. So I'll say this is Koros. If I save, we have the 2 locations. So let's put a breakpoint on where we have pushing the data so that you're able to see what happens. So if we come back to our app and sync data, if we upload, we're able to get the data there. This is the details. You can see we have the constituency ID and the rest. So if we proceed, I think we will get an error. The reason being, we didn't republish we didn't stop our API and actually start it again. Remember, we made some changes on our API, so it didn't find the root. So if we close our app and start again, then we should be able to upload the data. So this is our API. So if we come to our app now, then come to our constituents, our sync data, then upload locations, step, then it should be able to upload the data. There we are. You can see we have it has actually returned the location details that it has saved to the server. So if we proceed again, it should be able to upload the data and get us back. Remember, it is also deleting. So you can see upload successful. A total of 2 locations uploaded to the server. So if we come to our database, you can see we had no locations. So if we select top 1,000, we are able to see those data with a constituency ID. So this is how we have actually done to upload the data. So you can also replicate the same for the others. So today I want to demonstrate something. As you can see on our screen, on the countries list, if we create a new country, we say UG, then Uganda, then we save this data. We can create, like, say another country, MW, Malawi. Can create another one, let's say GH, Ghana. So if you can see on our screen, we have our data. We are actually using a collection view. So, but we want to use, if we want to change this to a data grid, which actually looks better, I want us to go through how we can actually convert this from a collection view to actually using a data grid. So if you're new to this channel, consider watching some of our previous videos on how we have created this whole app from a new app, doing the data push from our app through an API to a server, then up to where we are. So you can also comment down below in case you have anything that you want us to do so that you can be able to see. So we have the sync data where on our previous videos, we uploaded the country's data, the constituencies data, the location data through an API to our database. As you can see, we have some data on constituencies, we have some data on the countries. So you can see all these data are coming from our app through these API that we have actually developed. So on our app, I want us to now work on some of the UI aspect from our app. So today, let's begin by actually changing our app from using the collection view to now using a data grid. So on this code, let's start by going directly to the code. So on the code, come to our countries section. So this is our country. We have the countries list XAML. But before we do that, I want us to install a certain nugget. So come to our app, right click it, then manage nuggets. Then I want us to install say MAUI.DataGrid. So it will give us a data grid, some of the nuggets. I want us to use this Google MAUI.DataGrid. So install that nugget. So let's see how it will go. Accept. So it will, you should be able to see an icon here, a blue one, or we can actually check on our, yes, you can see it has actually ticked this one, green one. So that means our nugget is already installed. So if you browse also, you'll be able to see this nugget here. So after we have done that, let's go to our XAML, that is the countries list. So as you can see, we are using a collection view. So this is our collection view, but I want us to change something. So at the top here, first you can change this to, I want us to change, so we can actually come at the top here. I want us to create a grid. So we'll first have as a scroll view. Let's say this is a scroll view. You can close this. Then inside the scroll view, you can create a grid. Then we say the row definitions. Let's put this to 70. Then you can say star. Then I want us to close that grid. Then inside the grid, we can have our search bar. So you can copy this search bar. We paste it inside here. So we want to redesign this now. So these, we can have these, we can specify the grid row for this search bar. So you'll say grid.row, .row is equals to 0. So that is our first row. Then down here, I want us to do something. We do dg.datagrid. Then we need to close this. But you can see it will need us to import something. So we need to now import this should be full colon, sorry. Yeah, so that is it. We need now to import the data, the nuggets that we have actually installed. So at the top here, we can say, then we specify DG, then we say this is coming from, this is equals to, then say CL res. So I want us to use the DataGrid. I'm trying to get the namespace. So I'll just do that. If it's not importing, then I'll do full colon MAUI DataGrid. So this is the one I'm looking for. So we're actually importing this DataGrid and we have it already installed. So you can see this is now fine. It is referencing now our MAUI DataGrid, a DataGrid. So inside this DataGrid, I want us to create the grid row. So we can first say the grid row. So inside here, before closing, we'll define the grid. So we'll say grid.row. Remember our search is row 0, so this will be row 1. Then we need to specify our item source. So we'll say item source. So we'll use now what we were using on our collection view. Then we copy this here. Then we have it here. Then we can specify the selection mode. Selection enabled should be true. We want to be selecting the data. Then selection item. This is the item. If it is clicked, which item should be selected. So I think we have not defined that. We'll be able to define that on our next video. So let's just begin with the is refreshing. You can say, we can put this to false. We can also say, or we can just have this to true. Then we can also, another thing is row height. We can set the row height. So you can say this is 70. We can also specify the border color. So we can specify this to be gray, light gray. We can also, so this is the border color that is separating some of our borders. Then header, background, you can have these as let's specify a color, chocolate, yeah. Then we can also specify the active row color, the row that has been selected. So you can give that as a green yellow, something like that. Then after we have done that, so this is, we close this. Then we need now to specify the columns. So below here we will say DG, then we specify the data grid. So data grid, then we say dot columns. Then we need to close this. So inside the columns, we can say, we now specify the specific columns. So we'll say DG, then data grid column now. That is the column that you want to be. So then we'll have the property name. So that is the name of the data that we want to pull. So it will be actually this. So we don't do binding code, but we do just code. So we'll just specify as code. Then inside the data grid, we need to specify the title. So we'll actually close this. Then inside it of the column, we'll say DG, then data grid column, then we say dot format title. So the title that we want. Then inside we also do format. So we'll say format string. Then we close it. Then we now specify the title. So we'll say font size. Can specify the font size as 14. Then I can have the text now of the, so our text will be the code. So we'll name this as the country code. Then we can specify the text color. So the text color should be, let's say, white. Then we can also specify the font attributes. This should be bold. So after you have done that, we need to close this. So we'll close that. So this is our first column. So from here to here is our first column. So to specify another column, we can copy now this block of code from here. So you can see the columns, everything inside the columns is a column. So we'll just copy this. So this is the first column. So this is the first column, and this is the second column. So for the second column, we want to specify the name. So we'll just copy on the property name, we specify the name. Then the code is the country name, that is the label. So that is it. So we need to do away with our collection view here. We are actually left now with our data grid. So we have the country code and the country name and all others. So we can also specify that the mode here is two-way. That is it. So we can try launching our app to see if there is anything, if everything is fine, or we need to do something different. So I launch our app, we see how our app looks like. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and watching some of our previous videos on NETMAUI app that we are doing for the continuation of this series. So we now are making some UI changes on our app that we have been building now. This is day 25 of our challenge. So let's see how our app will look. So our app is launching. Let's see how it will look like. So that is it. So if we come to our countries, you expect to see something unique. As you can see, we have the grid and it's actually trying to refresh. So we can switch off our refreshing. So we say this is false. Then our header, border header is not showing. So text color. So we had said the text color, we can have the background color. So you can see on our app, we have the e.t.c, but the background color is not showing. So you can have this as you can try to change this so that you're able to see. So you can have this as white. Then on the columns, we need to specify the columns. So this is the columns header. Then the text, we can have this as black. Can change that as black so that it's visible. So if we save it, let's try to it's refreshing, still not showing. So we need to specify the so let's see our app if it's it has changed. We just change the color to black. So if we come to countries, you can see there is nothing going on. So we have to change something. So if you come to our columns, after our columns here, we left something. So down here, we need to specify the rows background color. So we'll say DG, then we say DataGrid, then rows background color palette, then we close that. Then we also say DG, then palette collection, Then inside the collection, you can now say color. Then I want us to specify the color. So we can specify here as white. You can also specify, we copy these also here, and we specify as gray. So that is it. Then after the background color palette, down here before the data grid, I want us to specify DG. Then we say data grid, then resources, any resource that we may want to use. So we'll say resource dictionary. Then we can close that. Then we can actually leave it as it is. So if we stop our app, everything should be fine. So this is it. So if we launch our app again, let's see if everything will work. So there we are, our app is launching. So if we come to DataGrid countries, you can see this is how it looks. So let's change this to light gray. So that is it. Let's see how it looks. You can also have these as, I can just have it as white. Let's have it as light gray. Let's relaunch our app. Light gray. So we launch our app again. So let's go to countries. You can see this is how it looks. So our first country is Tanzania, Malawi. So there is something we need to check on our columns. So our columns are not displaying. So we need to check something on our app. So something that is not working is there's something we missed here. So you need to specify the header height to 50 so that we have our labels. That is the headers actually displaying. So if we just run, so this is what we need to have. So everything looks okay the way we had done. Data collection palettes, data grid, column, the name. So here we can say country code, and this is country name. So the only thing that we missed out on our definition is the header height. That's why our height was not displaying. So if we just try to run this again, then our data grid should be fine with all the. So if we come to our countries, you should be able to see, you can see our code name. Now our data is not there. So we need to see why. So if we come there, then we say, so our color code, can say this is white. Then this should be. So let's see. So this is actually black. Then we can change this to yes. Let's have this to white. We see. Let's also have this to white. So if we save that, that is our at the top. So let's refresh our app and see. So there is something also wrong with our so if we come to our data grid countries, so this is displaying but our data is not there, and as you can see we have some grid. So is the color of our labels, not really the colors. I think we missed something here. This should be code. I had changed this. This should be, we should change here. This should be country name. This should be country code. So the property name is the field from the database, should be name code. Then the text is the country code and the name. So if we do that, let's relaunch our app. So you should get the property name is the name and this is the code. So let's see if it finds. So if this works, then we can actually replicate this to all our data grids. So if you come to countries, there we are. So I think our app is now fine. You can see the country code, the country name, and the rest. So if we click here and save, we say testing. Then here we say testing. Then we save. We should have, you can see, this is how now our app looks like. So I think we can now copy this to all our data grids. So I'll just copy this. Copy that. Come to our constituencies list. Down here, I'll paste this. Then replace our item source. Then search here constituency. Then this is the code and the name. Then this is constituency name. So you'll say this constituency code and the constituency name. Then anything that we need to change and nothing. So I'll just do away with this. And also we need to import this. So if we just hover here, if it's not working, we can copy it from here. We need to copy this namespace. Come to our constituencies list, XAML, then paste this here. So if we launch our app, we should be able to see the constituency data grid working. So let's see that. So come to constituencies. You can see the constituency code and the constituency name. Do we have any? We can save one we see. Select the country. Then we say NA, say Nairobi. So if we save that, we can see we have our constituency name. We can save another one. Say MB, Mombasa. If we save that, you can see our grid is fine. So we can also copy these for locations. Come to our locations view. Then we paste it here. Then we need to copy the sublocations. Then we say sublocations. Then we need to select the sublocations here. Then we can say this is so we have the code and the name. Then this is a location code. This is sublocation. So we can do sublocation code, then sublocation name. Then we can do away with these. So if we refresh our app, we should have our sublocations. So we can also have our namespace. sorry, should be under sublocations. So we need to paste this here. We didn't copy, so I can paste this here. So then if I do that, then if I run the app, we should be able to see our sublocations with the DataGrid. So if we do that, come to sublocations, you can see we have our sublocations name. So that is it, guys, on how you can use our the DataGrid. So this is how you can use the DataGrid in NETMAUI. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing.
As you can see on our screen, we have our employee API that we have been creating over time. And we also have our mobile app that we have also been creating over time. So you can see we have the employees list where we can be able to create a new employee, capture the records, select the country they are in, the constituencies, and the rest. Up to capturing a photo. You can actually capture a photo from this form. So if you're new to this channel, watch this series on .NETMAUI until where we are. So you can see you can be able to capture a screenshot of the photo and save the data. So on our previous video, we were trying to make our app looks a bit better, whereby we added a data grid on our app. So if I click here new and I save one of the country, let's say Somalia, I was able to see the data on our data grid. As you can see, how our data grid looks like is a bit better than what is on there. You can see we also have a constituency that we did. So if you create a constituency, you select the country, BO, Baghdad, then you save. So if you save, you'll be able to see we have the data here. So on the locations, we were to proceed with the locations, sublocations, and the villages. So we also did something very interesting. On our app, we are able to push data to our MS SQL. So for those who are new, you can be able to watch how we connected these to our API. So we are using SQL Server Management Studio to actually connect to our database and manage some of the queries. So if I just show you how our database looks like, so this is we have an employee database, then we have all the tables related to what is actually there on our app. So we have the countries. So if I just select the countries, we have the countries that we have been pushing from our mobile app. So these are the countries. And we also have the employees location, mobile app users, sublocations, and the villages. So interesting thing is, if we try to push some of this data, we are able to push it to through our API to this other end. So if we try, we have this tab for sync data. If we upload the countries, then we'll be able to see a cascade, an activity indicator pushing the data to our database. So if we just wait and see how many records will be pushed, you can see we have uploaded a total of 6 countries to the server. So you can see it is now 1 up to 10. If we refresh this, we'll be able to have more countries. There you are. You can see we have the ones that we have just added, testing, and the rest. So that is it, how you do it. On the constituencies as well, we were able to connect these to our server. So if I just come here, and sync data and upload constituencies, you can see now we have 3 constituencies. It has uploaded 3, so we are expecting a total of 6. So you can see we have 6 constituencies. The same thing on our locations. We have 2 locations. I don't know if we had added some locations on our, so we didn't have. So we can now proceed the video from here. So we don't have a constituency. The challenge is now, once the data has been pushed, it actually deletes the data from our app. So let's see, DR, say this is DRC. So if we save that, we'll be able to have the country there. We can add another one. I say UG, say Uganda. So this is just for test purposes. Then on the constituencies, we can select the country, the constituencies. I say Kwanza. Then once you save that, you're able to see it. We select then we say Mount Elgon. So this is, I say Mount Elgon. So if we save that, you can see we have the data here. So our next section was to proceed with the location. So we have to select the constituency. It is actually a cascading dropdown. Then we say NA, say this is Nairobi. So if we save it, we're able to see so the challenge, you can see the data grid here doesn't look a bit better than what is there on constituencies. So we were to actually replicate these across the app. So we say that, we say KA, say chorus. So if we save that, then we'll be able to see that. So let's proceed to our app. Come to our data, our sublocations list. So this is our sublocations list. We have I think we had already done on our sublocations. So we need to copy this to our locations. We had not added that to our locations. So come to our locations tab list. So it is still using, let me just zoom this so that you can be able to have a clear view. So it is still using a collection view, as you can see. So what we need to do, we have to change this to use DataGrid. So I'll just copy this here. So I'll also update our item source. Then location. This should be search locations. Then the name of the name of the field. Let's see how our model looks like. That is our table. Location should be code and the location name. So we should actually use the location code. Then here should be location name. Then we should say this is location code and this is location name. So after we have done that, we should actually do away with this. Let's do away with that. Then we need to import something on our app. So we'll copy this, then we have it here on our locations list. So if we do this, we copy, so this we should actually import the data grid. You can see this MAUI.DataGrid. We should actually have import it. And you can see our app looks a bit better. So if we try to launch now our app, we should be able to see that the data grid has changed to a bit something that looks better. So that is it, guys. So let's see how our app looks like. So let's see. So there we are. If we come to our locations, you can see how our data grid looks like. It's a bit better. So we can add another constituency. Say this is mile 8. You just save that. So you can see that is a bit better. So if we come to sublocations, I think we had changed the data grid. So we can add a new sublocation. We select the location. Then we say in NA, Nairobi. And then if we save this, we are able to see the data there. Select another sublocation. I say Kwanza. So I'm just using random names, guys. So it's not actually something that. So we'll be able to see. I think another video that we'll do is we'll try to pull some of this data from an API and retrieve it back to the app. So if we just proceed now, we say mail 8. chorus, say here chorus. So, and we save it. So you're able to see the sublocations. So on our data push, sync upload, I don't think we had done the data push for sublocations. So we can proceed and have the button. So come to our data push section. We copy this and we rename it now to upload sublocations, locations data. So let's have a button for data push on our data push view model. So come to our view model. Let's look for our button. So this is the button that you are using for uploading locations. One thing that we are doing, guys, is we are actually enforcing some of the data on our view model. So let's copy this. We want to just reuse this. So this is how it looks. We are using a relay command. So is running. I think we should have copied up to there. So we say upload sub location. So I'll do away with this. So upload sub locations. There we are. So get data. So we should actually retrieve all the data from our sub locations table. Sub locations. So we are getting all the data from our sublocations. Then this is a get sublocations data. Then on our location view model, we should have a sublocation view model for us to sync the data. So we can call this sublocations view model. Then we can copy some of the fields that are actually there on our sublocation. So I'll just copy this and replace it with this. So I'll just replace it up to here. So this is now our view model. So if we just copy the view model back to our data push view model, so then here we will replace that. Then we say this is sublocation details. Then this should be the name. This should be also the name. So we assign values to our view model. Then it should be the sublocation ID. So let's assign a value, a sublocation ID here. So let's say we are sending data for this sublocation ID 4. So I'm just coding this for testing purposes. So location ID, I think there's something wrong with that naming, but don't worry. This will be, we can actually change this to look better. This will be this way. Then on our data push view model, I think this will be fine now. Then upload. So go to the interface for uploading. So this should be, we upload sublocations. So this should be upload sublocations. Then here we should use a sublocations view model. That is it. Then here it should actually give us back the sublocations that we have just uploaded. So that's what we expect. So let's go to our interface. So API connection here. We are actually posting sublocations data. So upload sublocations. Then this should be sublocations view model. Then we can say post sublocations. Then we should retrieve sublocations data that we have just uploaded. So if we come to our API connection, you can see this is fine now. Then on our data push, we should upload it to sublocations, and this data should be fine. This data should be, so this should be sublocations details, and that looks better. So here we should say sublocation detail upload failed. Then this is sublocation upload failed. You have uploaded a total of dash sub locations. So that is it. So as you can see, everything looks better. Now, the next thing that we need to check is our API. So let's come to our sub locations. So we have the sub locations controller. So we should actually now check our post method. So we can borrow what has been there on our. So let's see our post method. What is our, so this is our post method. So I'll say post sub location. So let's just copy the name that we have assigned it here. So it should actually post sub locations. So here we can change this to post sub locations. Then these should be, you can say this is from body. There we are. Then it should do everything created. Then it should. Yeah, that's fine. So after we have done this, what we need to do is restart our API to ensure now that we can be able to push the data to it. So as our API launches, let's see if it will launch. There we are. So come to our sublocations. We should be able to see our method. That is the post sublocations method. So after that, come to our app. Remember, we had changed that, we had added a data push view model. I mean the data push button. So let's see, the button name should be the upload sublocations button. So come here, change these two, then add a command keyword. So if we try, we can put in now a breakpoint here to see how it goes. So let's try and relaunch our app. Then we see how everything will work. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So we noticed some of you guys are watching our videos and you are not subscribing. Around 90% of you guys have watched the video, but you haven't subscribed. Please do us a favor and subscribe to our channel. Comment down below in case you need any assistance or there is something that you'll need us to do. Then we will be able to do it. So on our sync, so come to our sublocations. You can see we have a total of 3 sublocations. Come to sync data. You can see we now have our upload sublocations button. So if we click it, there we are. So we are able to get all the data, the 3 of them. So we have all the 3 data. So then we'll be able to sync. So let's see. So this is where the data is being uploaded. So let's see the result. There we are. So it should give us the return of what we have uploaded. You can see everything is working fine. So let's now undo our, then we proceed. So it should tell us uploaded a total of 3 sublocations to the server. So if we come to our database, our sublocations, I don't think add anything. So we have now a total of 3 sublocations uploaded to the server. So that is how you do it. So let's go back to our we have done sublocations. So we need to do villages. So on our villages, we have the new button where we should be able to select, but now we don't have our sub locations because it has been uploaded and deleted, so we can actually re-choose it and add some. So Kawangware, save this, add another one. No. After we have saved that, so you can see you have now 2. Come to our village list. So if we add this, we should be able to select the sublocation. Then we say Runda. Say this is Runda. You can see it is now using a collection view. So let's go back to our app and we change that. So come to our villages. So we should copy the data grid, how we have done it on the others. So you can actually watch our previous video on how we integrated this. So on our villages, come to our villages list. Then we can actually replicate this, change this here. Then we can have the data source, item source as a villages list. Search should be a village, search village. Then let's see the properties, how it looks on our village model. So it should be code and the name. So come to our list. So this should be code, then the name, then should be village code and the village name. So after that, we can do away with this. Then we need to import the DataGrid namespace. So I'll just import this to our village, add it here. Then our app should be fine. So if we launch this, we should be able to see the data on our villages appearing very well on our DataGrid. So subscribe for those who haven't subscribed, and like the video and comment down below so that we engage. So let's see. So if we come to our village list, you can see our villages now, village code and the name, then we have the search icon there. Then if we select another one and we say Karen, save this, you can see we can add as many data as we can. So here we have that and we say Nairobi. So that is it. Then we save it. So we can see we have now our villages. So remember we were pushing this data to our, so we can actually change, we are pushing this data to our server. So let's add another button for upload our villages. So come to village data push view model, XAML file I mean, then come to add another button. So this should be upload village data. Then the button, come to our data push view model. Let's go to definition. So we can actually use the one we have just added. So let's copy this up to here. So you'll add that. Then here we'll say upload villages. So this should be upload villages. Then here we should get the data from the village table. Replicate this here, get, so this should be get village data. Get village data. Check if it's not null, then loop all the data. We say this is village VG. Can call that VG. Then this is VG details. Then we need to create our view model for the village. So let's copy this. Then let's call this village view model. So let's check our model, how it looks. So we can copy this data from the village model. So this is how our table looks like. So come to our view models, replace this up to here. Then we can have that now. So come to our data push view model. Then we need to change where this is view model, village view model now. Then this should get from the VG. This is VG. Then this is sublocation ID. So let's get the ID of one of our sublocations. I think we can have ID 4, that's fine. Then let's go to our definition. So this should be post villages. Post villages. You can say post village. Then these should be upload villages. Then here, remember we have created our view model, village view model. Then it should actually return the view model that you have just uploaded. Let's go to the implementation. Come here. So we need to have the upload view villages here. So if we do that, so we are using REFIT, guys, for those who are not aware of what we are doing. So this is a village view model. So copy this, update it here. Then our app now looks better. So this is how our all API connection looks like. And this is our interface. So if you want to see how we have done this, you can follow our series, then you'll be able to get there. So here we'll now say upload village data, then this should be VG data, then this should be VG, should actually delete, then you can say village detail uploaded successful, then here should say village detail upload failed. Can say a total of dash villages. So that is how we do it. Uploaded to the server. So our button now, we need to update our button on the XAML file. This should be upload village command. So then another thing that we need to check now is our API. So come to our API. We need to have the post village. So on our villages controller, come to our post method. So here we should say post village. So here we should say post village. Then we say this is coming from, so this we should do here body. Then let's ensure this is the same method name as it is on our app. So let's go to definition and replace, then everything is fine. So relaunch our app and also let's relaunch our API. So because we have changed it. So after that, we should be able to create a village and post it via our API to the server. So let's see. So this is our API. If you come to our villages, we have the village here, post village method. Let's see our app if it's done loading. I think there is an error. We have an error. So an error is we have something wrong. Sorry. So let's see. Yeah, we need to close this. So that is it. So let's launch our app. Let's dock this. So everything should be fine. So our app is launching there, as you can see. So let's see. So if you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. Watch some of our previous video, then comment down below for any kind of update. So if you go to villages, you'll be able to see a list of villages. As you can see, we can add another one. Let's say this is Kwanza. Say here Kwanza. So if we save that, so that is it. So we have all our villages here. So if we come to sync data, so we have all the button. So if we upload villages, we should be able to get all the villages uploaded to our server. So let's see our village table. You can see all our villages have now come. So you can see we have uploaded a total of 4 villages to the server. So you can see all these are 4. So we have the constituencies, the countries, employees, location, mobile app users, sublocations, and villages. So as you can see on our app, we have the home page, which doesn't have anything. So today we are going to do some of design on our home page so that we're able to see some of the data that we key in. So we have the employees list, we have the countries list. You can see we have the data grid. So on our previous video, we did a video about how to improve the data grid. So if you're new to this channel, consider watching the data grid that is the MAUI.datagrid options that we did. Then we have the locations, the sub-locations, the villages, and even the sync data. So the sync data option, we were actually pushing data from our SQLite database from our app through our API to our MS SQL. So we have some data on countries. You can see if we come to sync data, you can be able to upload data with a click of a button through our API. You can see, and when you upload, the data is actually deleted. The same way on the constituencies, you can actually upload some data. So if you click upload constituency, you're able to upload. So then on the constituencies, then we have the locations, which you can also upload it via our app. So if you do that, so all the data is actually uploaded to our server. You can see it is actually being updated. All this data that you see here is coming from our app. So you see these are the data that we just pushed. So 3 locations pushed. If we come to sub-locations, we have some locations there. We actually need to sync it. So if you upload, then the data will be pushed to our server. So same way for the villages and the rest. So we have the employees list. So on the employee list, we did a video on how to create this form where you need to select the country, the constituency, the locations, and the rest. So for us to proceed, we need to key in some data on the constituency and the countries. So you'll say Kenya. So here we say Kenya. So if you're new to this channel, consider subscribing and comment down below in case you need a certain kind of video that we should actually do. Then on the constituencies, when you click new, you select the constituency. Then we say Kwanza. This is Kwanza. Then when you save it, then you're able to see it down here. You can actually add another one. Say Nairobi. Save it. Then you're able to see it here. So we can add another for sublocation. Select the constituency, KW, then you say Kawangware. Then when you save it, you're able to see it there. You can add a sublocation. Select the constituent, that is the location name. Then here we'll say KO, say this is Koros. So if we save that, come to our village, we're able to select then we say TU, say Tunis, then we save, that is our village. So when we come to employees, we can see one thing is our data grid is, it is actually using collection view. So we can actually change that, come to our app, then on our employees form, so this is our employees list, we have it here. So it is actually using collection view, as you can see. So we need to change this to a data grid. So let's copy one of the form that we had done on our data grid. Then we replace it. So come to employees list. So we'll add it here. Then our collection item source will be employees. So we need to replace this here. Then the names. So this is the first name and middle name. So here we'll have this as the first name. Then this will be middle name. Then we have last date of that is the last name. So we need to copy this grid. We'll have another column. Then that will be last name. So we'll have it here. Then another column will be date of birth. So we need to copy this. Then we have it here. then should be date of birth. So we need to have these here. So the name, we can say this is first name. You can also have this as middle name. Then you can have this as last name. Then you can have this as DOB. So you can have that as DOB. Then we need to do away now with our collection view. So you can do away with this. So we need to import something. We need to remove this. So we need to import the DataGrid namespace. Come to one of our list. So like the villages. Then we need to import this. So come to our employees list. Then we can actually append this here. Then we'll have this old thing. So you can see our form is now fine. Then we'll say this search employee. So if we do that and relaunch our app, our data grid should be fine. So let's relaunch our app. So for those who are new to this channel, consider subscribing and commenting down below so that you can be able to get notified whenever we post any new video. So let's see how our app looks like as we launch it. So let's wait and see. So there we go. So there we are. So if we come to our employees list, we should be able to see that our data grid is now showing first name, middle name, last name, and date of birth. So let's try and add a new employee. So let's say this is the country, Kenya. Constituency, we select Kwanza. Location, Kawangware. That is the sub-location. The village, then we'll say Jacob. So we say this is Jacob. Then we say Amren. Then you say this is Kimani. Then you say this is the email at gmail.com. Then we say the date of birth. We select the date of birth here. So you can actually choose that, and we just have these as 1930. Then we say, then we capture a photo. So if we capture a photo of our employee, so I'll just take a random photo here. Then there we are. We have the photo and the data. So if we save this, we'll be able to say that employee details successfully added, and you're able to see the records. So we can actually capture another photo. You say Kenya, Nairobi, Kawangware, Koros, Tunis. Actually, we'll check why this is replicating. You say this is macro code OB. Then we'll say this is test1 at gmail.com. Then we'll actually say this is can do that. Then we save it. Then we need to capture a photo. There we are. Do that. Then you can see our photo is there. Then we can actually save it. So you can see it doesn't refresh, or what has happened is it has actually replaced our record. You can see it has actually replaced our record. So we need to check the add button, what it does. So let's come and check on the add button. So that is the add button here. So what does this add button do? Come to our employees form, view model. Then if we do that, this is our add button. So whenever a record is, so we'll do new, then this should be create a sync. So we create a sync, then we save that data. Then let's see. So let's see if there's this. So let's remove these. I want us to be using either we update or delete. So we can do that. So we can create, so if it's an edit, we can, if it's a create, we can create. If it's not a create, then we can update. So if we do that, we say employee added, employee details successfully submitted. Then we say this employee updated. So that is fine. So let's come to our list of employees. We see what is happening. So on our list of employees, we need to load employees data whenever we have added. So this will do employees. If it is, then it's clear, then we update. So these load employees should also come at the top here, which is fine. So that is fine. So let's try to launch our app again and see. So whenever we add an employee, we should have the list of all the employees that we have just added. So let's see our app. So come to employees list. Let's add a new employee. We say Kenya, Nairobi, Kangware, Coros, Tunis, say James, Mwangi, Karanja, Opio. Then we say here that is the date of birth. We capture the employee photo. That is it. We save it. Then we save the data. So you can see now our records are being added. So if we click that, we do that, Nairobi, that is it. This is Jarafeth, say Jared, Mwangi, Karume, test2 at gmail.com. Then we have that. Then we capture a photo. Then we save it. Then we save the data. So you can see our employee records is actually being updated. So what happens if you need to update to edit the employee? So these are the records that you have added based on the data that we submitted. So this is one of the things that we wanted to do. So the next thing that I wanted us to do today is actually update our dashboard. You can see our dashboard, how it looks like, and it is actually empty. So we need to update this dashboard so that we have a very good landing page for our app. And also we have a good design for what we are going to do. So today the main focus will be to update the dashboard so that you have a very good landing page and even showcase our app front. That is, and even showcase our app on the dashboard. So I want us to change something. So on the screen here, let's design our dashboard. So I want us to say, you can have this as content, page.content. Then you can close this. Then inside, so we can stop our app. Then we see how it will all go. So once we have this, we can say here, we can have a vertical layout. Then we can have, we can close this. So inside the vertical layout, I want us to have here spacing. You can say spacing, you can have it as 5. We can also have the margin. Say margin is 5. Then we can also have the padding. You can have this as 5 0. Then you can also have that is the vertical options. You can say it's center and expand. So inside here, I want us to have a border, say border. Then on the border, you can say the padding should be, can have this as 30. Then stroke, you can have these as black. Can have this as let's say gray. Then stroke thickness, stroke thickness should be stroke. Sorry for that. Thickness, you can have these as 0.3. Then we can have stroke shape. So stroke shape. So stroke shape can have these as a round rectangle. Then we can say 1040 round rectangle. Then we can have the background color. So here I'll just do background color. I'll say white. So that is it, and I can close this. Then inside the border, I want us to have a border shadow. So I'll say border dot shadow. Then inside the shadow, we'll have the shadow now. So I'll do that. Then I want us to have the, so here I'll just do this and I'll say brush. I'll say this is white. Sorry, white. Then stroke, not stroke, I'll say offset. Offset, I will say 15. Then radius, I'll say this is can have this as 25. Then we can have opacity, you can say 0.9. Then you can close this. So once we close that, then we need to remove now this shadow because we have closed that. We are left with the border shadow. So I want us to now have an image here inside the, just outside the border dot shadow. So we can have an image. Then we say height, we define the height of that image. We say 150. Then we'll have the source. So what is the source? So we can copy one of our images under resources, then images. So you can have the .NET image bot. So I'll just copy the name, have it here. Sorry. In fact, I'll just copy it. Then you can define the height. So I'll remove this. Then I'll say here, height request, I'll have it as 150. So let's try and launch our app and see how it looks like. So this is the landing, that is the dashboard. So we are actually designing the dashboard of our app. So we just noticed some of you guys are watching our videos and you're not subscribing. So around 90% of you. So if you feel you are one of them, please subscribe and we'll actually appreciate. So you can see our video, our dashboard. So we have our app here, but I want this logo to be at the top. So let's see how we are going to have that. So let's say we can have this as a, so let's have this as a stack layout. Then I want our vertical options. Then you can say, let's see how it will look like. Then border. So border height request, can say height request. Can have this as 70. Then we can have the margin here. So we can have this as 3. Then vertical options, can have this as center. Then border padding with edge request. Then we had the stroke. These you can have these as 2. Stroke shape, we say round rectangle. Then we say 1040. Background, we say white. Border shadow. So let's see how it looks. So that is actually, so you can see we have the height as reduced. So we can have these as our height request. Can do these as 20. You can have these as 8. Then our height, you can say this is 180. Let's save and see. So we need to change something. Can have this as center and expand. We see. So our height is not reflecting. So border. So I want us to have the icon at the top. Say this is 5. Then the height, you can say this is 280. We see the height is not responding. Can have this as 150. Then there's something we have touched. Can say let's do away with the height of the, yeah. So this is the issue, the border height. So our app is not, this photo, we need to have it at the top here. So I can do, let's see, we can do margin. Can say we can remove the margin. Then border, can have this as 160. Let's see how it looks. Then the color, we can say green. Yeah, you can see the border color changing. It should be green, or you can say primary. Navigation, you can say it is a static. You can do static resource, then you can say primary. Yeah, so it will actually show that. Then I want us to have, we can remove the vertical options. Yeah, so the vertical options is actually giving us then we can have the margin here. You can say a 5, so that it actually drops down. Can do 10. We see how it looks. So you can see it has actually appeared at the top. So it has moved. So what we need to check is our height. We can reduce our height of the photo a bit. We see 140. 140. Can do 120. We see. There we are. Can do 100. We see. Yeah. So that looks a bit better. Then the background, we can do something. So the stroke, shadow offset, we can do, let's say 20. We see. Then the background, I think that looks better. So another thing that we can do is we can, let's see the triangle, that is it, the margin. Then we can have a background color, let's say a static resource. So instead of having the colors here, guys, I showed you previously, you can actually have all the colors. It is actually the best practice to have all your colors under styles, then colors. So you have all your colors here. So if you have all the colors here, then you can just be reusing them. So if we come to the dashboard, so if you come to the dashboard, then you can do static color. You can say color 1. We see what is the color. So that is the background color. You can see the background color, how it looks. You can do another color 2, color 3, So that is it. So if we come here, you'll see our logo, how our app looks like. So let's add something interesting. So we can start by having some statistics on the dashboard. For example, have the number of employees that we have just added, and have a very good UI for our dashboard. So let's add something. So just below, just after the stack layout, we can close that and we can have this as a scroll view. So we want to add another, so we can say under scroll view, we can have another stack layout here. Then we can stop our app. There we are. So let's see. So we can have, we can even do this. Inside here, we can have our what we want to do. So let's say we want, let's have a grid. So I'll do grid. Then I say background color of the grid will be white. So I'll do that. Then I'll define the grid rows. So grid.row definitions. So I'll do row definitions. Then I'll close. Then I'll say row definitions. Then I can say height. So I want, so I'll say this is auto. Then I'll close. So I want like how many rows? I can say like 5. So I'll copy that to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So after that, I'll come down after the row definition and put in a stack layout. Then I'll say this stack layout will be grid.row1, row 0. So I'll say row 0, row 1. So let's say this is row 1. Then I'll say, can have this as 0. Let's say 0. Then I'll say padding will be 2. Then I'll say orientation should be vertical. Then I'll say, so I'll close this. So I'll close this. So after closing, I can have an header kind of a title. So I'll have this as a, can have it as a button. So I'll say button. Then I can say text. So I say employee statistics. So that is the title. Then I can also say so I'll just have this dropped. Then I can also say font size. I can have this as 24. Then I can also have font attributes. I can say it is bold. Then I can also say text color. So text color, I can say static. So static resource, then I can say color. Let's say color 4, we see what is it. So I can do color 4. Then I can close it. So if we launch our app, we should be able to see this button showcasing. Then we'll be able to see how it looks like. So employee statistics, when you just launch the app, we have an employee statistics within the dashboard. So let's see. There you are. You can see that is our app. So we can now have the details of the person who is actually maybe logged in, or even some quick analysis. So let's close this. Let's have another stack layout. So I'll just do another. We can have a vertical layout. Let's say vertical layout. Then we can provide a label. So we'll say label. So then here I can do margin. I can say 5. So then I can say label. Then for this label, I can do font attributes. I want it to be bold. Then I can also do text color. I can have it as maybe static. Then color, let's say color 5. Color 5. How is color 5? Color 3. Kind of, let's close it. So you'll say color. It's actually not showing. So I'll just copy this. Then this should be text color, sorry. Then I'll say color 5. So that is how it looks. Color 6. So that is how it looks. So if I do that, then I can do some text, the text of our label. So we can say the text of our label, we can say you are logged in as. So this is the person who is logged in. So we can have that. Then we can actually have, so we can do that. Then we can say padding, can do 5. Then we can say font size. Font size we can do 15. So this is the. So then after that we can have here another text. So we can now have the person who is logged in here. So on the vertical, so we can say vertical text alignment. We can say start. Then here also we have copied this. So we'll say the person who is logged in, we can say macro code. And we can have another color. We'll say color 7. Yeah. Then here also vertical text alignment, we can say start. Then that should be fine. So font size, font attributes is bold. Then I think that's fine. So we can launch our app and see. So let's actually, without even launching it, you can see we have been saving the data, and you can see we have the text overlapping. So what we need to do on our text vertical layout, remember this was grid row 1, 0. So we can have this as grid rows 1, so that we don't have it overlapping. So you can see it has now moved down just below the employee statistics. So the person who is logged in is you are logged in as macro code. So then we can design another thing. Then we can have another. So we can have another vertical layout. Then we'll say this is row 2. Then we can say last login date. We can have a date. Then we can do 12/0. So today is 29th. 29th. So we'll actually append some of these data. So we are actually designing so that we can be able to bind them. So don't worry as to why I'm trying to add code them. So you can see that is the design on how we want it to look like. Then we can have another, we can have another thing, we can say, so the next, this should be row 3. Then what other thing can we have as login details about the data? So we can also have the app version. We can say app version. So this is version 1.0. Then this is grid row 1. So you can see we have the app version. Then we have the other details. So after we have done that, so this is kind of our statistics, our employee statistics or profile. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to have now a grid of some of the analysis that we have. So I'll just copy at the top here. So I want us to do something. What we had done here, stack layout with the So this is all of what we have been doing. So I want us to have another stack layout where we now bind some of the statistics of the data that we have. So let's do here just after the grid. So we do stack layout. Then within the stack layout, not even after the grid, we can do it inside the grid. So let's do this, let's copy this vertical layout. Then we have it here. Then we say this row will be row 4. But now we don't want these to be labels. So we'll remove this. Then inside here, we'll specify the grid row is 4, margin is 5. Then we can do this margin as 5. Then we can say 0, 10, then 10. Then inside the margin, we can have a border. So let's say border. Then our border, we can have a stroke thickness. So we'll say stroke thickness. We can have this as 2. Then, or we can have this as 3. Let's have it at 3. Then we can have another thing that is a stroke shape. Stroke shape. Stroke shape, we can have it as a round rectangle. Then we'll do 55, 0, 0, then we'll say 55. Then another thing is the background color. Background color, we can have it as a static resource. Then we can say, let's say color 9. Yeah, we can do color 9. Then height, we can define the height. So height request, we want this to be, let's say 100. So we'll adjust that based on how we want. Then horizontal options, we fill and expand. Then we can close. So let's close this. So once we close, inside the border again, we do border stroke. So we'll say border dot stroke, border dot stroke. Then we can close. Then inside we can do linear gradient brush. Then we can say endpoint. We can do 0, 1. So we'll say 0, 1. Then we can close this. Then inside again, we can do gradient scope, gradient stop. Then we'll say color. We can do orange. Then offset. So I'll say offset. You can do 0, 2. Then I also do another gradient scope. So I'll close this. So just close that. Then we'll do gradient stop. I'll do again color. Then orange. Then I'll say then offset. Then I'll do 2, 0. Then I'll close. So after that, so if we just save these, we should be able to see what we are doing. So you can see what we are doing on our screen, how it is coming up. So after the background border.stroke, we can do now another, we can say stack layout. We close that. Then we can do a margin. We can say this 3. Then orientation, we can actually do this as a vertical. Let's just do vertical layout. Then margin is 3. Then we can now have a label. So we'll say label. We can say we can put in font attributes. These should be bold. Then we can have a font size. Font size, we can say it is 20. Then we want a margin. You can say this is 3. Then you can have horizontal options. We can have this to start and expand. Then we can have the text. So we'll say the text, we can say this is total total records. So we'll say this is total records. Then we can have these as the vertical text alignment, we can have it at the center. Then we can close this. So if we close that and save, we should be able to see on our mobile app what is happening. So you can see the margin. You can have 5. We see how if it drops, this should be, let's see, this should be 5. We see 8. Yeah, so we try to make this a bit within there. So then horizontal, so let's say horizontal text alignment, let's have it at the center. Yeah, I think can have these as stack layout. Let's change this to stack layout or horizontal. Let's say these are horizontal stack layout. We see let's have it as vertical. So I want us, we can also say font attributes, so it is bold, that's fine. So after you have done that, you can see the total records. Then we need to do something on our label. You can see we have the font, the label. Then we can copy. Let's just maintain this as stack layout. Then you can have these as can say horizontal options. Can say vertical. Then inside we have this. Then within here we can do another stack layout. Then we say margin is 3. Then we say orientation. Can say is horizontal. Then we can close that. Then inside we can have another label. Then on this label we say font size is that, margin we say is that. Then start text, we can say total employees that we have recorded. Then if we save this, let's see how it goes. Yeah, so you can see we now have the employees. Then so we can have that. Then we can also copy these inside here, and we say we want now to append the total employees, let's say 5 or 50. Then the text alignment, we should say this is so horizontal text alignment, we should say this is end. So if we save that, we should be able to see some total, then it has disappeared. So we'll say this start. So if we save that, then we should be able to have, so we should say this is margin should be same. So horizontal option, you should have this maybe at the end. Yes. So you can see we have now the total employees, then we have these as we go. So total records, total employees, we have it as 50. So we can now have all the records that we had done. So, but now on the height, we can have these as 180. Our height of the, yes. So you can see our height has grown now. So we can copy some of these layout. We can copy this layout here. Then we can say total countries. Then if we do that, it should come down, as you can see. We can also copy this, paste it here, and say total constituencies. Then if we save, we are able to see that. So we can actually increase the size of our there we are. So we can do 250. So it is actually bigger than what we expected. So we can also maybe do away with these total records, so that we just have the. So if we do that, you can see we have the total constituencies. Then we can do now the total sublocations. Can do total total locations. Then if we save, we are able to see it there. If we do that again, total sublocations. So just within the dashboard, you can be able to tell the number of records that you have. So let's try to decrease the margins. So if we do 3 and save it. So let's also try to reduce this 5, 3. We do this 3. We squeeze it. If we save, yeah. So let's try to have our margin. Let's try to have the villages. So then if we do that, then the village has actually dropped. So let's squeeze let's squeeze this top part for the logo. So let's come and squeeze it here. So here we'll do, can say 5. Then we can do the height of 8. So if we save it, it has squeezed a bit. So we need to squeeze the frame. This should be, can see the padding, do this 20. There we are. Then we can squeeze the, can say this is 30. We see how it looks like. There we are. Then another thing that we can squeeze is our employee margin. You can say this is 3. So if we save that, then we can actually now increase the size of our frame. You can say this is to 80. Then you can see our villages is now showing. So that is all on our dashboard. So you can see we have been able to do some things on our dashboard. So let's try to have these as unique figures. We say 40. We can have these as 21. You can have these as 17 or 18. You can have these as 29. And you can have these as 60. You can have these as 150. So that is some of the, so that is how it looks. So you can see now how our screen looks like. So I don't know if these colors, we can have them a bit unique. So let's say on our layout, we can have these as the label, the text, that is the text color. So you can do text color. Then you can say dark orange. Do you have such a color? Dark orange, yeah. So if we do that and save, we can be able to see, you can be able to see the color. So you can actually have these as a part of our color. Then you can see how it looks like. Dark orange, so we'll just copy that. So sorry for the colors, guys. It's just mixing colors here, but you can actually adopt a very good branding so that you have. So if we do that, just do that. Then we do this. So if we save it, you can be able to see, but it doesn't look a bit good. So we can try another one. We say, let's use the static resource. Then we say color 3. We see how so we say color 3. I think that doesn't look good. Color 5, color 10, that's color 2, 3, 4. Let's see 4 it looks like. Yeah, we can retain 4. Can have 4 we see here. We can actually have these as orange. Can have these as orange. We can retain these as orange, red. Yeah, so we can retain that. Then the others we retain as color 4. So you can say this is orange, red, orange, red. Then these we retain it as color 4. Say this is orange, red for the numbers. Then we have these here, orange, red. Then you have these here, these orange, red. We have these here, orange, red. Then you have these here. So that looks better. So you can see now how our app looks like. So that is our dashboard. So
our video. So as you can see on our screen, we have our MAUI app that we have been creating over time. So for those who are new to this channel, you can consider watching some of our previous videos to actually follow up on what we have been doing. So today is, as you can see, we have on our app, we have the employees list, where you can see we have 3 lists of employees. So you can actually capture a new employee or create a new employee from the app. So select the constituency, the location, the sub-location, the village, the first name, macro code. Then we have the last name, can have test. Then we have the email address, email.com. Then we have the date of birth. So you can select the date of birth. Then another thing, you can actually capture a photo. As you can see, we can take a photo. Then you are able to preview the photo. You can see. Then you can save the employee details. So that is some of the things that we have done for those who are new to this channel. So we also have the countries. If you can actually create a new country as ZA, then we have the Zambia. So that is just a sample country that you can create. So you can see it is able to save. You can create another one, Uganda. So you can save the country. So you can see that is it. You also have the constituency where you tie the constituency to the country. So you select the country, one you have just created. You can say Tororo. You can say this is Tororo. So this is just a sample details. So you can also create another. You can say this is Saboti. Call this Saboti. So this is just a sample constituency, and you can see our grid, how our grid looks like. So for those who are new, we have done a video about DataGrid on our previous video, so you can watch the video and be able to add this DataGrid to your app. You can also create a location tied to a constituency. So I'll just create that and I'll say Kwanza. Then you're able to save it. Then you can be able to see the details. So the same way for the sub-locations, the same way for the villages, and you also have sync data. So we are able to push our data from the mobile app through an API to our database. So if you want to see that, you can actually watch our previous video. So today, remember we added our dashboard on our previous video, but you can see the total employees is 40, countries 21, which is not the actual case based on what you see here. So we are going to update our dashboard to ensure that we have the data consistency in terms of the statistics that we have here. So let's go to our dashboard. So this is our dashboard. Come to our dashboard page. So this is our dashboard. So if you go to our dashboard, you have the dashboard view model. So you'll go to the view model. So you'll go to the view model. So you'll go to our view model. So this is our view model. So we have this is our view model. So in our view model, we are going to define the total number of employees. So I'll say public. You say total employees. Then you say get set. So we say this is total int. So I'm going to define that. So I'll just do this. So let's take something from our view model. So come to view models. So I'm going to pick something here. So I want us to define it this way. So let's go to our dashboard view model. So I'll just replace this here and I'll say this is int. So and I say this is total employees. So I'll copy that here. Then here I'm going to say local base view model. So then I'll say this is total employees. Sorry. Then I'll say this is total employees. So this is int. So that is the total number of employees. Then we can do the total number of countries. Total countries. Can also do total countries. So we can do that. You can paste this here. You can paste this here. Sorry. Can also do constituency. Total constituency. Then I will do that. Can say this is total constituencies. Then you can also do locations. So I'll say total locations. Then I'll paste this here. I'll do here total locations. I also do sub locations. Total sub locations. So I'll paste this here. Also do total sub locations. Can also do villages. Say total villages. So I'll paste this here. So paste this here. So I'll do here total villages. So we have all these now. So what we need to do now is to add values to these. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another function down here. Then I'll call this async void task. Set default values. So I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to say, so this should be just do this task. Then I'm going to say public sync task. Then I'm going to say total number of employees is equals to app. So I'm going to say app dot database dot get table rows. So this table row should be employee model. So this is our model. Then we want to get data from our table employee. Then we want to say this is to list. Then we want to count. So that is it. So that is the total number of employees. The issue here, this should be that way. This should be this way. Yeah. So we can now copy this. Don't know if we can do a wait here. It will not. That won't work. So we can do this here. Then we just do total. The next thing is the total countries. So this is a country model. Then this will be our table. Then we get the total countries. We can do the total constituencies. So we can do it here. Then these should be constituencies. That is it. Then we can do this here. We can also can copy this. Then we can do locations. So we should say locations. These should be locations. Yes. Then that will be our table. Then we want to do sublocations. So this should be total sublocations. So this is total sublocations. Then we'll do sublocations. Then this will be our table name. Then we count. Then we can do villages. So we'll say total villages. Then we'll do villages. Then we can copy these, we replace it here. So after that, so this should be set default values. So we'll actually call our function here to set default values. So once we do that, we'll need to bind our integers to our dashboard XAML file. So come to dashboard. So where is it? So this is the dashboard. So we'll come now to where our values are. Then we say, can see total employees. So instead of coding this, so we had done this, we had coded this previously. So you can see we have that. You can say mod two-way. So that is it. So we'll now be binding this to our values that will be from the view model. So we'll take total countries. So this is the value. Come to our XAML, replace it here. Let's go to the next total constituency. Can do that. Our XAML file, total constituencies. So this should be total constituencies. Then our our locations, we can add it here. You can take the locations, then you can add it here. We can also check for our sublocations. Then we take the sublocations from here. So that is it. Then we can do our villages. We can check our villages here. So that is it. So what we need to confirm is our tables: employee, country, constituencies, locations. So come to our application DB context where we have defined our tables: employee, country, constituencies, locations, sublocations, and the village. Confirm here: employee, country, constituency, location, sublocation, and the village. I think that is fine. So if we relaunch our app, we should have the correct counters and the analysis of our data. So unless something goes wrong, but everything should be fine. So let's see and wait. So what we notice, some of you guys are watching our videos and you are not subscribing. So if you feel you are one of them, kindly subscribe to give us a thumbs up so that you can be able to help us reach more people. So if you're enjoying this video, like the video, comment down below for any suggestions and even improvements that we can do. Then we will actually appreciate. So let's wait and see how our app comes up. Goes on well. There you are. So you can see we have now the total employees as 4, total countries 3, total constituencies 4, locations 2, sublocations 1, and the total villages are 1. So if you can see our employees, we have 4, that is correct. Countries we have 3, constituencies we have 4, locations we have 2, sublocations we have 1, and the villages is 1. So that is how we have done having our analysis. So if we try to add a country, you can say SA, South Africa. So if we save it, you can see there are now 4. If we come back to countries, it is actually saying it's 3. So but when you see, the countries are 4. So why is it that if we add another one, we say TZ Tanzania, if we save, you can see there are 5, but when you come to the dashboard, it is showing 3. So what we need to do, come to our dashboard here, then we need to define something. So we need to define this. So copy these on appearing or disappearing, come to the dashboard, paste this here. Then we need to bind our data dashboard view model here. Then we need to say vm.set default values. Then you can also do this here. Can also do this here. So if we do that, let's launch our app and see. So there we go. There we are. You can see the countries are 5, 4, 2, and 1. Let's go and add another country. So if we add, so this is employees, sorry. So if we add another country, we say RW, then we say Rwanda. So if we save, we should be able to get, these are 6. So if we come to the home page, we should be able to see it automatically refreshes. So you can see it is refreshing. So if we go back to the countries, we add it again, we say BR, Burundi, then we save it. We are able to see, we go back, it should be 7. So that is it. So that is how you actually work with some analysis on your dashboard, and you can actually use this to explore and make your app a bit better. So there's something that we might do, we will be actually doing on our next video. So as you can see, if you click these countries, assuming you want to edit, you want to delete the countries that you have just added. So we'll be doing that on our next video. If you want to see it, kindly comment down below.
So today I'm going to show you guys how to generate an APK from our app. So this is the app that we have just created. So you are going to see how we can publish this app. Then you can be able to host it somewhere or even share for someone to install on their devices. So to begin with, let's go to our app. So this is our app. We can actually stop it. So I want us to open the terminal. So just come to view, then terminal. So it will open a terminal for us. So we are going to use this terminal to generate our APK. So I'll just try to expand it so that you can be able to follow. So on my terminal, I have something here that we are going to use. So there's this command that I want us to copy. So this command, I want us to copy here. Sorry, let me just exit. So I want us to copy this command. So I'll just do that. So I want us to modify some things. So you can see we have the key tool, then all of these commands. So on my app.keystone, I want to change the name of my key stone. So I want to call this key. Then my alias, so I'm going to change my alias of the my app key to something else. So we can call this employee app. So that is my alias. Then my validity of the certificate. So you can see the validity here. So you can change this validity based on how you will want it to be valid. So when you press enter, it will ask you for enter the keystone password. Remember the keystone that we have given it is the key.keystone. So that is the name. Please remember it. So I'm going also to provide the password for our keystone. So you also need to remember that password. So for me, I'm going to do admin 123. So that is the keystone that I'm going to use, admin 123. So remember also that password because we'll need it somewhere else. So it is also saying what is your first name and last name. So I'm going to provide macro code. Then what is the name of your organization unit? So I'm going to say macro code. So you can also do the same. Then what is the name of your organization? I'm going to use macro code. So for this, I'm just doing for testing and showcasing for you guys how you can be able to publish your app, produce an APK, share for people to actually install it on their devices. So what is the name of your organization? I'm going to provide a macro code, but you can as well do the same for your, what is the name of your city? I'm going to say Nairobi. Then what is the name of your state or province? I'm going to say Nairobi. So it's kind of questions. So you will be able to answer some of these questions. Then it says what is the 2-letter country code for these units. So the country code is KE, which is for Kenya. So hope you can be able to see my screen, guys. Then if I press enter, it will actually give me all the information that I've been doing. You can see the organization unit is macro code, the organization is macro code, the first and last name is macro code, the city is Nairobi, the state or province is Nairobi, and the 2-letter keyword is KE. So correct. So if it's correct, it's asking you to confirm if it is actually correct. So I'll say yes. So if I do that, it will generate. So it will generate my key and the certificate with a validity of 10,000 days. So the 10,000 days that it is showing here is what we actually provided at the top here. So you'll be able to provide the number of days that you'll want your certificate to be valid. So one thing that it's interesting, guys, is if you come to our app now, you'll be able to see that certificate has been generated somewhere on our app. So you'll be able to see it here. So as you can see on my screen, we have the key.keystone. So that is the only thing that we'll need to have done. So I'll also encourage you to keep note of some of this information that we have provided here, because we'll actually need it. So how do we going to use this information? So come to our app. So come to our app, then on the project, right click, then go to edit. So we are going to edit project file. So go to edit project file. So it will open for you the project file. So I'll just copy this. So on this project file, you can be able to see that it has the root name, the implicit using. It also have the target framework that it's using. It has the application ID, as you can see, the application GUID ID, and also the versions of the app. So it also have the icons, the splash screens, the images, and the custom fonts. So what I need you to do, you can also see the some of the packages that we have. We have it here. So these are the packages that we have been able to use it on our mobile app, and also the pages. So you can see the pages that we have on our app, that is the XAML pages. So what we need to do, there's something I want you guys to add on the just before the project end tag. So I want you to add this a line of code. So you see all this. I want us to copy this and add it here. So we need to update this information. So our target, so you can see the target framework is Android, and configuration should be a release. Then the Android keystone is true. Then assigning Android signing keystone. So we need to provide the Android assigning keystone based on the name that we have here. So remember the name that you provided to your keystone, this name. So we should actually copy this name and have it here. So I'll just update this here. So this should be key.keystone, the way it is on our generated keystone. Then the alias, you remember the key alias that we have. So ensure you provide the correct alias here. But if it's wrong, but if you forgot, then you can repeat all of this process and delete this keystone, then you'll be able to get the alias. So our alias, you can see it is employee app. So for those who had not closed this window, then you can actually refer it back. So you can see employee app. So that is the name I'm going to provide here. So it is employee app. Then the password. Remember the password that we had provided. So I'm going to have mine, admin 123. So after that, we are set to go. So I'll close that. Then if I save my app, after you have added all this information, then you can save your app. And I want us to do something now. So come to our terminal again. So come to our terminal. So the next thing that you are going to do is to now publish our app to produce the APK, the released APK. So we have all this code. .NET publish, then the .NET version that you are running, and actually we are deploying it in a release mode. Then you can provide the Android key password and the store password. So we can actually copy this line of code here. Come to our terminal. So this is our terminal. So this is after you have added all those on our project file. So you can see this is what we need. So we'll actually provide our password. We'll say admin 1, 2, 3, the one that we have just provided. I'll also do admin 1, 2, 3. After that, I'll just press enter. Then it should be able now to generate my key based on the information that I've added to this project. So I should be able to get the APK key, redistribute the APK key for my people to actually install it, or even users to install it and use the app. So let's see. So let's see how it all goes. So this is my, so this, it is now generating the APK key. We can wait and see how it all goes. So it's trying to optimize the assemblies. For size may change based on the behavior of the app. Be sure to test after publishing. So it's now publishing our app. So the process may take a while. So let's just wait and see how it all goes. So our app, so our APK has completed. So we have completed generating our APK. So you can actually find where. So we can actually get it under bin. So you'll be able to get it under bin folder, then release, then .NET 7, .NET 7.0 Android. Then when you get inside, you'll be able to see we have the publish folder. Remember, we have just published our app. Then you'll be able to see the 3 files that it has actually generated. So we have the signed file, which is a .apk. So you can see the signed file is actually .apk. So that is the file that you should actually take and use it. So that is how you generate APK in .NET MAUI. See you.